right, welcome in everybody to the Important Nonsense Draft Coverage Night 2. Mike Manning back for more punishment. Mike, how you doing?
I mean, I'm not a Lions fan. It's all right. It's not as bad. It could be worse.
Just the physical toll that it takes on you to be here.
We'll go with that.
We've got Vaughn Moore down there. Vaughn, how you doing?
How's it going, guys? Doing well.
And then, Mike Berlin down there in the other corner.
How's it going? I hope we don't let the Eagles destroy the draft again. So
we'll see what happens.
Unfair. Unfair.
All right. Well, as of right now, Mike, I'll have to go with Manning and Berlin for the first couple hours while I've got both of you.
It's not uncommon for me to be just called Manning.
So your team is on the clock here temporarily, maybe to start us off. What's going to happen?
I mean, I have two players I want them to take that are there that I did not expect to be there that I would have been happy if they took in the first round. In the legacy of Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback out of Penn State, would have been be happy with that, or safety Brian Branch out of Bama. I think that they need secondary help in general. I don't think they'll need anything fantasy relevant, so we won't really look that way. But they lost their slot cornerback this past season with Cameron Sutton leaving for the Lions. So Branch would easily just slide right into there and be able to place free safety or strong safety for them. And their cornerback room looks like 31-year-old Patrick Peterson, who's coming off his best year in like a decade, and Akello Witherspoon, who played in 4 games, was bad in all of them. And then Levi Wallace, who was actually average, like he was fine. But that's an old and inexperienced, like just unproven group that I would love to have. Plus, who wouldn't love Joey Porter Sr. being in the stands at Acrisure Stadium again? Well, now he's been at the stadium plenty of times, but he's definitely going to get into a fight with some Brown fan or something while he's there. That's for sure. So I'm waiting for that. And if they were to trade
Berlin, you weren't here with us yesterday. What are you looking forward to in night 2?
Yeah, really looking forward to just from the fantasy point of view, just where some of these tight ends go. We only had one go in the first round yesterday. It kind of I know there was kind of rumors potentially 2 or 3 guys could go in the first round. So I don't know. It seems like there could be 4 or 5 today that are going, and then of course the running backs. Maybe there's a run on receivers. So interested in that, and then of course, I mean, Will Levis. We got to see where he lands, right?
Right. Somebody move up, maybe.
Yeah.
Vaughn, is there anything you're watching day 2?
I want to see if Hendon Hooker goes before Levis.
that would be
a slap in the face. That would be
right.
Because
but at least he didn't show up to the green room today.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm saying I don't know. I think it's a possibility just based on like how much Hooker was hyped by like a lot of people, a lot of analysts, at least I watch. But we'll see. I don't know. The Levis fall wasn't really surprising to me, honestly. I don't know. The Colts threw out that smoke screen. Well, the Colts threw out that smoke screen that they liked Levis, and then they took Richardson. And then once Richardson went, it's like, where is he going to go? I mean, I guess the Titans could have taken him, but it still would have been a risk. I don't know.
Well, let's see.
I know there's 4 teams rumored to be trying to trade for the 32nd, reportedly.
Right.
Tennessee's one of them. Raiders are another. Chicago's another. See if we can fleece you guys again.
Yeah, thanks.
And I think Washington is another one.
So,
right.
I mean, 3 of those you could see a quarterback going, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
I'm not sure who Chicago would come up for. I'm guessing a defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably Branch or Porter would be my guess.
Then yeah, I don't want to make that trade.
Do you think there's any chance? I mean, we think Will Levis is going to go. I know, Mike, you're kind of unsure about Hendon Hooker going today. Do you think there's any other quarterbacks that have a chance of going in round 2 or 3?
I mean, I doubt it, but if I had to pick somebody, I think Dorian Thompson would be the guy that I would pick to be next up in line, just because of his crazy athleticism and flashes he showed at UCLA. I could see a team maybe like at the end of the third falling in love with him and being like, let's take a chance. Similar to like a Willis and Ritter and, how they did last year.
Definitely not Stetson Bennett, that's for sure. Who I have a very interesting story about Stetson Bennett. I actually met him in London last summer. Was very publicly intoxicated.
That seems to be a trend for him.
And the off the field stuff, not surprising at all to me, honestly.
I'm thinking, I was telling before the broadcast here, Michael, I was telling him, Berland, we're going to go with last names, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Figured you weren't talking to yourself, though. I feel like you guys can get away with the mic. It's me that's the problem, yeah.
I'm guessing that more running backs go today than wide receivers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think anybody cares whether drafting a wide receiver today or tomorrow, and they won't see much of a difference. After maybe Hyatt and Downs, I don't see much appeal for a lot of these teams because those are two specialty guys, a slot receiver and Downs, elite route runner, and then Hyatt being the deep threat he is. They're the best at their categories left in the draft. But other than that, it just becomes a mismatch of guys.
Sure.
Especially
we've got 2 rounds to get through today, and the picks go a little bit faster than they did yesterday. But given the fact that we have 2 full rounds plus some compensatory picks, what are the odds that we get 2 guys named Tank drafted today?
Who else other than Tank Dell?
You're referring to Bigsby and Dell?
Bigsby.
Bigsby, right, yeah.
I don't think Bigsby is going to go on. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
There's a chance.
He could go in the early hundreds right in the compensatory picks.
It's true.
I kind of like Bigsby. I like Tank Dell as well, but man, it's just the theme of these receivers are they're just so small. I know the NFL is trending that way a little bit. Smaller receivers can be a little more successful in today's NFL, but I don't know. It's interesting. Do you think with running backs, it being such a deep class that they get pushed down as well? Teams kind of say, well, there's 5 guys I like. I'm not going to take one now. And then,
do we think 2 going in the top 12 was going to happen?
Right. No, definitely not. Wasn't even sure about 1, to be honest. But
because they probably said, well, there's such a big gap between 2 and 3 that we're like, all right, we're going to take our guy. I mean, I'm not saying if I were the Lions, I would have taken Gibbs at 12, but I could at least see their logic there. And I could see the logic with the tight ends falling too, like you said.
Well, because the top 4 are pick your poison type tight ends. You choose what style you want, and he's there.
Washington's a guy I'm excited for. I wonder where he's going to go.
He's fun to watch. Just dominate people in the run game.
Oh, yeah. Darnell Washington. And our guy Cody Mock, too. Where is he?
Still okay. I thought I saw a pick, but not yet.
Nope.
The pick's
Still
in.
waiting.
Come on. They made the pick. Do what I want.
All right. They're all waiting. I'm watching, too.
Give me something here.
All right. Let's all take a guess. What do you guys guess?
Go.
Joey Porter.
Yeah. Let's just get the legacy and get the joy.
A Porter. Yep. Corner's not. They're not too strong at corners, so that's got to be the pick.
Can almost always use a quarter, right? Every team seems like.
And the owners probably.
Cam Hayward's happy, so I'm guessing it's definitely defender.
Yeah.
Mr. Manning gets what he wants.
Yes.
And he selects
Thank you.
Joey Porter Jr.
I was
at
nervous.
33.
I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous.
Yeah, that's a nice pick.
I am ecstatic. Now we gotta wait till how long until Joey Porter Jr. gets in a fight? Because he's had that happen down in Southside once or twice.
Yeah, that seemed like the right pick there.
Right.
That's for sure.
Well, if you look at he's one of the best at shadowing and breaking up the ball.
Mhm.
Two things the Steelers did not do well in terms of their cornerbacks last season. They didn't get their hands on the ball almost at all. He had 7 pass breakups in his very first game of the season last year against Purdue. And then teams just stopped throwing the ball at him. He had like 14 overall in the season or something along those lines, but he only had like 28 targets. So he broke up like 50% of his targets. He can learn from Patrick Peterson, take over opposite of him, and Steelers fans can be happy. It's very fitting that former Steelers guard Alan Faneca, teammate of Joey Porter, is making the pick.
I love how they're just now making the pick live.
What's that?
Wonderful. They're just now making the pick. Cool.
Yeah, how did you guys get the pick so quickly?
The
Twitter.
internet.
Oh my god. We're doing Twitter spoilers.
We are.
Yeah, we are accepting Twitter spoilers.
100%. 100%.
We aren't purists here. We're going to accept finding out as soon as possible. Now it's starting to get close to where these are teams that could draft a quarterback. So I know Arizona was open to moving back.
Oh, yeah. They've been moving back all draft and then
Yeah.
moving back up for no reason.
They gotta be moving back.
Detroit was open to moving back. Obviously, Indy's not going to take A1, but the Rams, Seattle, and Vegas could all take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep.
That means someone's probably trading up here.
Exactly. So these would be the 3 picks that you would trade up for.
Because, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I think Arizona might be the least talented team in the league. They're up there.
I don't know. Might be.
I mean, especially without Murray. It depends if Murray's there at the beginning or not, but
Other than Murray, it's like, geez. Well, I mean, if they keep Hopkins, then maybe, but like, I don't know.
They still have Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
Still have Rondale Moore. Still have James
Rondale
Conner.
Moore.
I mean, their offense is going to be garbage.
Offense is fine. The defense is just terrible.
Well, yeah, but
No,
their
it
team
will
in general is going to be garbage. To start the season.
Yeah.
They're
Tough
like
division.
I said, they're expecting. They did a great trade moving back with Houston. That was great for them.
Yeah.
The problem is that moving back up was kind of stupid.
Correct. Yes. They could be picking back to back here, and instead, they just have the 1.
I guess they'll just have to wait till next year when they pick 1 and 2.
Right.
In the first round.
so if they stay here, do you guys think they go offensive line or?
They have to go
went-
defense.
Yeah, I was gonna say they went
They just lost Byron Murphy.
they went tackle first. Yeah.
Their number 1 cornerback was torched last year. He was like a rookie out of Florida, I think. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Branch
Marco Wilson, right?
Yeah, Marco Wilson. Yeah, that's correct. I feel like Branch has to go either here or next to Detroit. Because both could use
Branch
a
could
first
100%
round.
go to Detroit.
Or
I can see
DJ
that, sure.
Turner. I like DJ Turner a lot.
Oh, the speedster out of Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to trade this.
Mm-hmm. They're looking for something. Oh, there it is. That's exactly what we were looking for.
There's the Titans.
Trade. Yep.
Titans.
Is it
Ooh.
Levis?
Will Levis incoming.
Or
Has to
Hooker.
be, right?
Why?
It has to be
Trade
Levis.
Hooker,
Way
that
to
would
throw
be
some,
great.
there's
That
a
would
chance.
be great, though.
Tanner McKee, maybe?
Tanner McKee.
Tanner McKee's an unathletic Tannehill. I don't think they want that.
Yeah, I know. Ooh, Will Levis. I wonder what they traded. You think they traded? Yep. Ooh.
They traded Tannehill.
Yeah, I was just saying, do you think they traded Tannehill? I'm curious what the details are. How far did they move up?
Trade.
Like
They were at 41 and they moved up to 33.
so,
Okay.
like 8 picks.
Oh, I see it.
Yep. Okay. Gotta pull up my stuff. Oh. There you go. So it's 100% what we were waiting on yesterday. It was the Titans trying to move up and get a quarterback. So that's what they've done today, about 24 hours later than we expected them to.
I mean,
Yep.
it's
I think it's the right
You guys
choice.
have
I mean,
a-
take your chance.
You guys have a grade for the pick? What do you think?
B minus B. Like, cool. I mean, I get it.
They got him in the second round. I mean, that's pretty. I think it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I think it's a good pick.
I mean, I can't say that Levis was by a good margin my 4th quarterback.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, in the top of the site wasn't a first round pick, so he's not going to have.
And I
that
like,
kind of
and I like their
expectation.
1st round pick in Skoronski.
Yeah. So
Levis has the year to be able to play behind, like learn behind Tannehill.
He's
They
not
aren't gonna
there to
throw him
teach
into
the
the
young
fire.
quarterback, so I don't know. I don't know what he's going to
Huh?
learn. So he's not there to teach the young quarterback. Remember?
Yeah, well,
So I don't know.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, because he's not. I mean, honestly, I saw the outrage with that. I didn't really get that, but clearly he didn't mentor Malik Willis last year, based on
Honestly,
what we
why-
saw on the field.
but it's just in general, why say that?
Right.
Nobody's even going
right.
to know. Nobody's going to know if you were lying. If you just said, oh, yeah, it's great to have a young guy in here, have a nice little back and forth battle. I hope I can teach him stuff. Maybe he can teach me stuff or something stupid like that. And then you can literally never talk to him. Nobody will know.
Right. Yeah. PR wise.
So we got
It just
terms
made him
of the
look really
trade,
bad.
33 and 81 going to the Titans for 41, 72, and a 3rd round pick next year.
That's pretty good.
Hey, yeah, that's A- for me.
That's a pretty good return.
A-.
To move up in the 3rd, about 10 picks this year, and then also get a future 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you think of Levis, personally, I think I don't know, it's pretty good value. Maybe the 50-year option would have been pretty good to have. You could look at it that way, but
I mean, this is the big thing here is, so everybody was saying one of the excuses for being at Kentucky the final season was the lack of talent around him. What's he walking into in Tennessee?
Right.
A lack of talent around him.
right, yeah,
They got Treylon Burks and then blank behind him at wide receiver. Chigakwonkwo, obviously an athletic tight end, and then the end of Derrick Henry
Yeah.
Right.
behind a very bad offensive line.
picks in for the line.
Yeah. Where would you, looking at it from like a dynasty rookie draft, how would you
back, like
approach?
super flex? You can do back end of the 1st, and I'll accept it.
Yeah. I think you
can
almost
see
have.
it. I mean, it's just quarterbacks are so valuable in Superflex. The big thing was getting in the top like 38 picks is
Yeah.
usually the range you want to be if you're looking at produce like consistent success in like NFL draft history. If you're within the top 38 picks, you have a good chance of being successful, or at least having a chance to play. You know, the Andy Dalton types, the Derek Carr types, the Jalen Hurts types. So
I agree. I think end of the first, you got to at least take a shot on them.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that.
Flex.
Rookies are never cheaper than, or quarterbacks are never cheaper than in the rookie draft.
Yep. Ooh, just on the Lions pick.
You know who it is?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, so.
You don't sound thrilled.
No, I'm fine with it. I mean,
Oh,
I'm a
you're
little
fine with it.
surprised.
That means it's not one of the two that you said before.
I like how you're trying to read his reaction to it.
There you go.
I'm
It's
trying
on
to predict
TV
who
now.
it is.
I was just surprised he went above someone else.
Honestly, based on a lot of the late draft hype,
Interesting.
late draft process hype, I'm not really.
No?
They said that he was the most reliable, like overall well-rounded type tight end. He's more athletic than Mayer. Is a solid enough blocker. Yeah, Laporta.
Yeah. Just felt like Mayer was like a Dan Campbell type of guy, didn't it? I mean, that could just be reading into it, but it really did
Apparently
feel
Jack
like
Campbell is a Dan Campbell type of guy.
yeah.
As his
He was
quote
pretty
was something
excited.
about like, oh, you know, you just put some dip in and you go to work. That's just what we do in Iowa, as we play 3 different sports.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, back to back Iowa picks, huh?
And so, what grade do you guys give this pick?
I give it a solid B plus. I think it's building around that offense. I mean, that offense is stacked, right? Jeez, for the Lions, like I'm curious as to why they got rid of Hawkinson. I mean,
I was
maybe
going
they
to
just
say, it's
weren't gonna
really
play him.
interesting to me that right now you're effectively floating Swift out there as trade bait, and you already traded Hawkinson so that you could get Gibbs and now Laporta and just replace them in the draft with what you're going to get for trading those guys away. Like that's somehow an improvement. I don't.
Oh yeah, because anybody remember what pick they got for Hawkinson?
It was a weird one. It was just like
Was
a
it
second, but
or
then
a third.
I think it was a second, but then they like gave up their third to Minnesota, and it was at that time where like Detroit was like 1-6, and it was kind of like, what's the difference between Minnesota's second and Detroit's
Lions
third?
got a 2023 second round pick and a 2024 third.
Okay.
Vikings get the 2023 fourth.
Okay.
So I'm going to be interested based on how they use Laporta.
Yeah.
Because they didn't use Hawkinson in interesting ways.
Traded to
He
the
was an
Raiders.
inline guy. Even though at Iowa he was able to be in the slot, they just didn't use him like that really. But
Could this be Hooker?
Maybe. No, I don't think it will be.
Raiders moving up.
Raiders are moving up. Who knows?
Oh.
Oh yeah, trading with Indy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if it's not like who could it be? Where were the Raiders at before? Do you guys know?
They were just behind Seattle.
Yeah, I think
The
they
Raiders
were-
moved up from 38. Nice. They take Notre Dame tight end Michael Mayer
Wow.
because that's their
Wow.
solution for getting rid of Darren Waller.
Honestly, I mean, it makes sense.
Interesting. I like
They
Mayer.
had OJ Howard and
Jeez.
who's the guy that came over from Tennessee? Austin Hooper.
Austin Hooper, yeah.
Yeah, so they had those two. Mayer's obviously better than them.
Sure. I mean, and he's like a throwback tight end.
Yeah, he's
Jeremy Shockey type tight end.
that's why everybody thought he was going
Jason
to the
Witten.
Cowboys. was because he was just like Jason Witten.
Right.
Yeah. From like a non-fantasy point of view, I think I really liked Mayer, and like for my NFL team, if my team drafted him, I would have been pretty excited. Just the versatility, versus him versus Kincaid, and I know Kincaid's a little bit more of a skilled pass catcher, but Mayer's an interesting one there. So what do you got? Devontae Adams, Michael Mayer, Jacoby Myers,
Hunter Renfro.
Yep, Hunter Renfro.
At least 1 year of Josh Jacobs.
What's your guys' grade on that?
I mean, I don't know about. I guess it makes sense to trade up. No, why would they trade up?
I have no idea.
I'm just trying to, maybe they're worried about Seattle.
The Rams and Seahawks, and then Colts. None of those teams would be likely to have taken Mayer.
Well, they were the Colts, right? They were 38.
Yeah, they took the Colts pick.
They swapped with
So
the
it
Colts.
was just. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah,
So
Colts,
Indy,
Rams.
it would have been Indy, Seattle, and
Yeah,
then the
they go.
Rams.
So
I
Indy
wouldn't have
gets
expected
number
them to take.
38,
Yeah.
and they also get a 5th-round pick, number 141.
I mean, maybe Seattle. I don't know, or someone else
Well, they got
trading
Noah
up. I guess. Yeah, or
Maybe
someone else
Mayer
trading
was
up.
just the last tight end you liked on the board, so you were
Yeah.
panicking.
Yeah,
I
that
mean, you
seems
only
like
gave up a 5th-round pick, I guess, to move up.
Yeah, but that just seems like that does seem like a panic move.
Yeah, I mean
Everything
it's a
they
fifth
do
round
feels like a
pick.
panic move.
Once they
though,
saw
so-
Laporta go, they probably were like, "Oh crap,
Right.
got to get our guy."
That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance someone else trades up, right? And
I mean, I do think that there is a big difference between like these top three in terms of production that they've had, and then next being like Darnell Washington or even Luke
Although
Musgrave.
I do like Darnell Washington.
He was behind Bowers, to be fair, but
Still also did nothing either way.
right from a production standpoint.
I would not want my team to draft Darnell Washington.
I like
where?
Darnell Washington just
The
to be a
second?
body at the goal line because I feel
He
like that's
could
all they're
be
gonna
like-
use Mayer
yeah.
for.
I could find other 6'7" tight ends later.
Could you?
Probably.
That's reasonable.
If
mean,
that's
couldn't
if
he
that's your
have-
sole reason of liking Darnell Washington is because of
Yeah,
his run
that's
blocking and because of his goal line ability.
You might as well just get another offensive lineman, right?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with him like in the 3rd, 4th round for my team. I mean, he could have like a Mercedes Lewis, like 18-year career or
Right.
something ridiculous.
But yeah, Mercedes Lewis is like, if you want Mercedes Lewis, get him in the 3rd round. I think that's
Yeah,
appropriate.
The Rams, they literally need everything, right?
Yeah, well, who do you guys
Oh, yeah.
think they take? The
I
Rams.
have no idea. They just need
It could be
everything.
anybody, honestly.
I think a good player for them would be Osiris Terrence out of Florida, the
Yeah.
guard.
Sure.
Yep.
They could use some O-line help real bad.
Yeah, I think
Otherwise,
they do go O-line.
Literally make it open
Stafford,
to anything.
like,
Anything other than defensive interior, basically.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think O-line is. Oh, you just saw it. It is O-line.
It's TCU offensive lineman Steve Avila.
Sure, guard.
There
That
you
still works.
Yep. Yep.
Osiris and Avila were the two top-tier guards left. Just a bit different body builds. Like
Seahawks
Osiris is
could-
massive.
Seahawks could go Osiris. I could see them going interior line as well.
Yeah, they got their two tackles set, so they might as well go for some interior.
Yeah.
I
think
love
they
this
have a really
pace,
good
by the
chance.
way. This is
Yeah,
fantastic.
I
Let's
know.
keep it moving.
Other than the
It's
Cardinals,
great.
they were the only ones that took it down real far.
Did you guys like the Seahawks first round yesterday?
Loved it.
I really liked it. Yeah.
I mean, not for fantasy, but like in general for football, it was a good
For
move.
them, yes.
Yeah, for them, it was very good.
Even for fantasy, I mean, not next year in redraft for JSN, but I mean, Lockett, he has
In
like a
2
$25
years.
million cap
Yeah.
hit next year. They're not
Yeah.
going to pay him that. So, Yeah.
Right. They could have
Depends on
gone
if they
with
can handle that dead cap.
Kincaid, right?
What's that?
I mean, who's their tight end? Oh, they got Fant.
Noah Fant, and then like
Disley.
Parkinson.
Yeah, they got a
Still
couple
have Will
guys there.
Disley, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and Will
What do you guys
Disley.
think of Witherspoon over Carter at 5?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
They needed cornerback help too. They had Tariq Woolen and
Kobe
then
Bryant.
Kobe Bryant.
I think Woolen and Witherspoon make a pretty nice combo there. Kind
It's
of
a lot of length.
trying to rebuild the Legion of Boom days or something.
Yeah.
All right. Catching up a little bit. Scale of 100 on my post-draft grade here. So for Will Levis, I've got a 59.2. Puts him in the same territory as like Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Trask, and Bruce Grodkowski.
Oh,
Bruce
You can get the last one
Grodkowski.
in
That's right. Tight ends, Laporta, 78.7. So same territory as Mercedes Lewis, Mike Gesicki, and Heath Miller. And then Michael Mayer, 78.1, so just slightly behind him. Kobe Fleener, Greg Olson, and Jay Samaro.
Well, hopefully not Jay
I don't
Samaro.
remember that name.
When's the last time you heard that name?
It's been a while. There was a lot of excitement at him
What
coming out
happened
of
to him?
Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Lack of ability. Production.
Or didn't he get straight drafted with Hackenberg?
I think
Maybe
that
it
might have
is.
been the same draft as that. So it was just like,
It
this
was.
entire draft is garbage.
Picked about a couple of those guys. Chris Herndon was another guy. Everyone was all high on him. Wasn't he?
Right.
I think he was a little bit later in the draft pick, but who we got next? Seattle. That's right.
Seahawks are taking Auburn defensive end Derek Hall.
Okay.
Right.
It's fine, reasonable.
They need edge, or they could use edge.
Anything up front would have been fine for them.
Yeah.
Either side of the ball.
They got Nwosu's pretty good. What's going on with Collier? LJ Collier. Is he still with the team?
I don't think so.
He's on the Cardinals.
Oh, wow. So he's another guy. That didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, you can always use edge rushers, right? Every team seems like it's like cornerbacks and edge rushers.
It's a passing league.
Yep.
Yeah,
Guys
you could do what the
everything.
Eagles did this past
So
year.
Lions-
Just rotated like 5 stud pass rushers.
Yep. And then they had 2 all-pro caliber cornerbacks.
Yeah. I forgot Bobby
Colts
Wagner.
dropping back again, and the Falcons are now on the clock.
This is reasonable for them. I like what the Colts are doing.
Falcons, Hooker.
Did they take a quarterback?
They would be Hooker's older than Desmond Ritter.
Right.
I know, but I mean, are we sold on Ritter?
No, but we're not sold on Hooker either.
That's the point, yeah.
But hey, I mean, you get both of them. Maybe one of them pans out,
I'd
Rather
rather.
take another running back.
Oh God. Do Roshan
Yeah,
Johnson
take another
just to
running
make him
back,
Here
mad.
comes Jack Chardonnay right now.
Oh man, and they just run it.
Roshan could just follow
100
him
times
back
a
to the
game.
NFL.
How upset would you be if you were Roshan Johnson?
Yeah, I didn't. God, I can't get rid of this
They
guy.
might as well, right? They might as well just make Kyle Pitts a tackle and just move him to offensive line.
Oh man.
I don't know about you guys, but Kyle Pitts, I was super high on him in fantasy last year. I took him in
Oh yeah.
at the end of the second round.
Oh yeah. I'll probably be back in on him if he drops. Potentially, I don't know. Actually, Falcons are building a team. They just need a quarterback. In my opinion.
Yeah, we said
but-
yesterday this is becoming like the best fantasy offense, except for the most important position.
Well, I mean, are they trying to do the
The Colts get pick 44 and 110. So a fourth rounder.
Okay.
They need picks, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They just, after the quarterback position, they just need to fill in at a lot of spots.
Yeah.
Falcons could be doing like the Rams or Bucks model of just building your team up and then drop a quarterback in next year or something. I don't know who, but unless they really believe in Ritter.
I gotta think this is a defender.
So the Colts started the night with pick 35. They now have pick 44, and they added a 5th-round pick and a 4th-round pick. It's not bad. If there's nobody you love right now, then
if there's nobody you love, that is a perfect mentality. Just keep dropping back a couple spots.
Just keep stacking bodies.
As we said yesterday about Jacksonville. They did great at the end of the first round.
Yep. Oh, okay. Interesting. Tackle. Offensive
Tackle?
Yeah, offensive tackle for Falcons.
They just re-signed an offensive tackle. And they have Jake Matthews.
The confused Mike Manning's voice. I love it.
Well, it just doesn't make any sense.
Got to commit to that run.
I mean, I guess you got to open up some holes.
They're so committed to the run, they're going to just consistently have a 6th offensive line.
The third run-heaviest team in the league last year drafts a top 10 running back and then trades up to get a tackle.
Well, Bergeron, he's a guard, I'm pretty sure.
That would make more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bergeron's a guard.
He's listed as a tackle, but
I wonder why.
I think they have one guard spot lined up with Chris Lidstrom, who they just paid.
But, yeah, he's pretty good.
He's the best guard in the NFL. But they have McGarry and then Matthews at offensive tackle, so this guy has to be playing the other guard spot.
Besides that, I mean, Jake Matthews is getting a little old.
Scrolling down my list, I'm not.
Is he?
Pretty sure he's been in the league for a good decade now, I think.
Well, I thought he's only had like 2 contracts, which would be, getting like 8 years or so.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 31.
He's 31.
Just turned 31.
Did not even think it was that. Dang.
Yep.
Pretty much. So the Panthers here, they got to take a weapon for Bryce Young, right? I mean, or they or defense,
they're
of course, but
solid.
Yeah.
You got Hayden Hurst at tight end, Miles Sanders in the backfield. Offensive line is okay. Could use some upgrades if necessary. But the wide receivers being Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, and Terrace Marshall, and then Laviska Shenault. If they want to surround him with more players, that's fine. But
I mean, Shenault's a fun player.
I don't think that. I think they go defense, probably the secondary.
Do they have another pick this round? Just checking. No. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like you're going to have to surround Bryce Young eventually with weapon. You're not going to win with DJ Chark and Thielen, you know?
I could see them doing a player like Devon A-Chain. Someone that you wouldn't expect to always have the ball, but he's completely different than Miles Sanders in terms of his speed, where he can just, give him the ball in space and break it.
I could see it being Downs, though, because he's, Carolina guy. I don't know.
Downs learning behind Thielen in the slot.
So he's a receiver, I'll tell you guys that.
Interesting. Based on that response, though, I'm guessing it's not Downs.
Maybe.
That's what I think it is.
Just be spoiling.
No, we don't care about spoilers here.
Jonathan Mingo.
Oh.
That's interesting. I mean, I can't say I would have called it, but he was getting crazy hype coming into the draft.
He was.
One of those guys that why was his college production not as much as it should have been?
Yeah.
Is it because of his quarterback play and such like that, or is it just we're thinking he's more talented than he actually is?
Yeah, I feel like I need to go back and watch him just because of all the hype he was getting. I was a little surprised. Like, I mean, obviously warranted because he's the first receiver, right, in the second round, 5th receiver overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, some guy I need to go back and watch for sure. But I mean, again, I like it. I like getting weapons for Bryce Young.
Again,
You're gonna have to do it eventually.
He was my number 8 wide receiver, and he's just part of that whole Mod Podge of you take who you want because it's all the same. So whichever one you like the most, pick your poison.
He's a versatile guy. He spent time in the slot, spent time out wide. Big plays. Is it just because of who was his quarterback? Jackson Dart, the transfer?
Mm. The 4.48, it's pretty good. With being 6'2", 220.
All right. So Mingo with that draft capital goes to a 71.9. So that's same territory as Amari Rogers, Calvin Ridley, Earl Bennett, and Justin Hunter.
Wow. I haven't heard those last 2 names in a long time. Earl Bennett. Wow.
That's right.
For the Bears.
And Hunter's best years came as a special teamer on the Steelers.
Yeah, right. And then, Justin Hunter. He had a lot of potential back in the day.
Justin Hunter. I remember him with Tennessee, and yeah, that's where he was drafted.
He was like him and Green Beckham were around the same time, right?
I think Kendall Wright was there.
Right.
Yeah.
Green Beckham, maybe.
I mean, Green Beckham was only in the league for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, 2015 and 2016, and then done. 2015 for Tennessee, and 2016 for Philly. Green Beckham.
Wow.
40th overall.
Unfortunate. The dude was crazy talented.
Yeah, 6'5", could run like a low 4.4.
Seems like he'd be in the XFL right now or something. I don't know where he is, but
Like a Josh Gordon type where you just see his name and be like, oh, I remember that guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the Jaguars receiver who went really high? Had I think one good year.
Justin
He was a
Blackmon.
first rounder. Yeah,
Justin Blackmon, yeah.
He's another one.
Top 5 guy that did not work out because of his bad choices.
Correct.
Yep. Nope. He's not in the XFL, Green Beckham. Or USFL.
Wasn't he in the AAF at one point?
There's too many leagues coming and going.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to keep track.
You can't keep track of it all. Come on.
I can't believe we're even talking about.
I couldn't even remember the difference between
Oh,
the
there we
USFL
go.
and the
Mason's
XFL.
got all the deets.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, hopefully he gives good deals.
He'll pick you up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, but he's going to drop me.
Right.
He had problems with that in college.
Did the Saints get in the first round?
Brian Breesy.
Breesy.
Jeez, man. Why didn't you take Nolan Smith?
I thought they were going to
Because
go
they're
edge.
stupid. Because they're very, very stupid.
That's why I couldn't remember. I mean, Reese's fine.
I mean, they just lost Marcus Davenport. So they have Cam Jordan, who is getting up there in age. And then
the
who else do
guy
they
I
have?
can't pronounce his last name. Tano Pasagna.
Oh, the guy that came over from the Chiefs. And he was even a rotational guy at the Chiefs, let alone at the Saints.
Can any of you guys pronounce his last name?
No.
I've heard it before. It's like,
I can barely pronounce my own last name.
Passignon, I think.
yeah,
It's
the K is definitely silent.
Passignon? Yeah, I don't know. Cam Jordan.
Yeah, so this might be like a Keon White.
Oh,
Yeah, I can see it.
no, okay. I thought they traded, but they didn't.
Tassignon. Learn something new every day.
Passignon, okay.
There you go.
Like, Yeah, it feels like defense and Saints is kind of what they do, right? Build their lines.
Keon White,
This could be
even the BJ Ujulari from LSU right in their backyard.
Yep.
Two very good edge that could go. I mean, how happy would you be if you went to LSU for your college career and then go play for the Saints?
Right.
Unless you don't like Louisiana.
Yeah,
Bad.
but
I
that
guess,
would
yeah. Odd choice of college then.
suck. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They are
Who is
going
it?
edge, well, defensive lineman, but I honestly don't know who it is.
Ooh,
Foskey, maybe?
I don't know that player.
Isaiah
Yeah, Foskey.
Or is it USC guy?
No, it's Foskey.
Oh, it's Foskey. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, dang. 4.58. That's pretty good.
So now, once again, the Cardinals are on the clock.
Oh, he's a Notre Dame player.
Yeah. Yeah, Saints at 40 take Notre Dame defensive end Isaiah Foskey.
Yeah, it makes sense for the Saints.
Reliable edge guy. Pretty good
Yeah.
size.
A lot of things would make sense for the Saints, other than passing on good players and giving them to Philadelphia for no reason.
Yeah.
And
You know who I'm interested to see who goes? It's that
what's that?
Adebowale, the big guy from Northwestern that just dominated the combine.
I'm just interested. Why is Brian Branch still sitting there?
Maybe the Steelers will be able to
That's
get
true.
him in the next pick.
There's always a guy like that, right? Falls.
Yeah, right?
Keeps
A lot of
falling.
times it's like an injury no one knows about.
Well, he's
Yeah.
the only one that returned to the green room.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
Was it
think
just
there
him and
was four-
Levis?
There was like four
Oh.
players.
Levy's didn't come back.
Levis
There was-
didn't.
there was
Porter
four
Jr. didn't
players.
return.
Yeah.
Branch did return, and I forget who the other player was.
I have it here. Where was it?
We're thinking defense for the Cardinals here, right?
I mean, really, they should look defense for the rest of the draft
Yeah.
if they're being honest with themselves.
Where in particular on? Well, I mean, because they lost Allen, so they need linemen.
Keon
That's
White was the other one.
Oh, he was brought or asked to come to the draft.
Yeah.
Huh.
It was Keon White, Joey Porter, and Will Levis were all there yesterday and didn't come back. The only one that came back was Brian Branch, who's still sitting there.
Who, oddly enough, is one of the only. Yeah, him and Keon White are just the only two left out of that group.
They could have a good spread, you know? We just came back for the food or something.
He's just there for the catering. Yeah.
I wouldn't blame
Isn't
him.
And now he's alone, so he's got it all to himself. It's
Yeah.
a buffet.
doesn't Buda Baker one out of Arizona?
Yeah, he wants to be gone. So, I mean, Branch wouldn't be crazy for them.
Yeah.
I think the top cornerback is probably Julius Brents, maybe, out of K-State.
Oh, it's Edge. Ujulari.
Ojulari? That makes sense.
Yep. Yep. Again, I'm kind of edge guys are so valuable. Stack up on them. potential fantasy relevant team on the clock?
Doubtful.
Packers.
I mean, they should draft a wide receiver. Just I don't know who they would this time.
Why would you draft a player to help your young quarterback?
Tight end. I mean, who's their
Yeah, they
tight
could do
end?
Darnell or Luke Musgrave.
Draft a third running back. That makes sense.
Jeez, that'd be a slap in the face. Aaron Rodgers would text Jordan Love and be like, "Sorry, bro.
Your problem now.
Yeah, this is on you now.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't help me. They didn't help Brett. They're not going to help you."
Feels like if they do, I mean, Josh Downs would be nice there. I mean, Hyatt, I don't know. You got Christian Watson. I feel like Josh Downs would be a nice little receiver.
Downs would fit a lot better than Hyatt.
Yeah.
Last year, Dobbs spent a bunch of time in the slot. But I think that he would be better outside. So you put him and Watson outside and then third downs in the slot. It's not the worst thing in the world. Still arguably one of the worst in the NFL, but it's not the worst.
Marvin Mims has been getting a lot of hype.
Oh, you got Tank, right? Tank Dell.
Yeah, we could start our tank bet.
First of the two, the Tank run.
I like watching Tank Dell.
Tank Watch. That's what we're on right now. We're on Tank Watch here.
Tank Watch. 2023.
You create a graphic for that?
Yeah, I do not have a Tank Watch graphic.
It's becoming a popular name. I think you should get that.
I'll work on that for next year.
I think the Green Bay pick is in,
Okay.
and it is a weapon,
Not a receiver?
not a wide receiver. Not a running
Tight end.
Musgrave
Darnell Washington.
or
Nope.
Washington, I'd say.
Oh.
Musgrave or Washington.
It's Musgrave.
Yeah. All right.
I would have thought they would do Darnell because of how much they liked having Mercedes there. But
Musgrave's interesting, though.
Musgrave's a better down the field receiver.
Yeah, for sure.
So they're actually looking at the receiving game, which is good for Love.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, who's there right now? DeGuara?
Yeah, DeGuara.
Yeah, I mean,
One of their also terrible picks they've had in the past couple years.
Yeah, right. He's more of a fullback.
Yeah, and they took him in the third
I know. It's ridiculous.
behind AJ Dillon, which is still biting him in the ass.
Like what? Right. It's like what was the thought? Like what was the thinking behind that?
I think
who
LaFleur
knows?
really wanted to become like a run-heavy, run-first team, but realized I can't do that with Aaron Rodgers at the helm
With
because
Aaron Rodgers.
he's Aaron Rodgers.
So is that like their Kyle Juszczyk or something, DeGuara?
I think he was supposed to be along those lines, like a movable H-back,
Yeah.
but then he also just wasn't that good.
Right, and there's only one use check.
Yeah, that's what Miami tried to do with Alec Ingold. Didn't really happen that much.
Yeah, Musgrave's interesting. He had the knee injury, right, at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, I don't think he didn't play this year.
He only played a couple. I thought he played a couple games this year.
Or maybe he
I think
did.
he had like one big game and then got hurt or something.
Ian Rappaport points out that this is the pick they got from the Jets for Rodgers.
Of course.
Yeah, Musgrave played 2 games.
Yeah, only 2
Last year.
games, 60 snaps basically.
Yeah. He's kind of had a little bit of bad luck. I mean, he had the COVID year, and so Jets. Is that who's on the clock?
Yep.
Has to go tackle.
Hendon
Protect
Hooker.
your quarterback.
That would just be a
Just-
slap in the face to Zach Wilson.
I know, just
Yeah, right.
really rub it in, right? I mean, you got to go tackle. Oh, they went edge, right? First round.
Yeah, because the Steelers took their tackle.
Yeah,
Maybe they go Cody Mock here.
and the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. You heard that, right? They heard that. Lions GM heard that the Jets were going to take Gibbs at 15. Apparently,
Really?
I could see them doing DeJuan Jones, the tackle, the giant tackle out of Ohio State.
yeah.
Try and get the largest tackle combo in NFL history. I do feel like they have to go O-line at some position along the O-line. But they're pretty set at guard, and they just signed their center back. So
Yeah, I
has
don't
to be-
know if they have to go a line if Becton's back to good health.
Yeah, I don't know.
that's
They don't
the
have
big
a third
question.
round
Is he
pick.
actually back to good health?
They don't have a
They
third
showed a
rounder
picture of
either.
him. He lost like, I think 50 or 60 pounds.
Yeah,
or
he's
something,
doing well.
which is good, but are you going to stay on the field?
Right.
Because they were saying he was looking good last year entering the season until he completely ruined his knee.
Who are they taking?
It looks like they're taking
Joe-
Wisconsin offensive lineman Joe Tipman.
Yeah, Joe Tipman.
He's a center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I guess.
Okay.
They're just drafting Wisconsin guys because it's like, oh, you're Aaron Rodgers. You must know him, right?
Just
It's
rubbing
close
it in.
enough.
Jeez, a 6'6" center?
Yeah, I know. I just saw that. That's huge.
Wow. You don't see that too often. Usually for a reason.
Wonder if you'll
Carolina could never take
him
him.
play.
See if Indy
Alright.
actually makes this pick.
All right. Final draft grade for Luke Musgrave, 73. Comes in right around Zach Miller, Lance Kendricks, and Adam Shaheen.
I don't know what to think of that.
I mean, they haven't had much success at the tight end position since Finley, other than they had 1 year of Robert Tonyan.
Right.
Well,
Which
Zach
is all
Miller.
touchdowns.
Zach Miller for the Seahawks back in the day. Or was it the Raiders? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
he started
These are
on
the
the
Bears.
Raiders.
He was
Yeah,
a solid
Raiders,
player.
The Bears.
There was a couple
The Bears is where he just completely ruined his leg.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, he had the leg injury.
Yeah, where he had to retire after that. Almost
Right.
lost his
Yeah.
leg.
You got Bubba Franks. Don't forget about Bubba Franks.
Oh, yeah.
Green Bay legend.
Early
That's
2000s.
a big throwback. I remember in Madden, he was the slowest tight end like ever.
So Branch still falling.
Hey, Steelers are coming up soon. I'm okay with that.
Where are the Eagles? They seem to be, they're probably going to pop up here soon
Sure, right?
and grab them.
Honestly, there's
Walk
like
in
3 or
there.
4 players I'd be okay with at this point. So I'm just like waiting and seeing how it goes.
Yeah.
Colts make a good pick.
Colts.
It was a position of drastic need. They take probably the top cornerback left, Julius Brents, physical freak.
All right.
Nice.
He was like 90-something percentile in almost every category.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nice.
He's different.
Yeah, it must be nice.
6'4", jeez.
Yeah.
Man.
He's
He's just
6'4", Brent?
He's a
Yeah.
crazy length.
Damn. So what's his draft grade go out to?
I mean, he was expected to go early second, so I'm perfect. This is where he fell slightly more than I thought he was going to, but still.
Right.
Yeah, the Colts needed that. Needed a corner for sure.
Because all they have right now is Isaiah Rodgers and then Kenny Moore. And then behind that was just a big question mark. After they traded away Stephon Gilmore for just a 5th-round pick.
Right, who we got?
Green Bay going to
It's
take another
interesting
weapon.
that not
Green Bay.
only is Branch just tumbling down the draft board right now, but we are, 44 picks through, and we still haven't had a safety selected at all. So it's not like people are passing on him to take another safety.
Yeah.
They're just not being
They're just not picking
right
safeties.
now. Yeah.
I think
That's
he was
interesting.
above and beyond the number 1 safety. Like there was a big gap behind him.
But that's the point. Like if he's not good enough to be drafted in this top 50, what's that saying about these guys that are significantly behind him talent-wise? Like,
Yeah.
where are they going to fall?
Yeah.
Not a good year to need a safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It was a huge drop off. What do you got? Like Antonio Johnson and
Jordan
Illinois.
Battle.
Yeah, Jordan Battle, Sidney Brown.
Yep.
Yeah, Branch was by far the class of this class. So back to the Packers.
And
Okay.
so Julius Brents, what's his number
What do you mean?
or the grade afterwards? Remember you were
What was
like
it?
saying like you have grades for the players?
I have them for the offensive players for fantasy.
Oh, yeah. We only care
for
about
the
the
fantasy numbers. Yeah, that's all.
For
I care about.
fantasy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got
Mhm.
it.
Mhm.
And he hasn't quite done the
defense.
IDP level yet.
Knee hasn't convinced me to care enough yet.
Yeah.
Lions
He's
traded
working
up.
on it.
We'll give advice on the IDP, but we don't really have the
Got the
system.
Lions on the clock. They traded up.
Ooh, interesting.
Who's Dan Campbell going to take?
And they traded with the Packers too.
Wow.
Division trade.
The NFC North seems to be the only division that does that.
So Lions are leaping up here to grab a player they really want. So it's got to be somebody they could get in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Has to be a
He's got
defensive
4th
player.
round grade on him.
You got to go defense at this point.
I mean, if they move up here and get Branch, I'd be all right with it.
oh,
yeah,
they did.
I wouldn't
They
mind
did.
it. Like I think I think they should go defensive interior or pass rush or something like that.
They got Branch.
They did?
Yeah,
Makes sense.
it's a good pick. Thank God.
I mean, yeah, it's a top 15 rated player that they got at 45. We'll see
Yeah.
what they had to give up to get that pick at 45. But
They gave up 48 and 159.
okay, well, that's not
Good.
bad.
I mean, there was a chance New England would have taken them. There's a chance Washington would have.
Anybody should have been taking him. At
I
this
know.
Yeah.
point. So
I did wish he dropped, but I can't be too greedy.
who's up? New England.
Sure, you can.
It's helping make up for their terrible first round that they're having like a reasonable second round.
I don't know. They
Yeah.
took Sam Laporta. It's not like it's been
Is that
great.
reasonable?
So far,
I didn't say like
but
you know,
they,
that's
it's not.
but they got
a-
Brian Branch, so I'll give you that.
anything. It
Here's
was a
my
low
thing. I
bar
would
to
have been
jump.
excited for them to get Branch at 12. So the fact
Yeah.
that they got him at 45, that's great. I'll
This
give
is
you
like
that.
this is like that one Raiders draft a couple years ago when it was they drafted the giant offensive tackle in the first round that was like a third round pick out of
Yeah.
Alabama.
And we were like, who
Leatherwood,
the hell
yeah.
is that guy?
Leatherwood.
Yeah, Leatherwood. And then they draft like nobody thought that was a reasonable pick at all. Then they drafted Trayvon Moehrig in the second round, and they were like, if they switch these picks around, we're actually okay with that. Like that would be a reasonable draft. But the fact that you did it this way is dumb.
Yep.
Somebody called a
Leatherwood on
hotel
the
room in
Bears.
Kansas City because Patriots just took Keon White.
Oh,
Hmm.
now the players
Drive
always
him
go,
down
the
there.
Steelers are starting to drop.
And we've got the Commanders on the clock.
So no running backs yet, right? One receiver.
Right?
They're not going to go receiver. They could go running
I'm
back
just-
because they just hate themselves.
Yeah.
Actually, they'd be a great one for Darnell Washington
They would.
Sure.
instead of Logan Thomas, the shell of Logan Thomas at this point.
They'd be a good one for Hendon Hooker.
They would be.
He's probably what 4 years older than Sam Howell.
Yeah, you got to get a veteran presence in there
Yeah.
for Sam Howell. That's
Got
Right.
your Jacoby Brissett back there, but you know,
he's got to be up there with Jacoby. They got to be. They're in the same.
he probably is pretty
AARP
close to
club,
Jacoby's
yeah.
age.
Mhm.
I mean, are they really gonna? Who else? Sorry, you said Jacoby's on the team, right?
Yeah, they got
You guys
Sam Howell,
mentioned that?
Jacoby
Okay.
Brissett.
All right, I'm okay with it then. I was gonna say, are they really just gonna roll with Sam Howell and then?
I feel like they
Brissett.
have to do.
They love Sam Howell.
No,
Well,
they don't.
they do
just
today.
say they love Sam Howell.
Or maybe
It's fine
they're
to give
just
him a
saying that.
chance.
I don't know.
They
He
have
literally
Jacoby
ends his-
Brissett, Sam Howell, and Jake Fromm. That's their QB room.
Oh, Jake
Jake
Fromm's there, too?
Fromm. Wow.
I'm pretty sure that the head coach Rivera literally ends each of his statements about Sam Howell with "for now."
Right.
I just looked. I was because I always thought, why did the Cardinals get like Brissett? I guess we don't know if Murray's gonna miss time or not, but
Oh, he's going to.
He's going to miss time. He should be
So-
back
so
like mid to late October. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to miss probably.
Based on when
He's
he
definitely going on PUP.
took the ACL injury. Yeah.
yeah.
But
So
they
they're gonna go
really
with
like
Colt
Colt McCoy.
McCoy?
So, yeah. And if you're tanking anyway, then
Yeah.
definitely go with Colt McCoy.
Could you
But
imagine
why would they be? Why would they be tanking?
how
Caleb
bad their
Williams?
entire team is?
Because
Well,
the
'cause they're
defense
not
is so
going to be
terrible.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Because they're not going to
Even if Murray comes back and is like completely back to himself and everything else, the rest of the team around him obviously is not good enough to succeed.
Yeah.
So you don't want to like win 6 games at the end of the season and be in the middle of the pack.
Kyler is young and paid. Hollywood Brown is young and paid. You've got Rondale Moore, who you believe in, and is still a young guy on his rookie deal. You're trying to unload Hopkins at some point, and James Conner is a short-term rental. So you need running back, but that's a luxury pick for the long term. Otherwise, you got to fix the offensive line. You got to fix basically the entire defense, top to bottom.
Yeah.
I don't
So they
think there's a
need
single
picks.
starter on their defense that they're going to keep at this point.
Not if they trade Buda Baker like he wants.
So who do the Patriots take here?
They took
said
Keon White.
Keon White.
Yeah.
Oh, they took Deion White. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's Washington on the clock.
Washington.
It just makes sense. Take Darnell Washington to go to Washington.
Yeah.
Coach Rivera wants to run the ball. He can run block. No, they're taking a safety. And it's, yeah. Of course, now we're going to have a run on safeties.
Run on safeties? Sure.
Who was it, like
Was it
Martin
Adam?
or?
Yeah, it's the Martin out of Illinois.
Yeah.
Jartavius.
That
Hmm.
was my guess.
Which is weird because they actually had solid safety play last year.
Yeah, Curl is a good player.
Yeah, Cameron Curl. And I forget who the other guy was, but he came out of nowhere and actually was successful. Look at Dan Campbell with the blue shirt untucked. Looking like Dan Campbell would look.
Oh, wait. Did you say you said Jartavius Martin?
Yeah, the safety out of
Corner?
Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah, corner or safety?
So he's listed.
Safety.
I've seen him as safety, but I've got him listed as a corner.
Hmm.
On PFF's got him listed as a corner.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to check PFF and see.
We'll call him a DB.
Yeah, he played 493 snaps in the slot,
That could mean either. That could mean either.
and he played
Mhm.
177 deep. Rarely on the outside.
So yeah, I'd call him a safety then.
Yeah, more safety. Maybe a free safety.
Yeah. Because that's similar to what Branch did.
Yeah.
He was heavy in the
Okay.
slot.
Oh, Tampa Bay traded. And then Hooker. Is Hooker or Trask older? Who do you think's older? And then
Hooker's
Hooker
older than
or
Trask.
You
Yeah.
think so?
Yeah.
I believe so. I think.
Wait, is it
Yeah.
actually Hooker?
No, I just see they traded up.
Oh, okay.
They jumped Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Green Bay jumping back again. Oh, only two. They literally jumped Pittsburgh. Oh, that's not good. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's not good.
I mean, what's Pittsburgh need? Offensive line?
No, they're pretty solid in the offensive line now after drafting
Oh, yeah, that's right.
tackle last night.
Yeah.
I'd say
I mean,
they'd
they
probably
could
be looking
use
at edge.
more, but
They're trying to get edge probably.
Yeah, Tampa was at 50, so they only moved up 2 spots, but it was just
Yeah.
to get in front of Pittsburgh. So had to be for a reason.
Yep. I don't like it.
It's making him real nervous over there.
It is. Anytime a team literally drafts or trades up to go one spot ahead of another team, you know that they know something the other team's thinking.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was only one spot, huh? 50
Yeah, they did the exact
48.
same the Steelers did in round one.
Yeah. I'd love for a running back to go to Miami for fantasy. That would be awesome.
Yeah, Delvin Cook. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Who is it? And Keon White does not look happy.
There's a lot of tight ends that turn into defensive linemen.
I did not see. I still haven't seen compensation on the earlier pick or the 45 trade for the Packers. Did I miss that somewhere?
Oh, they got an offensive lineman. That's okay.
They obviously got
Didn't see that.
48.
I think it was 45 and 159 or 169.
So like a 6th round pick, 5th round pick.
I saw that from that was I think Albert Breer that tweeted that out.
I'm looking, I don't see it.
I can double check and see.
It's Cody Mock.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
you can
North Dakota
fine.
State offensive lineman.
he's
Cody
he's
Mock.
like one of my favorite players in the draft, hands down.
I wouldn't have been happy if they drafted 2 offensive linemen out of 3
I
picks.
mean, yeah, the dude just looks like a football player.
Isn't he missing his front teeth?
Yeah, look up a picture of him. It's amazing.
All right,
He's
He
Mr.
like,
looks
Berlin,
like
what,
he
is,
looks
what
like
sticks out
what
to you
you
there
want
in the
your
first half
offensive
tonight?
tackle to look like.
I mean, the obvious ones are Levis going to Tennessee, and then I'd say the Musgrave and Laportas, the tight ends. I don't think much about the Mingo pick. Like, it's fine, but I'm not thinking much of it, even in terms of Dynasty, a whole lot. But Laporta and Musgrave can contribute this year easily
Yeah.
on what should be solid to good offenses. Levis will be, if you're looking for a cheap possible, dart throw for down the road for next year. Same thing that Malik Willis was last year. If you want, he's just a better investment because he's a better quarterback and he had better draft capital.
Right. Mike Berlin, anything specific sticking out for you?
Yeah, like Mike said, I like the tight ends. I mean, I really like a tight end falling to Green Bay. You can see him being like the second option there for that team. So that's always intriguing. Laporta, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of mouths to feed on that offense, but we'll see how that goes. And then, Michael Mayer to the Raiders. Like, I really like Michael Mayer. I think he could just be a overall solid player. So a little interesting that, we've only had one receiver day 2, so only 5 receivers taken in the first 46 picks, which is pretty. How many first rounders were last year? 5, 6 first rounders last year. So I definitely
there was
see
like
the
5 plus there was like 2 or 3 4 of them early in the second, early to mid.
yeah. You can definitely see the difference in talent between the receiving class. So,
And the Steelers take Wisconsin defensive tackle Keanu Benton.
It's fine. Best defensive interior defender that's on the board. I would have been intrigued by that Northwestern out of Bawari, just because crazy athlete. I think the big thing, I'll be intrigued by Musgrave because Jordan Love's mentality so far has been, in the short time we've seen him in the NFL, is attacking the middle of the field. He likes between the numbers, and that's where Musgrave can probably succeed the best.
Yeah.
definitely.
I mean, against the Eagles, the shots he was taking were in the middle of the field with like crossing routes from Watson. That was that big play that he had for the touchdown. I don't know if the Lions are going to use Laporta enough because they didn't do it with Hawkinson.
Yeah. I mean, you got St. Brown, now you got Gibbs, and Jameson whenever he comes back. So, for fantasy purposes, any teams coming up here you'd really like to see a running back go to? We got Miami, Chargers, Dallas.
Dallas is intriguing. I think Chargers would tell you a lot. Miami, obviously, they could use one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't draft one because of all the links to Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, I can't see the Chargers. I just see them going defense. Be very surprised if they went another running back. For the 3rd year in a row, in like the top 3 or 4 rounds,
something like that.
Yeah, but Josh Kelly and Isaiah Spiller are not sustainable on their own.
Yeah,
right.
So if they are looking to get rid of Eckler, they would need another body back there that has pass blocking and receiving ability.
Packers just went receiver.
Really, wide receiver?
They
Yep.
did. Packers take Michigan State wide receiver Jaden Reed.
Oh,
I like that. I like from what I've seen from Jaden Reed.
solid player.
Yeah.
I can't say he would have been my top pick, but I don't think it's crazy.
No, I mean, we still got Downs. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like Jaden Reed a lot.
He was getting a lot of what was expected to be later round hype, like early day three type hype.
Yeah.
Everybody thought he was going to be a good steal then, but obviously Packers were like, no, we'll just do it now.
Yeah.
Right.
Player comp Stephon Diggs. Wow.
It's a great
No,
comp for him,
that-
right?
It's a hell of a comp.
Yeah, I can just see him kind of just being a weapon, like moving him around and in motion. And so now you got Watson and I just saw Cody Mock right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Jaden Reed a lot. For fantasy, I don't know what he's going to ever be, but just in terms of for Jordan Love the most, I think it helps, obviously, like in just the overall offense, in my opinion.
I know he was big 2 years ago when Pitt played Michigan State in the bowl game. He made a few pretty great catches.
Mhm.
Of course, now that they've done the most to add to the offensive weapons that they've done in Rodgers' entire career.
Why is that? Do they just think, Rodgers is good enough to not have weapons? Is that what their reasoning is?
They probably thought that. I mean, you have
Yeah,
to
like-
surround Jordan. Jordan Love is on a 1-year deal essentially.
Yeah.
They have to
that's
decide,
true.
I think, by either a week or 2 weeks from now, whether they pick up his 5th-year option, which
Yeah.
would be a $20 million or $21 million. Which, if he succeeds and plays well this season, you'd be fine paying him that. If
Yeah.
he plays poorly, you're pissed that you picked up the 4th-year or 5th-year option.
No, yeah, that's definitely
But you know
That makes a
nothing
lot of
about him
sense.
really.
yeah. So you need to
You've only seen him
give him more
play
weapons.
a game and 2 drives.
So now you have Watson, Reed, Romeo Dubs.
And then
Yeah,
that
we
Toure
talked
guy
about the
from
sad
Nevada.
state of that wide receiver room
Musgrave.
yesterday.
Yeah.
It's Romeo Dobbs, Christian Watson, Samori Tor, Jeff Cotton, Bo Melton, and now Jaden Reed.
I mean, Jaden Reed and Musgrave in there.
Yeah, Musgrave immediately becomes tight end 1.
Yeah.
I'd say
Oh, yeah.
Jaden Reed becomes immediately wide receiver 3.
Yeah,
Right.
I feel like it's a lot of the same.
I wouldn't think that Jaden Reed is too much different from Romeo Dobbs, really.
I wouldn't
feel
say
like he's a little
Watson's the
more-
one.
Watson has to be the one.
I mean, they think he is,
Yeah.
but I don't think he's good enough to be the one.
No, I don't either. I think he was very hyped up last year based on his just tight end or touchdown production, and that
Yeah.
was a very inflated touchdown production based on like 2 or 3 games.
It was all touchdown hype.
Yeah.
So
But also, they didn't really have much. So you see why people jumped all over
right.
Christian Watson, Who do the Dolphins have at tight end? I'm just looking now. Durham Smith.
Adam
okay.
Shaheen or Durham Smith. Yeah, I didn't know if it was Shaheen or
it's
Smythe that they
Eric
had.
Saubert
Smythe.
and Durham Smythe.
Didn't have much once they
can
let
see it.
Kentucky go, but they also literally used the tight end as little as possible last year.
Right.
Just feels like, I don't know, coming from San Francisco, it feels like maybe they didn't have the guy they trusted to kind of run and play in that system. It seemed like what the whole talk about Gesicki in the offseason and about he has a lot to learn and playing the tight end. So I don't know. It feels like if they like a guy here.
Well, Gesicki in his entire career up to that point had played about 75 to 80% of his snaps from the slot or out wide. And then in his 1 year with Mike McDaniel, it literally flipped. He was like 60 to 70% in line.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just not for him.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I guess offensive line would be smart, protect Tua.
Dolphins have their pick in. They win a surprising position, actually. It's cornerback Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
Okay.
All right.
When they already have Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard.
I forgot they traded
Me too.
for Ramsey.
But they did lose Byron Jones because of medical.
Right.
I think Cam Smith was like probably the best corner left.
I know.
Just looking at who's available.
I think I don't remember if Noah Igbenane is still there or not. He was their former first-round pick that just literally turned into nothing. I mean, if you have to worry about defending now Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen.
Yep. Mac Jones.
Well, didn't have to.
Terrified about Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's you're
One
right.
indeed does not like the other.
The Bears.
Holy crap.
What happened?
You're not going to believe Seattle's pick.
Seattle was on the clock?
Yeah.
That was the Bears. Oh,
Bears should be on the clock
crap.
after.
Oh, man.
What's the one position you don't think they need right now?
Well, I just saw what
Running
it
back?
is, so I could cheat. Wow.
But what's the most Seattle pick that they would do?
Running back?
Wow.
Running back.
Everyone's going to hate this.
Did they take
Oh,
Charbonnet?
wow. Everybody loves Charbonnet coming into this, too.
Oh, no.
Yep. I did Charbonnet.
And now it just,
Wow. Man. That's just not fun. Right?
this has been
Come
an
on.
awful draft when it comes to landing spots for some of these players.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's back up a second here. Because
You know,
I'm
they
not
don't make-
seeing Cam Smith. I'm seeing from Albert Breer. Let me see. Maybe he's a pick behind.
I was going to say, I got Cam Smith from the Ari Merov. He's usually pretty reliable.
Yep.
Hmm.
Okay.
PFF tracker has that too.
That should be okay. It was throwing me off because Albert Breer had Charbonnet going to the Dolphins, and that would make sense.
Yeah. That would be a great
But-
landing spot for him. But no,
Yeah, he's going
One
to
pick
pick
later.
later to Seattle. Yes,
Ah,
there it
man.
is.
to just
Yep.
crater his value.
Correct.
Or both. I mean, Walker and Charbonnet are like,
Gross.
I mean, they're similar style running backs.
so what do you do? I mean, I know you just went there, but it's like, man, does
I
that
think
just
Charbonnet drops out of the first round for sure because he was taken in first round of rookie drafts a lot
Yeah.
in the back end.
What about-
I'm not touching him in the first round, guaranteed.
So
I'm
Kenneth
sure some
Walker. Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
go ahead.
yeah.
Oh, I don't think
Kenneth
it hurts
Walker.
at
I know
all.
that Seattle wants to run the ball, but that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
This is different than when Rashad Penny was there and they drafted Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Rashad
Yeah.
Penny was on his final year of his deal and was
Stay
injury
healthy.
prone. Kenneth Walker is on the second year of his rookie deal and hasn't missed much time at all,
Yeah.
even back
So
to college.
Where was Walker for you guys in like redraft? Was he a late first rounder, mid or second round pick?
Top
this year?
10, probably.
Yeah, for this year. Like before
Top 10 in
Charbonnet
running
going
back.
there.
I don't know about overall.
Yeah, I'd
Probably
probably
high
call him-
second round.
I'd probably say
Does-
mid to late second round is fine with me,
Does that
depending on
drop
how
a
your
bit
draft
now?
falls.
No, I don't don't think so.
Okay.
Like Charbonnet is good and has shown flashes, but to me, he was a guy that really depended on where he landed, the situation he was in, the kind of cut that he was going to get. And I would still say it's probably 70-30 split. I think it's important to remember they ended up losing Rashad Penny and they lost DJ Dallas in free agency. So they're looking to backfill at running back. I think this is kind of an overpay if you're just looking to backfill, but it also could just be this is how they value him.
Like I would have expected today,
DJ Dallas type
guaranteed
punt returner,
that they would have drafted a running back at some point. But I just didn't expect their first pick or second pick of today. But I wouldn't expect a second round running back.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, it is Homer. Dallas is still there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now it's Kenneth Walker, Darwin Thompson, DJ Dallas.
I think they just let go of Kenneth or Darwin Thompson.
Yeah, recently, I think.
Ooh,
and now they've got Charbonnet. Interesting.
Have to wonder how much that hurts Kenneth Walker's dynasty value.
I don't think it affects it at all, honestly.
I think it will. The optics of it, I think, will. I mean,
he was a top 5 dynasty running back.
Yeah, I think you can get people freaking out about it a little bit, and maybe.
I think he'll drop a couple spots now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't overlook a second round running back.
70.8. So that's McCole Hardman, Chase Claypool, Chris Conley.
Is that for Reed?
Yeah. And we'll see on Charbonnet.
Bears took
Florida D tackle.
Yep.
They need to eventually hit D tackle.
Behind here. Chargers are on the clock.
I think they go probably corner. Staley loves his corners. I hope they go corner at least. I won't be upset if they draft offensive line because they seem to can't stay healthy if you're a Chargers offensive lineman.
Well, obviously their left tackle's returning.
Yep. Slater. And
and right tackle's Pipkins, who hasn't really played well.
And then the tackle that replaced they did. The tackle that replaced Slater, I think he's moving to guard.
Still got Corey Lindsey at center, so I could see either a guard or tackle be perfectly fine for them.
Mm-hmm. Sale, not Slater. Well, the guy who replaced Slater was Jamari Salyer. He played pretty well last year, surprisingly. He was a rookie last year. I think he went to Alabama or Georgia or something.
I mean, looking at their team, it depends on if J.C. Jackson's coming back anytime soon.
I don't know about that. He had a pretty bad injury, right?
Yeah, it was like a dislocated knee plus some ligament tears.
Yeah. The track record for that injury is not very good.
No, not at all. So, guard would make sense.
Nazir Adderley retired kind of suddenly. Or safety.
Safety wouldn't be a crazy. Anything along the defensive front for edge or interior.
Just feels like a safety might be a little bit of a reach.
With what's left,
not. Yeah. With what's left,
I mean, I wouldn't
one taken too.
I wouldn't think it's crazy to go cornerback here because while they're
Charbonnet
dropping like flies,
in.
you have Asante Samuel Jr.
Mm-hmm.
and then J.C. Jackson, and then it becomes pretty thin. And you're in a division with Mahomes.
They traded to Kansas City.
Whoa, another interdivision.
Another in-division trade.
Wait,
where was Kansas
City?
They
changed one spot?
No, did they?
Or did KC jump in behind them?
It shows KC on the clock and then the Lions, 55.
The Lions are at 55.
Did KC come from?
So Charbonnet 72.5, same territory as Nick Chubb, Cadillac Williams, and CJ Spiller. It's not bad. It's pretty good company. I still don't love the landing spot, though. That's the problem.
Say.
I hate it.
If he didn't get murdered by the landing spot.
Absolutely hate it. So where was Kansas City before? 63, I guess?
Chargers are taking USC defensive end Tuli Tuipulotu.
That makes sense. I mocked them to have a defensive end.
Totally
in the first
butchered
round
that, but that's fine.
because they have obviously Joey Bosa, who is under contract for a while. Khalil Mack is definitely on the back end of his career at this point,
Yep.
and his contract is not friendly at all.
It is not.
Yeah, the
that's
Lions
basically
traded
all they have.
55 to the Chiefs.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the Lions traded. Okay, that makes sense.
Trying to recoup some of the capital for whatever it is they traded to go up and get Branch. Which
I
we
think
still
that's
don't
worth
know. Been very bad about getting the trade details tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that pick by the Chargers because besides Bosa and Mack, you really don't have anyone else.
and both of them dealt with injuries last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be even back into the first round, early second guy.
Especially with all the linemen that have gone to this point.
Mm-hmm.
For him to still be sitting there is interesting.
Not many of them. Only
That's what we're all saying, Chris. That's what we're all saying.
Yeah, right. I think it's very crazy to have a rookie draft before the NFL draft happens.
Yeah. 100%.
Very ballsy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could handle that.
No.
I mean, you got to think like last year, Malik Willis would have been top 2 or 3 pick in Superflex rookie drafts before the NFL draft.
And Charbonnet this year, like you said.
Yeah, Charbonnet would certainly have been a first round pick this year in rookies.
No, I think it's just there's no point in doing it before the NFL draft.
All it is I hear people that do it say, well, it's just trust your own evaluations. If you trust your evaluation of who the player is as how talented they are, then you'll be fine. Well, yeah, but that's not 100% of what goes into it.
Yeah.
Charbonnet is a good player, but now he's sitting behind a second-year leading rusher for the team
Yeah.
that was drafted in the same exact round as him.
Man, it's basically kind of guarantees. I mean, Levis is for sure a first rounder now in Superflex.
Interesting. Okay.
Ooh.
Don't know about that one.
Is the Chiefs one in?
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see. So who's next? The Jags. All right. So with the 55 pick, trading up to get him, the Chiefs are taking SMU wide receiver Rashee Rice.
Honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't think that means really much of anything to Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney. This guy is just a type of receiver that they don't have.
Yep.
He's a catch point receiver, contested. He'll go up and snag the ball himself. So I get the different play style. They don't have anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be a possession type. Yeah, just like you said, the catch point and just really good hands for sure. Not a blazing fast guy or anything, but the Chiefs have had their mix of that for the last couple of years, not working out. I mean, they got
What are you
MVS.
talking about? It's worked out great.
I mean, they are Super Bowl champions.
That's why they're all still there. I mean, they won the Super Bowl, right? So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see, 71. Where did he go? There he is. 71.2 for Rashee Rice. So pretty much same territory as Chris Conley, Chase Claypool, and of course, Nicole Hardman. It's interesting that the player comp here is Terrace Marshall. It's a step down from the Stephon Diggs one we saw with
slightly.
Jaden Reed. A little bit.
I can't say that's the first thing that would come to mind whenever I'm thinking about Rashee Rice.
It's Terrace Marshall?
No. Yeah, not at all.
Yeah. That's fair.
I'd think more of like a poor man's Anquan Boldin. I mean, poor man's, like, very low tier. That was the first, big-bodied contested catch type guy that's good after the catch that I could think of. Yeah, if I'm any Sky Moore owner, which I am, I'm feeling perfectly fine after the second round here.
Well, they got it. Yeah.
This doesn't bother you at all.
Not really.
Fair enough.
That might just be some blind love for Sky Moore that I still have. But
what are you expecting from Sky Moore this year?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. I expect MVS to still be the just deep threat that rarely gets a target, really. He's kind of just the cardio guy. And then it's going to be depending on how often Kadarius Toney stays on the field. If Toney misses time like he has just last year and the year before, Sky Moore's going to have a chance to make a name for himself. Mm-hmm. He was involved in the offense later in the season last year, even all the way up to the Super Bowl, whenever everybody was still healthy. So they know what they got in him. They just know he shouldn't be a punt returner.
Yeah.
He just fumbled way too many times.
Yeah, it makes sense. He kind of came on late. I mean, coming out of the MAC, and I'm sure Andy Reid's offense is not the easiest offense to get a hang of. So,
yeah, nobody expected last year. If you thought Sky Moore was going to be an immediate impact type player, you were evaluating him wrong.
Yeah. People are going to be taking Rashee Rice in the first round Dynasty rookie drafts now.
Sure, that's what happens. You put that Chiefs jersey on, that's what happens.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes.
So who do we get? Ooh, okay.
Ooh, interesting.
I like that pick one.
Chicago's in?
Yeah.
Oh, no, somebody traded up?
Yeah, it's the Bears.
Oh.
The Bears traded up with Jacksonville to 56, and they took Miami corner Tyreek Stevenson.
Yeah. Makes sense. Can't go wrong.
The trade details.
Ooh.
56 for 61 and 135. Well, that's really good, actually.
Yeah.
56 for, say that again?
61 and 135.
61 and 135. Okay, yeah. Did the Giants go first round? Cornerback, right? Banks?
Yep, Deontay Banks.
Okay.
Nope,
I
not
mocked
gonna make
them.
an announcement.
Osiris Torrance in one of my mock drafts. Who's
Yeah.
still there and would make sense
Yeah.
because they have their 2 offensive tackles set, but their interior is just
John
mediocre
Michael Schmitz
veteran.
as well would make sense.
Who's that?
The center from Minnesota, John Michael
Yeah, sure.
Schmitz.
Their entire interior is 2. The guards are 2 veterans that barely saw any starting time before they joined the Giants,
Mhm.
and then I think it's a Feliciano at center. So it's just guys that are, meh. And you just paid
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones, and you're hoping to pay Saquon Barkley. So
Yeah.
does Dallas take a running back, or do they take Michael Mayer?
Mayer's gone.
Mayer's gone.
Oh, right, forgot about that.
Later.
You're thinking of yesterday. They should have taken Michael Mayer yesterday. That would have made sense for them.
Instead, everybody was supposed to be happy about a defensive interior,
Hmm.
a good defensive interior, but
It's John Michael Schmitz for
Yeah.
Giants.
yeah, makes sense.
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
For sure.
Who first named always the crowd pleaser.
What running back would make sense for the Cowboys? A-Chain? I mean,
No.
wouldn't make sense, right?
No, it'd be too similar to Pollard.
AJ Spears?
Spears would be good.
I like Abanikanda.
Israel Banakanda,
Yeah.
former Pitt guy. I'm okay with that.
He's intriguing for sure. Young guy, runs
He's like-
fast.
He won't even be 21 years old. He won't even be able to drink when he enters the NFL.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Like the reverse Hayden Hooker.
Hendon Hooker.
Hendon, whatever. It's all the same. We're too far into this.
I mean, Charbonnet is, Banakanda is a one cut and go speed guy.
Yes.
He's like 220 pounds or 210 pounds, and he's still just blazed past people at like a 4.41, I think it was.
Yeah, it was high fours or maybe even in the 4.3s. I thought. I
Yeah,
heard.
depending on which report you took.
Right.
He
Yeah.
only did the pro day.
Yeah, it was unofficial below 4.4. So.
Maybe they do Darnell Washington instead, huh?
Yeah. Or Tucker Craft.
Just picking up, trying to get fantasy relevant players to be picked here.
Desperately looking for
Oh,
something
they-
to talk about.
Yeah, all we've gotten is defenders and offensive linemen at this point
It's a tight end.
for Dallas. But it's not
a tight
Darnell.
end for Dallas.
It is.
It's not Darnell.
It's Michigan tight end Luke Schoonmaker.
Schoonmaker.
Yeah. I actually like him. I mean, I think
Yeah, he's good. I didn't think he'd go in the
Solid player.
second, but
Didn't either.
Do I even have anything on him? Probably not.
It kind of shows you, I guess, what people are a little afraid of Darnell Washington. I mean, what receiving upside does he have? I guess.
they don't trust the upside.
Yeah.
This just
They're-
makes me think that they're going to go tight end committee this year.
I was going to say there goes my Ferguson stocks, but maybe not. I mean,
Honestly, coming out, I think Ferguson's better than Schoonmaker.
yeah. I mean, I don't think. I mean, Michigan, they're not passing the ball a lot. Very much a run-first offense, but he was kind of like their weapon when they needed that first down. You know, they went to him and they got it. So it just makes me think that maybe there's a little bit more potential there as a receiving tight end.
Well, you know what? This is perfect because as we're sitting here talking about Dallas, we're talking about Schoonmaker, and we're talking about tight end. That's it's the perfect time to bring on our tight end aficionado, Mr. Neil Smith. Neil, welcome to the broadcast for the second night.
Thank you very much. Grateful to be back. Wasting more time talking about valueless tight ends that won't see any playing time until 2026. Oh, it's been beautiful. Mike, congratulations. Congratulations on getting Joey Porter Jr. I know that's what you have in your heart of hearts.
I am happy.
Congratulations to the Packers on actually getting some sort of meaningful wide receiver that might actually contribute. And into the comments, Chris Salazar, stay in your lane. Stop talking about Naperville, Illinois. That's Steve and I's job. Sir.
Yeah.
That is our job firmly. We will explain what Naperville, Illinois is as 20-year veterans of Bolingbrook, Illinois. Stay in your lane. But I got to say, I was listening to Mike. Mike is right. This has not been great for a fantasy-themed stream. Not very many fantasy-themed players have fantasy-relevant players. In fact, I covered most of them in my little intro right there. That's
Basically
pretty much it. Like, I couldn't help myself. I also was talking in our Discord about Pete Carroll just can't help himself. He just can't. He made it through one night without drafting a running back, but he got into that second night and just immediately started getting just scratching. Just
Ironically,
couldn't help himself.
He is so like the 49ers draft strategy. He just amps it up and does it in the second round instead of doing the third or fourth or fifth round. He always wants multiple running backs drafted. Like, I'm sure
At least this time he only had 2 running backs on the roster when he pulled the trigger. So it's a little bit more defensible, right? He doesn't have Travis Homer to kick around anymore. That's our problem now in Chicago, which is gross. But he only had DJ Dallas and Kenneth Walker. So I could kind of get it. You kind of need a third guy no matter what you're going to do. You know what I mean? So
I get drafting a running back.
Why Charbonnet?
Drafting a running back in the second round.
But in the second round, again, he's scratching. He's scratching. Like I gotta get. I can't just have 2.
That's why they didn't show him in the war room.
Well, he was
wasn't
shirtless.
wearing pants.
He was
wasn't
completely
wearing
naked.
pants.
Yeah, he was completely naked in the war room. That's why that would have been really inappropriate. Like there was no way that man was wearing any clothing. For years, I have maintained that Pete Carroll has a separate cell phone that just has all the running back phone numbers loaded into it. And at 3:00 in the morning, he's just sending you up texts to every running back in the NFL. That is literally Pete Carroll. That is what he does.
Put on some pants, Coach Carroll. I think their camera's coming on soon. Draft me a running back then.
Yeah, yeah. I'll put pants on when we get a running back. All right.
I will take another article of clothing off every round, every 5 picks that go if we don't get a running back.
Yeah.
As he takes off a sock as he says that. Like, you think I'm kidding? Like, ask those co-eds. Wait, hang on. We can't talk about that. That's also ancient history. We can't talk about that.
They're just lucky he wears a lot of layers.
Yeah, exactly. I will say the Lions finally made a pick that didn't make me want to vomit blood. So good job to them. It only took 2 days. Finally did it. I think they finally wrestled the cell phone away. And we're like, get out of here. Get out of here.
Was it Branch?
It was Branch.
Laporta.
Yeah, they finally made a pick.
Laporta, although
No, that
you
was
were a tight
that
end
was the
aficionado.
that was the cherry on top of a fecal matter Sunday that has been their draft so far. And then the Branch one is at least they're trying to work it out a little bit in the background. And they traded down after that. You know, it's like, oh, okay, like they're trying to pull out of that nosedive, but it's going to require a lot of like working on the throttle to pull out of it.
Looks like the Bills pick is in.
Oh, good. Are they going to get a slot? Is it finally going to happen?
Nope.
No, their slot came with Dalton Kincaid.
Gross.
Yeah.
They got Florida guard Osiris Torrance.
It's a good.
Okay.
Pick.
Yeah, I want to mock them for that, but I kind of can't. Like, it's not fun.
I mean, it makes sense for them.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I want to mock them, but
Yeah.
that makes
Just
too much logical sense.
Protect Josh Allen and try and get some sort of running game.
I also liked how we got a brief celebrity appearance from Steve's dog Jake in the background. He has now left the shot. But at one point he was firmly in frame.
Was he posing or he didn't know he was in frame?
Well, honestly, we would do better if we just put Jake on camera. Like the views would go up
Like the
significantly.
ratings would go up, probably.
Yeah, if we all just left and we just put Jake on, we would probably go up significantly in the ratings.
Should I open up the door and let Kubo in here?
Yeah, sure. We'll just make this the dog cast. Like that'll
like Bill Belichick a couple years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll
Having
go
Nike
viral
just
if we do it.
Nike,
computer.
yeah, Nike Belichick, right?
I hate how much
Also,
I
is
like
it just
his
me
dog
or
and
is
his name.
it just crawling at 1 mile an hour tonight?
It was a good pace to
There.
start.
Yeah, it started
They're
off
Starting
well.
off great.
They're taking their yeah. Recently though, they're just running AT&T commercials over and over and over again. Like you got to get their money worth. Like it's
There it is. The Florida man is excited to finally see the Florida guard off the board.
I mean, he is a massive guard.
yeah, he is a massive guard. There have been several massive Florida people that have been drafted recently. Actually,
Did you see the center that was 6'6"?
yeah,
Yeah.
Jeez.
absolutely.
Did you see Kalijah Cansey going against that guy?
Well, and then even Gervin Dexter to the Bears. That is not a small man. Like that is a large individual. Gotta say, Steve, we'll see how it pans out for the Bears, but I can't say that I'm infuriated by what they're doing here tonight or last night. They're at least picking the right positions. I don't know if if they got the right personnel exactly, but the positions at least make sense. Needed a tackle, got a tackle.
So they're starting at they're listed as C.
Right.
They got at least a C.
They got it. Yeah, you needed a D tackle, got a D tackle. You needed a corner, you got a corner. Like you.
Whether that goes up or down.
Yeah, exactly.
Time will
We'll
tell.
see how it pans out, but at least you're not out here just taking useless tight ends that will. It's not Ryan Pace, clearly. Like it's clearly not Ryan Pace just taking useless tight end after useless tight end over and over and over, and then signing free agent useless tight ends over and over to just car wash it through.
Cincy's pick is in as well.
Yep.
They're going cornerback, another not fantasy
Another
relevant
not
player.
from last night's conversation. Another non O line position.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to play offensive tackle for them.
No one. We'll all get a call. I mean, they're going to just do open tryouts. It's going to be like that movie Invincible. Yeah, everybody gets the call. We'll just do open tryouts for it.
Who is the corner?
Cornerback DJ Turner from Michigan.
Okay.
The speedster. Reuniting with his former teammate Daxton Hill.
Second Michigan guy to go. Last 3 picks. Yeah, who do
My
they have?
sister's
at,
boyfriend's from Michigan, went to Michigan, lives here now. He makes sure to let me know what Michigan players to look out for.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, well, he told me to make sure about Devin Bush. He was real happy with that. I was like,
Sure.
oh, that's great. Nah, it wasn't great.
Mhm.
I think that most of these things are like all these picks seem to be, if anything, just helping veterans scenarios rather than being good slots for rookies
Right.
or being negative for a veteran.
As far as things that like might actually have value for fantasy, it's pretty short list. It's like Mingo, because somebody's got to play
Really?
wide receiver, right?
I mean,
You needed somebody to play against opposite of Adam Thielen, and everybody else on their team is a slot. That's all they
Thielen,
had was
Chark,
slots.
Terrace Marshall, and then Laviska Shenault.
And then they went and they paid Hayden Hurst to
Yeah.
patrol the middle of the field as well.
Yeah.
So you have like all middle of the field guys, and then Adam Thielen.
And they've got Preston Williams.
Yep.
CJ Saunders.
Jacksonville's picks in.
It's all not great. That's probably the most wide open wide receiver room in the NFL. So Mingo's got a chance to actually produce theoretically.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to believe that any of those players is the leading receiver.
Right. It's very open here. And then I know a lot of people, the Christian Watson fan club doesn't want to hear it, but they can earmuff it for me. Jaden Reed, it's not the worst idea I've ever heard in my entire life. He's not my favorite prospect, but
I liked him, but I didn't think he was going to go in round 2.
me either. But they clearly see something they like in him, and they needed a body bad. You really needed another wide receiver. So
At this point, when we got to this range of the wide receivers, we knew that it became dealer's choice. None of them are that far in terms of a talent level, but they do different things well.
we're firmly into
What
my
do you-
KFC bargain bucket analogy
Yeah,
from
like,
yesterday, where it's like, what do you like? You want a leg or a thigh? Because it's kind of all going to be the same thing at a certain level. Pick your poison. Like it's all. It's
The
all
fall for
processed
Darnell
chicken
Washington
nuggets.
continues. Another tight end picked, but not him.
What about? Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Jacksonville went with Brenton Strange. Strange pick.
Yeah, strange indeed. I mean, you got Tucker Kraft still there, Washington still there.
Yeah, I would not have believed that there would have been this many tight ends off the board and Darnell Washington would still be there
Yeah.
after all the combine hype. I mean, I don't
It's gotta
personally like
be-
him as a player, but
It's got
I
to be his
figured
medical.
somebody would fall in love
It's
with
got to be his medical evaluation. People are scared.
somebody.
That's got to be what it is.
It's either that or they just don't think he can
Oh,
provide
some-
much as
yeah.
a receiver.
Albert Breer just said 5 tight ends now gone. Georgia's monster, Darnell Washington, is still on the board. As we said earlier, some teams have concerns over his medical.
There you go. Albert Breer usually knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, can't really argue there.
I mean, you got Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt. Kind of a lot
I
of
feel
people
like
have
Josh
him
Downs is
going.
just inevitably going to go to the Patriots.
Sure.
That's
It seems
like
like
that's going to happen. The longer this goes, the higher the likelihood on that becomes.
Yeah, just at some
Yeah.
point he's going to end up in New England just because they just love slot stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gesicki
Houston
has to play in the
traded-
slot. Juju has to play in the slot. Downs will play in the slot.
Well, Mr. Berlin, I believe your time is wrapping up with us here today. We appreciate you
Yes.
coming in, joining us. Do you have any parting thoughts on your way out for what we saw through the first half here tonight?
Go tight ends. I'm excited about those tight ends.
Go
Gross.
tight, get
That's the exact opposite of
He
what
doesn't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
get
cut
any
it- cut his
closing
mic.
thoughts
Get him
after
out.
that.
That's the
You gotta
exact
cut his
opposite of our
mic if he's
entire
gonna come
MO
in
here.
here
in
Get him
and
out.
on tight ends.
I was
going
going to say I'm looking forward to working with you tomorrow, Mike, but now I'm not.
Yeah, now I
No,
don't know.
no, I'm not anymore.
We
He
are.
was gonna
Yeah, I'll
wear
be
his
back
abolished the tight
tomorrow.
end shirt. just
I
for that.
should actually. I should definitely wear that tomorrow.
Yes.
Mike, I am looking forward to working with you tomorrow, though. It will be
Yes,
fun. So
it will be.
I will be seeing you tomorrow for day 3, bright and early. Well, at least actually for you too, because are you in California or are you in Mexico tomorrow?
I'm in Mexico, so I'm in Mountain Time. That's the time.
Yeah,
I'm
so
in.
am I. So it'll be nice and early for me, you, and Mason and the gang.
Yes.
Yeah,
It'll be
there's
good.
a reason I'm not on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
All right,
Steve
guys.
can't be bothered. At least Mike's got to sleep in.
Take care, guys.
All
Take
right,
it easy.
Have a
take
good
easy.
one. Houston coming up.
Yeah, Houston trades up to 62 with the Eagles. Let's see what dumb thing they want to do now.
I was waiting for the Eagles to get another crazy value, but clearly they didn't see anything that was up to their standards. So
They have to do a weapon for Stroud, right?
Texans take Penn State center Juice Scruggs.
Or not?
okay, sure.
They're going to take a weapon, right?
Nope.
Yeah, lineman. They throwed him in the red zone.
Goal line back.
Yeah,
goal
if
line
you're
back.
looking at what Stroud has to throw to, this is why Stroud is not my number 2 quarterback by any means. It's Richardson, Young, and then Stroud. And there's even a gap there.
Mhm.
Because if we're looking at the weapons that he has, so wide receiver, we got Robert Woods.
On
Nico
the
Collins.
18th hole of his career.
Yeah.
Like
Nico Collins, who has shown basically nothing.
Don't
John
call that
Mechie
a
should
nerd.
be returning, which is good. I mean, he's arguably the most talented option. Let's see. Tight end.
Did you say John
Well,
Mechie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I thought that's what I thought I heard.
Then
you
we
say.
got
Okay.
Dalton Schultz, who they signed for 1 year. Noah Brown,
No, not interested in Noah Brown.
Steven
Those are-
Sims, Amari Rogers.
Wow, I didn't think you could go down from Noah Brown, but you managed it.
Yeah, I know, right?
The Lions are trading back, and for the first time in 2023, the Denver Broncos are on the clock.
Oh boy.
Go get him. This won't be disappointing at all.
I'm ready to be hurt.
Yeah, this will be fine.
I am curious where Sean Payton's going to look. He hasn't drafted in over a year.
They spent all that money in free agency, so this could be
It
anything.
can't be O-line.
I mean, Yeah, this could literally be anything.
Could be a boat. You know,
Of
how much
Exactly.
is a boat.
I
Take
just
the
saw
boat.
somebody point out, like,
We'll
of
take the
all
box.
teams that should not be trading up in this draft, the Texans have done it so many times.
Watch them trade up and take Josh Downs. That'd be hilarious. Because they need another wide receiver. That's what they need in Denver.
Yeah, well, that'll just further throw more gasoline on the trading my established wide receivers situation that people keep trying to force their hand on.
Didn't their Penn State wide receiver get hurt? I forget his name. The deep threat.
Oh,
Like, I know who I'm talking about, but I can't remember his name.
yeah. And now that you've put me on the spot, I'm falling. I keep going to Tim Patrick because he's always hurt, and that's not. You're not
he's
talking
coming
about Tim
back.
Patrick. Yeah, you're not talking about Tim Patrick. You're talking about the other guy.
KJ Hamler?
KJ Hamler.
Yeah, KJ Hamler, who's also constantly hurt. It's
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna
such a it's such a mash unit at wide
He
receiver.
just
there.
got hurt again.
Yeah. Well, then they
Cool.
also
Oh,
signed little
Jerry
Jordan
Jeudy.
Humphrey.
Yeah, they signed Marquez Callaway.
Yep, they signed all Sean Payton's favorite toys.
Oh yeah,
Marquez
they
Callaway,
just
little
brought
Jordan
all the second
Humphrey.
string team from
Yep.
New Orleans.
Went and
Yeah.
got all that. I'm waiting for them to get Taysom Hill. That's gonna happen. Like
Mhm.
that's
Oh, they're
I'm
gonna
just
definitely
waiting for
trade
that
at some
day.
point for Taysom Hill.
yeah, that's 100% gonna happen. Like it's just they
Let's see,
can't afford it right
Lions-
now.
Okay, so the Lions sent 63 and 183 to the Broncos for 68 and 139. And the Broncos had 67 and 68 back to back, so that
Yeah.
makes a certain amount of sense. And then the Eagles sent 62 to the Texans for 65, 188, and 230. They sent them 2 picks to move up 3 spots.
To get Juice Scruggs.
To
Really wanted Juice Scruggs. Like
really
Ross
wanted-
Tucker on Twitter made a very good joke that I would like to say. Brian Cushing announced a draft pick named Juice.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
that's pretty
good.
good. That's pretty good. Nobody under 30 understands that at all.
No.
But they
Nobody
can
under
Google
30
it.
Yeah, nobody under 30 understands.
Nobody under 30 a
what-
joke,
what
but they can look
Brian
that up.
Cushing
Like
did. He might be famous to them for the like nosebleed or whatever he had, where
Yeah.
he just headbutted somebody. But no, he did worse things.
oh, I'll say Google it. You'll find it.
Oh,
Oh, the Sean Payton doing Sean Payton things. You know it is. You know it's
Broncos have selected Oklahoma wide receiver Marvin
Marvin
Mims. I called the shit out of that. I called that so hard.
this is such a just random room of wide
Classic.
receivers.
classic, total classic. This is a
Oh
classic.
my god,
A
that
deep
is
classic
so
move.
amazing.
This is like
Oh,
this is what.
Classic.
So Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler, even they're all like
Jerry
deep
Jeudy
threat wide
comes back.
receivers.
Jerry Jeudy.
Marquez
Jerry Jeudy
Callaway.
at least is a very good route runner, and
Right.
he can line up everywhere. But those 3 guys are known for being deep ball receivers.
But look, his player comp's Darnell Mooney.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
Yeah, you know what round Darnell Mooney was taken?
so stupid.
5th, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a fifth round pick. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say you moved up. You only had to wait 5 more picks to do this. Why move up at all? What were
Would've
the
been
odds
there.
that? Like,
Between
Just,
Detroit,
just trade
Chicago-
Cortland Sutton. For the
Well,
love
they've
of
been
God,
trying to trade Cortland Sutton, but nobody will give them what they wanted.
because
They
it was
wanted a
terrible
second round pick
contract.
for Cortland Sutton, and no one's going to give you a second round pick for Cortland Sutton.
Well, yeah, because
It's
of
not
his
happening.
awful contract.
Yeah. So they want. That's what they've been saying they wanted. They wanted a first for Jerry Jeudy, and nobody would give them that either.
Yeah, this is basically KJ Hamler 2.0.
Yeah.
Who?
And we've all seen how good KJ Hamler's been. He's been great the way he doesn't play and then constantly hurt.
Yeah, and the deep ball was really good for Russell Wilson last year.
Oh yeah, he was elite at it. He was
Yeah.
fantastic.
it was by
he was
far
great.
his worst year of his career.
Yeah. It didn't look like his shoulder was separated at all.
Insert that Subway blind meme from last year. That was great.
Oh my god. So far for the skill positions in round 2, We had mayonnaise in his coffee, Will Levis. When they showed that on camera, I nearly gagged. Sam Laporta, for reasons that I will never understand. Like, I cannot fathom why you would do that. Michael Mayer, which they love. They can't help themselves in Vegas. Jonathan Mingo, which is, I would argue, probably the highlight here so far of the second round of skill positions. Luke Musgrave, Jalen Reed, Zach Charbonnet, Rashi Rice, Luke Shoemaker, Brenton Strange, and then rounding it out, Marvin Mims. Is
not been
anyone
fun.
excited about any of the names I just listed?
No.
Okay, good.
But
Yeah,
I
this has
wasn't
been
excited about any of these names coming in. And this
Yeah.
is why I said 2 months ago, trade these picks for whatever you can get, because it's not worth anything once we get to this point. And now we're here and it's too late.
I thought that like you'd be comfortable up to like 106 in rookie drafts. I don't think you're even comfortable up to that now.
No.
Given the landing spots, no, they're all. It's all
even in
schlock.
super flex, after you get past the quarterbacks at 4, I'm not excited about anything I get at 105.
Exactly. Even though I love Jordan Addison being in Minnesota, and
Even the talent of
JSN being as talented as he is, it's not exciting.
No.
I'm
There's
not
nothing
pounding
that you
the table for
there's,
any of these guys.
there's nothing that you see that you're like, oh my god, I got to get that. Like it's pretty ugly this year. This might be the ugliest skill position draft that I can remember in the last about 5 years.
In
This is probably the worst
arguably,
one.
like some of these players, if they would have gone to better landing spots, would have had good value.
Sure.
But as we've seen this draft play out, it's just getting worse and worse.
That's Marvin Mims comes
Like
in at a 70.8.
like Jaden Reed could find his way into the rookie draft of first round.
Yes, a 70.8, exact same as Jaden Reed. So,
And if you're telling me like that I have to pick between Marvin Mims and Jalen Reed giving landing spots, I mean, I'm probably taking Jalen Reed, even though.
Oh, I'm definitely taking Reed over Mims.
Yeah,
I would take Jaden Reed for sure.
all day, because Jaden Reed's got a chance to be the number 2 wide receiver on his team relatively quickly.
Oh yeah.
Like Marvin Mims will be lucky to play at all. And I wasn't that high on him as a prospect coming out of Oklahoma, to be perfectly frank about it.
I was fine. I thought he'd be a nice early day 3 pick.
Sure.
But again, similar to Jaden Reed, like this player being nice and picking him where he's picked is different.
Right.
Yeah, this rookie draft is ugly. You're in a situation where if you're picking near the end of the first round, you're really kind of hoping like maybe Anthony Richardson falls and I can get a piece in a couple years. Like that's where you're kind of at, and that's ugly. That is
You're
really
just
ugly.
going to have zero confidence. You're going to go for upside basically on every pick after 6 or 7.
Yeah. Well, to your point, Steve, about trading, it might not necessarily be too late. It depends who you play with.
Yeah.
You might play with Rubes.
Sure.
You never know. Like, it's worth trying to trade, but I agree with you at this point. I want as many veterans as I can get my greasy mitts on in every upcoming Dynasty draft we're doing at this point. I do not want to be saddled with picks.
Yeah, maybe there's a Nick Casario in your league.
Yeah, sure. Like, maybe you can, maybe and at this point, man, I'll take what I can get. Like, I'll take something that might have value as opposed to if you're like if you're a win now team, you know what I mean? Like you're competing and you feel like you need an extra piece. Man, there's just nothing that is going to really help you with that.
That might be the first time the ESPN app beat Twitter this entire draft. The Bears at 64 take South Carolina defensive tackle Zach Pickens.
Get another tackle. Okay. Really working on filling out the trenches over there.
I'm so intrigued what Philly's going to do here.
Try and trade down again, because why wouldn't you?
I mean, they got back-to-back picks here.
Keep it coming. Keep trading them down. Trade them both. Like,
I mean, Josh Downs would look pretty nice there.
yeah, we are in Josh Downs territory, actually. top of the third
Well,
round.
and as of right now, they have Quez Watkins and Olamide Zacchaeus.
Wasn't Quez Watkins just suspended
Was he?
for gambling? Yeah. Wasn't he on the?
Was he one? No, I don't think it was. I think it was a different Watkins.
Oh, I might be thinking of Quez Cephas. It's different. It's not a different Watkins.
yeah,
It's a different
it was a different
Quez.
Quez or a different Watkins, one of the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so I would much rather have Josh Downs there,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
and they don't run as much two tight end set as they did whenever Zach Ertz was there. Or they could do Darnell Washington. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Go nuts. Knock yourself out. Like you could take a risk on a risky medical at this point in the third round because
Yeah.
what do you care? You're playing with house money at this
Back-to-back
point.
picks here, and they still have several picks left.
Yeah. Their draft is already a home run no matter what you do.
Yeah,
Like
they're
they can't really screw this up at this point.
playing with house
You
money
already-
at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You're completely bought and paid for. You're fine.
I mean, they could do a running back. We know they like them, but this is still pretty early for them to draft one.
Yeah, I think we're waiting until day 3 if they want to take a punt on a running back. Plus, there's still a bunch of like free agent running backs they could get for $1, like Kenyon Drake. You could sign Kenyon Drake's a free agent. You could sign Kenyon Drake for 50 cents and have him be Miles Sanders light. Like it's like there's options for them like that.
But if they do draft a running back, how skyrocketed did that player get?
Oh, it'll be to a point where I want no part of it in redraft,
Yeah, probably.
especially. I'll just to completely avoid it. I'll let everyone else fall into that trap. The only one I want really is Kenny Gainwell, if the price tag makes sense. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and draft a running back to make Kenny Gainwell cheaper in all my rookie drafts.
would.
Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do
Definitely
that for me. And then I might be interested in Boston Scott as a waiver claim at some point for $1. If people get hurt. Because Boston Scott inexplicably is their red zone back and has been for a long time because for whatever reason he's actually pretty good at it.
Well, he's hard to find.
He is hard to find. He is hard to find. When he only comes up to the ass of the people that he's standing behind, yeah, he kind of disappears into the pile. He reminds me of like very young Philip Lindsay in that way, where he just squeezes into this little hole near the ground and just shoots through for a couple yards, and it's like he kind of does that type of thing. It's just
but Lindsey had a lot more top end speed. That's for sure.
that's why Lindsay was a back-to-back 1,000-yard rusher.
Yeah,
Like
and Boston Scott is only scoring touchdowns
a
against
guy, a body that you can
The
hire.
Eagles take Alabama offensive tackle Tyler Steen.
That's a good pick for them.
Sure, because again, you're playing with house money here. You
And
can't
they're
screw this
back on
up.
the clock.
He's a versatile offensive lineman. Plays. He's done the 6th offensive lineman before for Alabama, so he could immediately be that for the Eagles.
Right.
And I mean, he was supposed to be a sleeper in the draft. I thought he would last a little bit more than this. But he had a solid senior
we
year.
just talked about how ugly it is. So I mean, like,
Can we just have some kind of offensive player that actually makes sense for their spot?
no, not in 2023. It's not in the cards.
Right. Not going to happen.
When the highlight of day 2 so far for me has been Jonathan Mingo, because that at least borderline made sense.
And that's definitely a dynasty, not redraft pick.
What now?
It's a dynasty pick, not a redraft.
100%. Jonathan, I
Looking
don't
towards
care.
Next year, you got two
Yeah.
guys on 1-year deals with Thielen and Chark, and even Terrace Marshall only has 2 years left of his.
Well, and
I don't know.
we're getting into
All
put up or shut up time with Terrence Marshall this year because this is
Yeah, I
year
know.
3 of Terrence Marshall. So it's like
He's shown so many flashes. He
yeah.
has games of 100+ yards and long touchdowns.
That's
and
why
things
he
like
keeps
that.
hanging around on the fringes of fantasy, and it's like he just can't stay healthy, and then he can't. Even when he is healthy, he's not very consistent. Like he has big games, to your point, but it's like then he just disappears, and it's just
He's
so
not been helped by the
maddening.
quarterback situation there.
No, definitely not. So we're getting to that point though with him where he's got this is kind of a prove it year for Terrence Marshall, and I'll be interested. He's one of the guys that I'm wondering where his ADP will actually be. You would think it'd be very low, or like I guess high, like
Marshall?
bad. Yeah, like you would think Terrence Marshall you'd be able to get relatively inexpensively.
Oh, I picked him up on waivers in one of my 2 dynasty leagues.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like he should be kind of available in Dynasty and in redraft, like especially in redraft.
I don't think anybody will notice him in redraft. He'll stay on the board or on the waiver wire. Now the question
need
is,
to
what do they do with their second one?
They need to stop showing Will Levis putting mayonnaise in coffee because it's making me sick.
No, it's great.
Really,
The
really
Eagles,
gross.
with their second pick, take Illinois safety Sidney Brown.
God, can we just get something to work with here?
No. Again, it's not even a terrible pick. The Eagles
good player.
continue
The
to
Broncos. Back
Oh,
on
this'll
the
be
clock. We're about
terrible.
to take another wide receiver.
Yeah, here we go.
So
This'll be terrible.
We'll have
This'll be
another
funny.
highlight package to look through here. We'll
Maybe
probably
he'll take
running
Darnell
back.
Washington and turn him into Taysom Hill.
They're probably thinking Hendon Hooker. Just sitting
That would be
behind Russ
amazing.
for a
Can we
season
get
or
that,
two.
please?
God,
That would
that'd
be amazing.
hilarious.
Can we do that? I would love that.
Oh yeah, that'd be just so much.
That would be
fun.
the best. You know what? We'd have to end the stream because I'm gonna pee myself and have to go
Hendon
change
Hooker, the
pants.
new Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
They just line him up at tight end, just rushing him out there.
We're gonna have to end the stream if it is Hendon. I'm gonna pee myself. Like it's.
That would be
Honestly, there's a lot of
pretty
teams coming up that could pick Hooker.
Yeah, we're getting to that point.
I mean,
But it's the Broncos, so
Yeah,
they're going
but
to take
now we're in the
Jalen. They're going to
third
take
round,
Jalen
so we're the
Hyatt
territory where it doesn't
just
matter.
for no reason.
yeah, like this is similar to Ritter and Willis last year.
Yeah.
And Matt Corral.
The end of the second round is the point of no return. Once you cross into this territory, unless you are
You're a
Russell
literal
Wilson or
lottery pick.
Dak, it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter.
You're a scratch-off ticket for a lottery that you likely won't win.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a
The
handful
odds
of
are
winners.
significantly not in your favor.
It's like the real lottery. They pump up the winners to make everybody feel like they have a shot, but that's the hustle. That's the con to get people to keep signing up.
Come on, Denver, do something stupid. That's what we're
Oh,
all.
Shouldn't
picks
be-
in.
It shouldn't be hard. Jalen Hyatt, come on, do it. You know you want to.
Right.
Get Hyatt in here.
Oh God, that would
Josh
be
Downs.
terrible. To just add more deep threats.
Yeah,
for
just
no
keep
reason.
just for whatever. Like that's fine. Like you already picked Marvin Mims. Come on, you've already proven you have no you have no idea what you're doing.
Right.
Linebacker Drew Sanders. It's actually honestly an okay pick.
Exactly. Boo.
Yeah, this isn't fun.
Yeah, it's not fun when we can't make fun of the pick.
Yeah, he's arguably the best linebacker in the draft and has been the second linebacker taken since Jack Campbell at 18.
Oh, simpler time.
Sounds about
Simpler time.
But hey, they had to go up and get him.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
had
way
to.
he could have been there with one of their 5 picks that they had coming up.
The picks they've been
No
trading
way.
down. Yeah, all those
Yeah.
picks they've been
The
trading
picks
out
they've
of.
been trading down because they didn't like anybody that
Yeah.
was still there.
They
Ridiculous.
needed Laporta.
Oh, the nerd is finally catching up on draft, and he's realized that Pete Carroll has sniped his guy and is very upset on the Discord. We've ruined Jason's whole night. There it is.
I mean, we didn't ruin it.
That's fair.
Just Pete Carroll and his terrible love affair with running backs.
Oh my god.
There it is with the 68th pick. The Detroit Lions have selected Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker.
Oh wow! I mean, that actually.
Boo! That actually makes sense.
Yeah, that
Boo!
fits.
This isn't fun.
Is he really much younger than Jared Goff?
He might be 3 or 4 years younger, actually. Like,
They're the same age, I think, roughly. both 10-year vets, something like that. Oh god. You know what? They've had a lot of picks in this draft, and we had a lot of high hope for them. And boy, has that crashed and burned.
He's 3 years younger.
it is. Is it 3? Okay, I said
Yeah.
4.
Goff is
I
28.
I said 4, and I was joking, and it's 3.
Goff
that's
is
amazing.
28. Hendon Hooker is 25.
That's amazing.
It's not a good sign to be drafted into the NFL and can already rent a car. That's never
Right.
never a
Yeah.
good sign.
It doesn't happen often. I
Yeah.
think
No,
the
remember
only other
Velus
player-
Jones? That was the last one. How did that go?
Is Tanner McKee? I think Tanner McKee's pretty old too.
Yeah,
But he
Tanner
has a
McKee is
reason.
up
He
there
did
as
it.
well.
He did one of those missions.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he went on a mission trip. Well,
I don't know
I mean,
why
it is what it is.
Hendon Hooker has been in college
He'll
for
sit
so
for a
long.
year or two. I mean,
Well, he's guaranteed
No
to
one
sit
knows.
this year, basically.
Hendon Hooker will sit
Yeah.
for. Yeah, he'll sit for at least a year, maybe two. We'll see.
I know that
We'll see how it goes.
there's only 2 years left of Goff's contract in general, but there's also an out after this year that's reasonable.
Right. Well,
no,
if they were
but
going to
he's
go to
on
the
23.
playoffs, like we had been speculating before this draft, it might have made sense to pay him that last year, just rather than try to renegotiate. And now it's like, well, are you really going to the playoffs? Are you? Because some of this decision making has been interesting.
I mean,
to
there's
say the
two
least.
teams in the NFL that seem to think it's still 2001.
Yeah.
The Falcons and the Lions. I mean, Lions fans seem to be pretty happy about it, at least.
Lions fans are kind of delusional.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you met those people?
They're blinded.
I have met one.
They're not realistic.
My brother.
Speaking of the Falcons, did you see their GM's comments about their running back room? And he didn't even mention Cordarrelle Patterson. All he talked about was Bijan and Algier. And I'm like, ooh, that's telling. Like, he didn't even bring up Patterson. He didn't bring up anybody else. Didn't bring up Huntley either. Just those two guys. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that's interesting.
Tell me how you really feel.
That's an interesting little tidbit that you just tipped your hand with. So, okay.
Lions fans I've seen are either completely devastated. This is the worst draft that they've ever had.
Those are
or
the smart Lions fans.
they're amazed that they got so much talent and this is the best draft class they've ever
And
had.
those are the
There's
delusional
no
Lions
in between.
fans I was telling you.
There's nobody who's just indifferent about this draft class for them and what they've done. They
I
had
can tell
so
you,
many picks and they've traded back so many times and they've built up so much capital and then they've just used that capital on weird things that they don't need.
My sister's boyfriend, who is from Michigan, Lions fan,
Mhm.
Michigan fan, has gone through a couple stages. He started off
Brief.
with, he started off with just anger,
By the anger, bargaining,
disappointment,
like yeah.
then there was some negotiating,
Yep.
and then acceptance. It was mostly dealing with the first round. He's been pretty happy with the second round. So
Oh, the Texans have made a pick.
They have. Let's see.
uh-oh.
Did they move up? Or was that already their pick?
I'm not sure about that, to be honest with
I
you,
don't know.
but
No, they
They did-
moved
they-
up because that was pick 69 was the Rams.
69, nice.
So I don't know what happened to put the Texans back on the clock. But all right.
We'll get the
Didn't take long
details
for
at
the-
this point here in the very near future.
Didn't take long for the
Mike, it is a tank watch.
That's what I
Tank
thought I
of the
saw.
evening. Nathaniel Tank Dell stays in Houston.
Hey,
Goes from college.
doesn't
in
even need to
Houston
move.
to pro football.
Yeah.
Houston doesn't even need.
that must
to
be
move.
convenient. Plus, they had to give him weapons at some point.
One would think.
Probably being paid by the same boosters. Just
No, we can actually talk about that now with NIL. Yeah, we can actually
Yeah.
have that
yeah,
conversation
exactly. It's all out in
openly.
the open. Yeah,
Yeah, players
Yeah.
are legitimately being
that's not even
purchased.
slander. That's just a fact. The Texans were on the clock at 73, so I got to believe that was there was a swap there, and that's
Yeah, okay.
part of it.
So, Tank Dell, one of the of the tank watch, he is the littler tank. He is the
165.
he is the small tank.
He's the little tank that could.
Yeah, he is Thomas the Tank Engine is what that is. And slot guy primarily, you'd have to believe. I cannot imagine this man at 5'8" is going to be running down the field on anybody. But good in and out of his breaks, good acceleration. I like the Isaiah McKenzie comp. He does look a lot like Isaiah McKenzie in more way than one. But he only weighs 165 pounds. We talked about this briefly yesterday. And this is one of the ones where it's like, you are going to have to get up to 190 or you're going to die. Like, you're going to get killed. Like, you're going to have to figure out how to put some weight on here. And I will say this. I just have zero interest in this for fantasy at any level. It might make a certain level of football sense if we could kind of rationalize it, but I have no interest in this at all for fantasy. Do either of you?
I mean, he's not a change. He doesn't change anything in the room.
No.
His addition doesn't make much of an impact in a poor wide receiver room. Is there a chance that he gets on the field over some of these other guys, like we had mentioned, Amari Rodgers, Noah Brown? Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But I'd still expect John Mechie to play ahead of him once healthy.
I don't even
because
know if
he's
this
just a
guy
better
can supplant
player.
Nico Collins, and I don't think Nico Collins is good.
But that's just it. So Nico Collins being an outside guy.
Yeah.
Tank spent over almost 70% of his time last year in the slot. So you just got to think that, all right, so he's going to be a rotational guy at this point in Houston.
Tank Dell, 69.2 for the 69th pick. A lot of 69 for Tank.
Nice.
Kyle Phillips, Traquan Smith, Titus Young, Jalen Hurd.
Oh, some powerhouse names.
Yikes.
Yeah, those names excite you, right?
Yeah.
He won't even be. He's going to be sharing half a job with Dalton Schultz for this year.
By the way, Vegas.
This is not
took,
productive.
Alabama defensive lineman Byron Young.
Who did what now?
So it's the Saints are on the clock at 71.
Las Vegas took Alabama defensive tackle
Oh, okay.
because, let's keep that streak going of fantasy relevance.
Keep that train coming. There's going to be so many fantasy guys on day 3, and none of them are going to matter. And none of them will matter because they'll have no draft capital. So none of this will matter at all. Like, they'll all just be bodies.
Just over the past 2 seasons, with Tyler Algier being a 5th-round pick and just this year immediately being useless, and then Michael Carter the year before being a 4th-round pick, having a successful year, and then immediately being useless.
Immediately relegated to nothing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's just how it goes if you're a day 3 pick.
You have to really ball out to be either a day 3 pick or a UDFA and really have staying power. Like,
no owner of or manager of Isaiah Pacheco or Damian Pierce are confident in any way at this point.
No. How could you be?
Because even if a player is picked in this round, they still have higher draft capital than they have and could easily just replace them or become a complete committee.
And Pierce had a really good season before he got hurt, as much as we weren't really about it as far as this website goes.
Pierce is he's a volume-based running back, so it's very easy for him to lose value.
Exactly.
Speaking
of things that'll easily lose value, the Saints have made a pick.
Oh, God.
Did they? Oh, they did. TCU running back Kendre Miller.
Boy, I hate that.
I like him as a player.
Really do. Like, had to do something with you had to do something with Alvin Kamara getting suspended, right? And so you signed Jamal Williams and Kendre Miller.
Somebody else.
Yeah, you needed something else. So Kendre Miller, great, but it's like this does nothing. When
I
all
think
three
this-
guys are on the field and not suspended and healthy, Kendra Miller won't play. So he in and of himself has almost no value.
What I do
Uh,
think this may mean is next year, Kamara might be in trouble.
But we were saying that anyway.
Yeah.
Kamara's getting old, man. As
I
much as
know.
I hate to say that, is long time Alvin Kamara super fan. Kamara's getting old, and he's making
Yeah.
bad decisions, punching a guy.
Doesn't help.
Not a great look. Like,
Nope, not ideal.
and we talked about this on a different show, but it looked like he lost a step last year.
Oh, he was a plotter.
He doesn't look like he
Yeah.
has the same level of burst, and I thought it might be because he was hurt, but then you just think about the idea of like how much mileage he has on him at this point and how many car crashes he's been in, and it's like
That was
that's
That
gonna
was the
happen.
big thing about his early career is he was the 40 side of a 60-40 split with Mark Ingram, and
Right.
he was just electric.
Yep.
And that was great for as long as it was going on.
And then he was
And
the
then
80% side of an 80-20 with Tony Jones and nothing,
Yeah, and like even
that-
when it went
and,
from
and no
Ingram
quarterback,
to Latavius Murray, which was more of a slightly edge to Kamara split,
Mhm.
and then even less, like you said, for Tony Jones and them, and like Dwayne Washington and such.
Yeah, I remember
And
that
now
too.
it's just become it's the Kamara show, and he just can't handle that workload.
He's just too
And he
old
has
to handle
shown the
that.
past couple seasons.
Yeah, he's just too old to handle that workload at this point. He's got too many consecutive seasons of having to do it. He needs a break. So maybe he'll actually get a chance to get some fresh legs with being suspended and then coming back in, and then they'll rotate him in with Jamal Williams. But anybody who thinks Alvin Kamara in redraft is a first-round pick, like he has been, you are going to be bitterly disappointed.
I wouldn't
With
take
that.
him. I
I
wait
want
till
to
like
take him in the
sixth.
first 2 rounds.
I wouldn't take him until probably the 4th round at the absolute earliest, which means
Yeah.
I just won't
I was
roster
gonna
him.
say, I was thinking more towards the 6th round.
Yeah, I was going to say anything before 4 is completely off. I only say that because I don't know how many games he's going to miss. If he's
I'm
missing 6
guessing
games, then
at least 6.
yeah, if he's missing at least 6 games, then it's not 4th round. It's the 6th round, like you're talking
Right.
about. Like,
That becomes the range where you're looking at committee backs. That you're like, all right, well, do I
Well,
want to do?
Okay, so before this, I had Kamara missing no time, no suspension, just projected out for typical season. And even with a full workload with Williams there, I had him as PPR RB17. And that doesn't factor in rookies and everything that's happened so far over these 2 days. So, I mean, to now add another mouth to feed and the potential of a suspension on top of it, he's easily going to be out of the top 25, maybe the top
easily.
30
Yeah.
at running back.
Yeah, I'd say like if you were to say he did play the full season, 17 seems like the ceiling to me.
yeah. And as far as
We-
Kendra
we
Miller
always say,
goes,
Don't
For
don't shoot
redraft-
the ceiling.
right, and as far as Kendra Miller goes, because all we've done is talk about Alvin Kamara, which is hilarious because
Well,
Kendra
yeah.
Miller is the one who got drafted. Kendra Miller, for redraft, undraftable. It's
No,
a waiver wire name at best.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
somebody to know on your wire for early in the season when Kamara is suspended. And then as far as Dynasty goes, I mean, I'd be hard pressed to even want to think about it before the 2nd round. And that's in this draft class that we've already been talking about is super weak. Right? Anybody want to
I'd
challenge
probably
me on
take him
that?
in the second round.
What's that?
I think he's I'd probably take him in the second round. I think he's probably
what
this year's version of Rashad White, where I feel like
That's what I was saying.
he's
He'd
got
be a
virtually
2nd round
no
pick,
rookie
but he's
value, but sophomore value. He theoretically is the guy.
yeah.
So
Because I think Williams' contract is 2 years.
I'd have to
I
look that up.
believe
Oh,
that's accurate.
that sounds right. I'd have to look
So
that
then
up.
if they
That-
if they get rid of Kamara, like just cut him going into next year, you're still going to have Williams around. But as we've seen, Williams is what he is. He's a between the tackles, plotting back.
It's a 3-year
that is
deal.
like a
3-year
red zone
deal. There you
type
go.
back. It's a 3-year deal.
yeah, 3-year deal.
Okay.
And he can catch some passes, Mike, when he needs to. He'll catch some passes for you. He
Yeah,
has to.
but he's more of a blocker than a receiver.
When he was younger, they would use him more as a pass catcher.
Yeah.
But now that he's getting older,
He just doesn't have the burst to really
Yeah.
do it.
But yeah, Miller is like a 2nd round pick in Dynasty. somewhere in the second round. If you want to shoot out on that, but
Depending on where some of these other running backs go, you're starting at this point. He's a mid-second round pick.
yeah, and I'd be
05,
fine with it.
06.
I'd be fine with it about there, but I'm not reaching any higher than that to get this where you guaranteed he's going to have very limited value in his rookie year unless a series of injuries was to happen.
Because we do know that New Orleans is going to want to run the ball.
They're not going to have much of a choice.
4.2 for Kendre Miller. So Kenneth Dixon, Jay Ajayi, Dwayne McBride. That's the territory you're looking at there. Dwayne McBride's this year. But still, Ajayi, Brian Hill, Kenneth Dixon. That's where you're looking at. It's not great.
No, not at all.
Well, and Twitter is super slow on us here too. I feel like they've given up on this draft at this point. They're like, well, we're through
really
2
does
rounds.
seem
The
like that.
rest of it doesn't matter.
Which, don't really blame them.
Yeah, I can't blame them on that.
Oh, this Giants pick, if this person can be confirmed, is going to be interesting.
Did they finally get a wide receiver?
Did the
That's what we're
Giants
looking
move up? Because I still had the Cardinals on the clock.
The Cardinals and then the Giants are up. The Giants traded up with the Rams to go right after Arizona.
The Rams again. Okay.
But it's supposed to be Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, that is interesting.
Okay.
That is interesting.
But I don't know if I completely trust the person that.
No, yeah, we'll wait for that to pull through properly. But
All right, it's up on PFF, so I will accept that. It looks
That'll
like
work.
it's 72. The Cardinals got corner Garrett Williams from Syracuse,
Yeah.
that's not a bad pick.
and then the Giants trade up and get Jalen Hyatt.
That's interesting.
I mean, he's
They get new
similar
John
to Darius
Ross.
Slayton.
I was gonna say, but they've been trying to move on from Darius Slayton for however long. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they'd love to be done with Darius Slayton.
They did need somebody that was not a slot receiver.
Yes. That's also not Darius Slayton.
Yeah.
That's like
Slayton was the only player on their roster that is not a slot wide receiver.
as much as it hurts to say this, they needed a Kadarius Toney replacement, but they should have never been in that situation to begin with because drafting Kadarius Toney was stupid. Like, and I'll go to my grave with that. That was a stupid decision, and it was just moronic.
So now they're looking at it's a wide receiver room with Darius Slayton, Paris Campbell, Wandale Robinson, Sterling Shepard, and now Jalen Hyatt.
And of those, I'd be reasonably excited about Wandale in a PPR. But my concern is that
coming off a torn ACL,
my concern is even with that, his ADP will be too high.
and Sterling Shepard is coming off an ACL.
And
And they added Darren Waller to eat up targets.
right. And Sterling Shepard's also coming off like 4 consecutive other injuries before the ACL because that's Sterling Shepard.
Just pick a body part, and
He's only on that team because Daniel Jones loves him. That's the only reason he's on that team.
Why
Like,
he's always considered like a sleeper pick, and then just gets hurt.
well, he puts up decent numbers before he gets hurt.
Yeah, he's targeted at an astronomical rate.
He's actually decent at catching the ball and keeping the ball in front of him. That's the other thing he does well too. But again, he's just a big slot. That's all he does. He's just big slot. Jalen Hyatt's interesting. The tape is what it is. He can fly. We all know it. He's on the right side of 6 feet. He's not 160 pounds like some of these other guys. He actually looks like a real NFL wide receiver. He's incredibly fast. The problem is he going to have his head up his you know what? Because that's the Jalen Hyatt that I watched for years and for all of his college career. Is he actually going to get the ball in his hands, or will he just halfway through his route forget how to play football, and then just fall down and crumple in a heap? It remains to be seen. The other thing is, will Daniel Jones push the ball down the field to actually make Jalen Hyatt be relevant?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is Daniel Jones is actually good at the deep ball. He just doesn't do it very much.
Right.
He's among the league lows. He was second lowest last year in deep target rate.
That's why
Behind
Daniel
only
Jones
Matt
is so
Ryan.
attractive in that Scott Fishbowl scoring, where they penalize you for incompletions.
Oh, yeah. Jones was good at that.
He's very good in that format because he just doesn't take chances. He keeps the ball in front of him.
Back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers.
That's right.
Oh, my
The
God.
Browns take Cedric Tillman.
God, the Browns just hate all of their wide
I
receivers.
mean, a lot of people think that Cedric Tillman is better than Jalen Hyatt. And I think his stats show it.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I was going to say I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. But now it's like, okay, so what is he doing for the Browns? I mean, they've still got DPJ. What's Cedric Tillman's job in
So
Cleveland?
it becomes Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, DPJ.
Yep.
They still have David Bell, and then now Cedric Tillman.
Yeah. So
Well,
again,
Anthony Schwartz,
what's his?
Jalen Darden.
Oh, yeah. Anthony Schwartz is still technically there, too.
Yeah, Anthony Schwartz and Jalen Darden are also still technically on the team for now.
Team Grant, David Bell, and all that.
So again, what is Cedric Tillman's actual job? Holding the clipboard? Because that's what it feels like. Like I would think he'd be competing for the Donovan Peoples-Jones job, but Donovan Peoples-Jones has been too good. I think for him to supplant that, and Watson loves throwing it to Donovan Peoples-Jones for whatever reason.
Tillman, David Bell, and DPJ are all very similar in terms of their ability.
Yeah, it's
at
the same guy.
catch point. Yeah, their strengths are basically the same. They're the physical at the catch point receivers. And DPJ is just the most athletic of the three.
Right. And he's been in the league the
So-
longest, so he's got the most NFL acumen of them.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I don't know, you're just, it's like the Chargers. You're rinsing and repeating.
They have a type.
Yeah.
They're chatting up the
apparently.
brunette at the bar every year.
Cooper and Elijah Moore took care of that route running ability. Now they're just like, all right, don't even get open. We'll just throw you the ball either way.
I do like the comps here. Sticky hands and his weakness is separation. Yeah, that about sums that up.
Sounds about right.
That's pretty accurate. It's really hard for me to get excited about this at all. I would almost be more excited for Jalen Hyatt just because there's a certain level of upside with him just streaking down the field, because we've seen what Darius Slayton was able to do that one year when he was just running for his life down the field. Daniel Jones was just heaving it. This to me feels like a number of things would have to happen for Cedric Tillman to actually see meaningful playing time. He's going to
In New
sit.
York, you could see there's a scenario where, one, they just paid Daniel Jones. They're going to look to throw the ball more because they need to. With him having his big contract, they need to show, like, hey, this is our guy. Two, there's not really much to oppose him, especially on the outside. As we said, it's mostly slot receivers, so guys that aren't used to being on the outside. And three, his play is he only needs like 3 catches, and he could get you plenty of fantasy points just off of that.
3 for 120 and a touchdown.
Right.
Like, yeah.
So that's worth a shot. But Tillman,
Because it'll be basically free as well.
fifth
It'll
on
be
the depth
very
chart.
inexpensive to acquire.
yeah, it's just tough to see much upside here.
Don't necessarily hate the pick for real football, but for fantasy, it leaves me pretty cold. Both Dynasty and Redraft. Like, just not really interested in any of this. Steve, what do you think? Is there any kind of, can you give us any kind of happiness or optimism? We're finally getting skill position players, and all Mike and I do is just poo-poo it.
No, I don't like either one of them.
Good.
So
Good.
we're
So we're all on the same page.
We're all on the same page here. Now we're just waiting for Steve to tell us how bad the math is.
I have not been able to do the math. I'm trying to catch up here. Because again, as I said, Twitter, for whatever reason, is falling behind. And that's my one source that I'm getting this from. So right now we are on pick 77. So I'm going to jump ahead because I was behind on my board. So 75, the Falcons took edge rusher Zach Harrison from Ohio State. And at 76, the Patriots take safety Marte Mapu from Sacramento State. Now the Rams are on the clock. And I believe they haven't. Have they made a pick yet?
They
Yeah,
have.
made one
They
early.
picked
Yeah.
early in the second round. They got a guard whose name escapes me, but they got a pass protector for Matthew Stafford.
With how little action
Avia
and like
from
excitement we've been
TCU.
having, I just keep trying to think about what I want Pittsburgh to take now. Because they gotta have something to look forward to.
Oh my god.
Now I can double back and do some math, maybe.
Yeah, it's a shame because remember last year when there was all those trades going on and
Yeah, the trades made
Quality.
it interesting.
quality picks that were happening in between the trades, and this year it just feels like we're just what's that meme where they poke it with the stick and it's like, come on, do something.
Do something.
It's not happening.
So we're looking at the Rams now.
Yeah, the Rams, and they're probably not going to go. You wouldn't think they're going to go with anything really exciting offensively. They'll probably go with something defense related, I would have to imagine. They already went and got a guard, which they desperately
that-
needed.
That was probably their biggest issue, was to get offensive line help.
Yeah, and by this point, though, all the quality offensive line stuff is pretty much gone. There's not a lot left. There's
Cedric
only-
Tillman comes in at 71.3, which is basically the same as Rashee Rice from earlier to Kansas City. So Dwayne Eskridge, D. Eskridge, however you want to go about it. Chris Conley, Chase Claypool, McCole Hardman. That's the territory you're looking at there. Here. And Hyatt. Thanks. 69.9 for Jalen Hyatt.
Nice.
So again, that's going to sound familiar because we had somebody else that was right in that range.
Yeah.
Who was Mr. 69? We had that earlier.
I think was that Kendry Miller?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it's Tank Dell.
Oh, Tank Dell. That's right.
Yeah. Tank Dell. 69.9 puts him right in the same, puts Jalen Hyatt in the same territory as Devin Funchess, Cortland Sutton, Donnie Avery, Nate Burleson. That's what you're looking at.
And at least two of those people had real careers, and the rest of it,
Sure.
not so much. Like,
I really do think that Twitter has just given up.
oh, I think a lot of people
most of the people I've been following on Twitter through this whole thing have just given up on following this.
It's because it's Friday night and it's 9:00 East Coast time, and I think a lot of these people are like, oh,
10
we're
o'clock
going
East
to
Coast.
we're going to the bar. Like, we're just going to the bar. We're done. Like,
The Rams with pick 77 take Tennessee edge rusher Byron Young.
called it something defense. It's kind of what they needed. And then I believe the Patriots. That was 76.
78.
Is the Packers?
The Packers take another tight end. They
Yeah.
take Tucker Kraft from South Dakota State. They have gone 3 offensive players in the draft that they traded away Aaron Rodgers.
The draft that they
middle finger
shouldn't
right
be
out the
going
door.
offensive players, they go offensive players, and 2 of them are tight ends that won't play for 3 years. Good.
I mean, I definitely would have thought they'd do more wide receivers than tight ends, but I guess you do you, Packers.
They always do. They always do.
Hey, the last tight end to come out of South Dakota State did pretty good.
I mean, he's got the right measurables. He's 6'5". He's on the right side of 250 coming in. So he'll put some additional muscle on as he goes, but I can't imagine he's going to do much more than block. So if that's what your plan is you needed another blocker in line, there are worse options.
Well, Luke Musgrave is not going to be the blocker.
No, Luke
Right.
Musgrave doesn't block.
So this is them saying they were wrong about DeGuaro, right?
Probably.
It has to be.
I can't imagine anything
to
else.
take 2 tight ends on
Because if they
day
had
2.
to really say it, I mean,
Well, I mean, this is them admitting it.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're not saying it out loud, but this is them publicly admitting.
They're
they were
admitting it
wrong.
without having to functionally say the actual words.
Right. They're not saying the words, but we all know what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because this is not it's an offensive. They keep saying it's another offensive weapon. Not really.
It's an offensive player.
Yeah, he's an offensive player.
Right. He
He's
technically plays on that side of the ball.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
mostly a lineman. Is mostly what that's going to be. Like, yeah, I've not been a super fan of the Packers draft to this point. Not looking good. You got a wide receiver. That was the highlight of it, Packers fans. Good for you.
Tucker Kraft. 3.
Oh, wow. That's actually a great pick. Josh Downs going to Indy.
Oh my God!
Oh, nice. He
Oh, the
finally
nerd
off
is
the
going to be livid. The nerd is going to be so upset. Where's Jason? Get Jason
That's
on here.
such a good pick.
It is a good pick, but it's going to infuriate him to a coma.
I mean, you got no slot there.
I know they had no slot at all. So now you have actually 3 wide receivers now.
Yeah.
You really needed a third wide receiver, and you did it. Like, you desperately needed a
Way
third
to
wide
go,
receiver.
Indy. We actually have some excitement now.
Oh my God!
Who knew that Indy was going to be the one to bring it?
I know, it's fascinating. After Jim
I mean-
Irsay's drug-addled tweets about taking a second quarterback earlier today, that was the highlight of my afternoon. Was reading that.
Elite quickness, like just unbelievable footwork, as you see as a strength. But yeah, that's pretty on the small side.
He's what Mini Tank wishes he could be. Like, for real. That's what this is. He's taller, he's heavier, and he's
1
got
inch
better.
taller and 6 pounds heavier.
Yeah, and he's got better footwork, and he's got better hands from all the tape I saw. I would much rather have Josh Downs than
Oh,
Mini
yeah.
Tank. Like, it's not even close.
And like we
Wandale
said,
Robinson is actually a pretty good comp for what I'm expecting to see him do. And to your point, Mike, they desperately needed some kind of slot presence because even their tight ends they like to throw to are bad now. So you needed an actual slot middle of the field guy, and this is a great way to go about doing that. I actually didn't think Josh Downs. I figured he'd be in the 3rd round, but I never thought he'd go to Indy. Figured he'd wind up somewhere else playing slot. Like Indy, I don't give Indy enough credit. Apparently, I figured they wouldn't be smart enough to actually do this.
because this is, I mean, he's the best slot receiver that was in this class. And
That's right.
Mhm.
They needed a slot receiver. It's
I was
weird how
not-
well it fits.
I was not expecting them
Well,
to
I
be
mean,
able to
look,
do
he
2 +
was
2
my
score.
wide receiver 4 in the class. He was Fantasy Pros wide receiver 5, top 10 player overall in the ECR before the draft happened. People were real high on Josh Downs. People thought Josh Downs would be a 1st-round pick, like back end 1st round. He might be
thought
the
early
one
second.
that ended up going to Kansas City. I kind of figured he'd be a 2nd-round guy, maybe mid to high 2nd round. The fact that he fell all the way to the 3rd and he's going to a good situation in Indy where he's not really competing with anybody other than Pittman for targets. I mean, this in my opinion was his best case scenario.
Yeah. Well, actually, this because of how weak the dynasty board is for this year for rookies makes him interesting because he could have
actually Neil. You're going to appreciate this one because this to me feels a lot like Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
When we were hyping up
Yep.
Amon-Ra a couple years ago, and
Very
he
close.
just kept falling and kept falling and kept falling, and then went in the 4th round to Detroit in a good situation. I feel like this is a real similar
A
situation.
lot of comps there
here.
too. About the same size. Went to a smaller school. Kind of an underknown kind of guy.
guys are
And
gonna
then
laugh
lands in a
who
very
he's gonna be
good
fighting
situation.
We're
Sorry,
going
was
to
that
laugh
Mike?
about this competition. I didn't realize this player signed with Indy. Isaiah McKenzie.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Well, he'll
So that's his
blow
competition.
Isaiah McKenzie out of the water in 2 weeks.
that's
So
his
that'll be the end
They've
of that.
got Pittman, Isaiah McKenzie, Alec Pierce, Ashton Dolan, Mike
Michael
Strachan,
Strachan.
Malik Turner,
It's just nothing. Like,
Vincent Smith. It's a whole lot of nothing.
it's a lot of nothing.
But I did not remember that he signed there, and that's just a very fitting competition to have.
Well, and then hilariously enough, too, Steve, Gardner Minshew is probably starting like for the beginning part of the season. I can't imagine Anthony Richardson is
I'd
just
say
going to
the
start.
first half, certainly.
Yeah,
for
so
at least
Gardner
1%,
Minshew is going to be throwing the ball, and you and I have been on record for how many years talking about, look, Gardner's not great, but he puts up points because he hucks it around.
Mhm.
So I could see a scenario where Josh Downs might actually have some interesting kind of value very early on here.
And
then
Josh Downs comes in 73.3, so right at Wandale Robinson, Sterling Shepard, Christian Kirk, Laviska Shenault.
In other years in Dynasty, he'd be a 2nd-round pick. Because of how weak this year is, I could see him going at the end of the 1st.
Yeah, back
I
in
could see
first,
somebody
probably.
realizing how poor the wide receiver room is, that they would just love the situation.
Yeah.
And like we said, I had him at number 5 as a wide receiver coming into the draft. So if you were a top 5 talent coming into the draft and you did get a good spot just later than most expected, that's a recipe for a good situation.
Yeah.
3 hours in, we got something fantasy relevant, guys.
Yeah.
We did it. High five. We did it. But yeah, I actually this makes too much sense. This like hurts my head after all the we've been so flippant about everything else that's been going on tonight. It's nice to actually have something that is meaningful and relevant to discuss, and a pick that makes sense. Like, especially after the last wide receiver grades that Steve rattled off of 69 and 69 and 70. The bar is so hilariously low that Josh Downs comes in at 73 just by virtue of landing in a decent spot.
Yeah. Steelers traded back, so I don't have anything to look forward to again.
No, and then now Josh Downs is gone. So buckle up, Buttercup, because this is going to hurt the rest of the way here. Like,
I can't believe how few running backs are going.
They're all going to go tomorrow. It feels like that's going to be tomorrow. It's just the early morning of tomorrow Mountain Time.
A crazy amount of tight ends going.
It's just going to be running back after running back going tomorrow because the league just doesn't care about running back anymore, and they're all
How
disposable.
far back did the Steelers trade? Because the Panthers are the team that moved up.
About 12 picks.
So they've dropped to 93.
I mean, I don't know the exact one.
'Cause
93 and 132 we got.
Okay. Because that was the next pick that the Panthers had. And Carolina takes edge rusher DJ Johnson. So edge rusher, you know what that means. Let's bring in Nee Wallace Bruce.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who
I love
to
the
have some
jacket.
defense.
Oh, the jacket t-shirt combo is beautiful.
He's the reverse Mike Manning. He's gotten
There we go.
classier as this has
more as
gone
the
on.
night, as the days go on.
Yeah.
it's Friday
He's
night.
picking
So I
up
have
the
to.
pieces of the suit that Mike has been shedding this entire time. Smart man.
So if I make it on Saturday, it'll be a 3-piece tuxedo. So
Yeah.
Tuxedo.
Right.
Love it.
Yeah. It's been an interesting second day, no?
a word for it.
For you,
Yeah, that's a word.
the non-defensive guys.
Our
not so much for us.
our word is probably more like brutal.
Yeah.
Josh Downs went. We had a nice little conversation about Josh Downs that was highly positive. Before that, a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Before that, you're going back a couple hours to Mingo. And then
Oh, wow.
that middle part is pretty bad. We made fun of the
Yeah.
Lions some more. You missed that.
Oh, good. You good.
Yeah, we covered that. What stands out to you, though, Nee, on defense? That's what the people want to hear.
I hear that.
Yeah,
I hear that.
anything
Now,
from this area here, as you get caught up a little bit on what's been going on?
Harrison to the Falcons interests me just as an immediate one of the selections for today. Not Hooker. Brown to the Eagles. I like that as well at safety, especially with the way that safeties are getting more involved in some of those packages where they're kind of like in the linebacker spot. Could be someone of interest. Those are the two that would stand out to me.
What do you think about Garrett Williams?
Garrett Williams, the cornerback to the Cardinals.
Yeah, with how little depth they have at cornerback.
Right. So
and your penchant for rookie corner.
Yep, the penchant for rookie corner and the fact that he's gonna get thrown at a lot. So yeah, ideally he gets that starting gig straight away. He gets the snaps. Cardinals get busy on defense because we don't even know who's going to be starting for them at quarterback next year in week 1. So the upside is there for him in IDP, absolutely.
I mean, it's Marco Wilson and then Rashad Fenton at this point. That's not ideal.
That is a pathway to starting for Wilson.
Yeah. I don't care what round you drafted in.
That is
the nicest way to put that.
Now riddle me this, gentlemen, because we did toast the Eagles yesterday. It looks like they've done a reasonable job today with the selections of Steen and Brown at 65 and 66. Let me ask you this: If AJ Brown doesn't get traded for in last year's draft, does Howie Roseman continue with his lottery picks as wide receiver, or would we have seen this, sound drafting that we've seen this year if he hadn't traded for AJ Brown the previous year?
I think he would have traded for somebody else.
It would have been another veteran. He was linked.
I think he was done with especially with the way this draft works, where it's just a bargain bucket of nonsense. Like you just, I think he would have been trying to trade for a different veteran. Maybe he's the one. Maybe if he didn't do it last year, maybe he's the one who gets DJ Moore for this year. You know what I mean? There are maybe he gets
Hollywood Brown was on the block.
DeAndre Hopkins
is on the block.
Yeah,
he would have
Hopkins
definitely found another veteran. Even a Calvin Ridley, he probably would have been snuck. He would have snuck in there and been like, I can just wait for next year to have a phenomenal receiving core.
Right.
I think that Devontae Smith, that class in general, is just a whole nother animal. Like it was a monstrous class of just such talented wide receivers that you're taking the third wide receiver, and he was a Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh, the Titans have made a selection. Here we go.
Yeah, Derrick Henry's replacement.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I go that far.
Sure.
I
Is
mean,
his
if he
knee
gets
going to
traded,
hold
he
up?
goes-
Is his knee going to allow that to happen? Because
Derrick Henry will get traded. They'll go into full tank mode. And one of the favorites coming into the draft, Spears, just as the offseason went on, he got more and more hype.
he's fast.
Yeah. And elusive. Fast and elusive. So you pair him with Hassan Haskins, they actually would make a good pair. If Derrick Henry does get traded, which who knows, maybe it does. I like this player in general. I had him at my RB4 in the class. Can't say I love the spot, but
Sure.
there's an opening to a possible starting position for him. On a team
I
that
would
does
like
to run the ball.
I would like the spot more if Derrick Henry wasn't there, because then there'd
Right.
be a pathway to him actually playing meaningful snaps immediately.
He's much better than Haskins.
Yes, he is much better than Haskins. He's
And
also
Julius
a lot.
Chestnut.
He's a lot faster than Haskins. Like he's
Yeah.
a blur compared to Hassan Haskins. It's interesting because I don't think a lot of people would claim to have heard of him until the offseason and the combine where he started doing testing. He probably would have gone higher if it wasn't for concerns around his knee. Because that will be what dogs him and keeps him. It's probably why he's being drafted here, is because he's got knee concerns that could become serious if.
I think his only spotlight game was against Oklahoma.
Yeah. but he's got the right measurables. He's 5'10". He's the right height. He's right side. He's just on the right side of 200 pounds. He'll add some muscle. I don't know if I really see Darrell Henderson as the player comp for him. I think he's a little more elusive than Darrell Henderson ever was. But still, I get the logic for the Titans. You needed something else to kind of fill out your room, especially if you are going to get rid of Henry. And he would have a path to playing time if Henry was gone. So could have some theoretical value. I don't hate it.
I've got him at 59.1, so same territory as Lamar Miller, Dara Goombawale, and Samaje Perine.
Yeah, so like I was saying, not something I would get heavily invested in. In redraft, it's completely useless. And even in Dynasty, it's like a 3rd round pick. Maybe this year it's a late 2nd round pick because of how bad it is.
Yeah,
because of how bad everything is. In other years, he'd be a 3rd round pick. We put it through that way.
You only
This
take
year
so many tight ends till you just are like, all right, I'm going to take a running back.
Well, why take any tight ends at all? Is my argument.
Because that's all that's being drafted.
I still don't care. I don't
Neil's
care.
argument is just draft a 6th lineman
Yeah,
and just line him up for rushing downs, and that's it. Why do you even need the position?
Yeah,
Just get
you
rid
don't
of it.
need tight end. Like, it's totally useless. It's utterly useless position. Like, if they were to use it properly, then it would be fine. But no one does.
The NFL seems to disagree this year.
Well, the NFL is
Tampa
frequently
Bay
wrong about how
took
its own game works. So,
Louisville edge rusher Yaya Diaby,
it's a hell of a name.
and now we are
Yeah,
on
it is.
to Denver.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Just stop going to Denver, please. It just gets worse every time you do. It just gets worse every time we go back to Denver. Please stop. Well, at this point, it's late enough that it kind of doesn't matter. You weren't here, Nee, when they just decided to take a wide receiver to trade up to take a wide receiver for no apparent reason. Because go nuts, go for it, Denver. You could
Because science.
because science. That was probably the
Wow,
biggest laugh of tonight.
And it was a wide receiver that is essentially the same type of wide receiver they have 3 of on their team already.
Yeah.
Right.
It was pretty. It was Marvin Mims. Pretty embarrassing. They traded up to get Marvin Mims. To who looks exactly like KJ Hamler. It's like this plays the same game as KJ Hamler, and it's like this just was. They could have waited and not even traded, but it just they can't help themselves. They have to do it. It's similar to Pete Carroll and running back. It's baked in it's in the bone. They can't help themselves. They have to do it.
They got to do it. Yeah.
The Broncos take Iowa corner Riley Moss.
Oh, okay. At least it's not embarrassing.
So, quick question about Denver. I need to know about this. The likes of Hamler and Tim Patrick, are they going to feature in fantasy in this season, or is it going to still be about the top dogs?
If you're looking for a guy that's not Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton, I go with Tim Patrick.
Right.
KJ Hamler is a down the field. He's a field stretcher, and he's always hurt. And then they just drafted his replacement. And then, because the Sean Payton is there, they went around and re-signed all of Sean Payton's favorite stupid toys in Marquez Callaway and Little Jordan Humphrey. So they have the most crowded, stupid wide receiver room. And it leads a lot of credence to them wanting to trade Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy. The problem they're having there is that they want a first for Jerry Jeudy, which no one's going to give you. And they wanted a second for Cortland Sutton, which nobody's going to give you. Like, that's not happening. Like, that, no one is going to give you a second. You might be able to convince somebody to give you an early second for Jerry Jeudy, but they don't want that. They want a first. And you're never getting a second-round pick for Cortland Sutton. That's just never going to happen. That's complete idiocy to even think you would get that. So they're going to have this logjam at wide receiver. The one that is interesting that isn't one of the big two would be Tim Patrick. Because of the position that he plays plays big slot.
We got an interesting pick.
Okay, yeah. While we're waiting for that.
Devon A-Chain to the Miami Dolphins.
Oh,
interesting.
Wow. That is interesting. Tim Patrick is the one you would want, assuming he's healthy. If you're looking at a guy who's not one of the big two, that's who you want.
Copy that. Thank you.
You might blow his knee out again. You never know because it's Tim Patrick, and I hate to say that, but
damn.
If he's healthy, he's good.
A-Chain, the track star.
The A-Chain in Miami.
Mike, this do anything for you?
It intrigues me. I mean, there's no chance that he's going to be a workhorse of any kind. He's going to be a similar style to a Swift, or like you're hoping for a Mostert type even, where he's going to break big runs. He's going to be used in the receiving game. He's going to be on the field occasionally, but like at most 40% of the snaps. That's even his ceiling. He is just not big enough to be able to handle too much more than that.
I was going to say 188 pounds, and I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Like,
electric player, like great at, he can run the ball as well as receiving, but just get him in space and let him do his thing type player.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, you like you some Miami running back. What do you think?
I've got A-Chain at 68.6, so he comes in right around DeMarco Murray, Chris Johnson. Let's see.
He plays like Chris
D'Angelo
Johnson. I get why the
Williams.
comp is Chris Johnson.
Royce
Yeah.
Freeman. Le'Veon Bell was a 69 rating.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's where he's going to land. He was my RB4 coming into this. Just, based on his production, what he can do. Obviously, the size is concerning, but like Mike was saying, you go to a situation where he doesn't have to be the workhorse back. He goes into a full-blown committee, but he also has that explosive playmaking where even on 35 or 40% of the snaps, he could be a reasonable flex on a weekly basis. He's going to a situation where Mostert's coming back, Jeff Wilson's coming back. They re-signed Myles Gaskin because they can. They still have Savon Ahmed just because they can.
Right.
So now they add A-Chain to that entire mix. And yeah, they're all going to touch the ball at some point. But I think the more that you can get him involved, and especially in the passing game, the better.
And neither Mostert or Wilson are exactly the epitome of health.
Yeah, exactly.
So he could easily jump
Or
up the
Gaskin.
pecking board quickly.
Or is it or Gaskin?
Yeah.
Or Ahmed, really.
Or,
Like,
yeah.
really none of them.
The big thing was, you know what? Whatever running back ends up in Miami has a very solid chance of being fantasy relevant this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whichever
Even
one is
if
healthy
Dalvin
for
Cook
which
does
quarter
arrive-
of the season.
It'll become Cook and A-Chain probably.
Yeah.
All right, so help me out, gents, because I'm catching up, and it looks like DeAndre Hopkins and Trey Lance are still with their teams in the NFC West.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's
we're
been
puzzled
no
about it
veteran
too, don't we?
trades at
that's
all.
correct. No one wants to trade for anything this year. They've all got their money in their pockets.
I don't
What
know.
are they,
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, did Aaron Rodgers kill the market or something?
No, people just got too tired of talking about trades with Aaron Rodgers thing, and they were just like, all right, oh, that's done.
We're
Can we
over
just-
it. Yeah.
Can we just wait a bit?
We're over it.
I hear that.
Uh,
hear that.
Did the Chargers just make a pick? I think the Chargers.
They
Yeah,
did.
they
they
picked
took,
a linebacker.
Washington State linebacker Deion Henley.
Mm-hmm. Now the Chargers do need some linebacker help. That's been a bit of a revolving door for them as a franchise. Kenneth Murray's come in the last few years, has sachets between starting and bench. Eric Kendricks came from Minnesota. So those are the guys in the middle. Now, the headline is Joey Bosa on the edge as well as Khalil Mack, but they have been weak when in the middle, especially when it comes to stopping the run. So hopefully with this pick, in real life, they get someone that can help stop the run through Henley, but also in fantasy, they have someone who can tackle and get some points that way and also deliver the big plays. So that's what we're looking for with Henley in IDP this season.
Yeah, because they just lost Tranquil.
Yep. He was not tranquil on the field.
But
Good night, everybody.
I'll let myself out.
Tip your waitresses.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Yeah, they haven't traded DeAndre Swift yet either, Nee. Don't worry, I'm on
Oh,
high
wow.
alert for that. The minute that happens, I'll be all over it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not getting traded till tomorrow, if anything.
I don't care when you do it, just do it. because I can't watch that all year. That's just gonna be soul
Like,
crushing.
how do you have a player that is obviously unhappy and that you obviously don't like, and just continue to just have them in your room, be fine with it?
I think they might be waiting until after the draft if they can't find something they like, and then they'll figure it out as we get closer to camp. You know what I mean? Or they don't do anything and they wait until halfway through the season, and they just take their chances that he
Worse.
stays healthy, and they say,
Yeah, they just hope he stays healthy.
and they just
I
say,
think you
or
could
they
have stopped it. They don't do anything. Yeah.
that could, you know what? Given the Lions' track record of decision making
Yeah.
recently, you know what?
Yeah.
That could happen.
That is
That could
very plausible.
Yeah, that's just dumb enough to be plausible.
Baltimore takes Clemson linebacker Trenton Simpson.
I wouldn't call Torrey Smith an NFL legend.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
won a
he's not in the
Super
league,
Bowl.
so
All right, I'm not saying every Super Bowl winner is an NFL legend.
Clearly, the NFL
I
is.
think the NFL might disagree with you on that point. Actually.
Yeah.
That's a lot of legends.
I know, but they don't care. It's up to them to decide how many legends there are.
I can argue semantics.
They did that all 20, like the 2000s team or whatever. That was a lot of names on there that I was like, oh my god, what? Like,
Yeah.
we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel now.
Yeah.
Is this San Fran's first pick?
It will be. I have not picked all draft.
Wow.
That's why I haven't worn my colors.
It's gonna be a running back.
Yes, I can already hear Shanahan banging the table out there. My guy.
It's a running back or a quarterback.
How many running backs do they have? Is it more or less than 4? Because if
Not
it's 4 or
enough.
less, you know it's running
Not
back
enough.
right now. If it's 4 or less, not enough. Need more.
We know it's
Not enough.
obviously McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Tyrion Davis-Price.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not enough. That's
That's
only
right.
3.
Yeah.
We've got to get another.
Got to get more.
Trade for Derrick Henry as well. Oh, not enough running backs.
I'm just gonna have Christian play wide receiver. It's fine. Just make it happen. Debo, you're off the hook, Debo. We paid you to play wide receiver and running back, and you're the luckiest man in the NFL because now you only have to play wide receiver again.
Actually,
That
Debo,
was the
Debo
what a
wants to be
come
the
up
offensive
for
tackle
Debo.
now.
Debo, get in there and block.
Yeah.
Debo, you can do it. We believe in
You
you.
made a wide receiver? You think you made a running back? Let's see how you do with offensive tackle.
Debo, you're gonna rotate in with Kittle. We gotta keep you both healthy.
I wouldn't put it past him. I would
No,
not
dude,
put it
that
past
man's
No,
that
they got
man's insane.
safety.
That man's completely insane. So
They got a
Good.
safety out of Penn State, so don't worry. Didn't get
Good.
a running back yet.
him. Needed a safety, to be honest.
But they have 2 picks in the next 15, so they might get a running back there.
Right.
yeah, it's still early for them.
Yeah.
got all day tomorrow.
hmm
Plenty of time. They got at least 2 or 3 more running backs incoming.
Well, yeah, we said that San Fran and Seattle are very similar in that way, but Seattle takes it to we're always just going to draft a high running back.
Yeah,
San Fran says we're always just going to draft multiple back end running backs.
Rounds 5 through 7 is all running backs. That's all
right.
we do is just take running back lottery tickets and hope we get lucky.
Which one would make you more mad as a fan? I'd probably say I'd be more upset of every single second rounder.
Yeah, it depends on how good the second rounders wind up being, but on aggregate, probably
Yeah.
that.
Go ahead, take as many running backs in the
No, it could be
as
worse.
they want.
First, you could spend all your top picks on tight ends, but what do I know?
Exactly?
Ryan
Yeah.
Pace. What do I know?
Yeah, Ryan Pace. Yeah, Ryan. This is exactly Ryan Pace. That's why you're unemployed, Ryan.
Oh, Ryan.
That's why you're on your couch watching this with the rest of us.
Speaking of Jags, the Jaguars are on the clock. How's that for a segue, Neil? Late in day 2.
It's fitting for the time of the draft.
I was gonna say. Well, yesterday I
You're
noticed you
welcome.
were having
3.5
beers yesterday.
hours
I haven't
in.
seen you having beers today. Like,
Ugh.
oh, he's got to stay. You got to stand up and go get another. You wanna
I
go
know.
get another one, and we'll cover for you. Well,
You know what? I'll just roll back here and grab it real quick. Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate it,
go,
guys.
yeah,
It's
go.
pretty
We'll,
far.
we'll,
Tell
we'll
me all
van-
about
we'll
the
van-
defense. How does the defense
Yeah.
work again?
What do you think about Jair Brown, knee? They got a safety. It's your team. What do you think?
Yeah.
See,
Nah.
I just went with the really subtle technique of just muting every time I open the can.
Right, yeah. I was like, I can't drink while we're doing this. 'Cause it'll loosen my
ASMR
tongue.
here an hour,
It'll
3.5.
loosen my tongue to a point where this will all have to be NSFW.
Mhm.
That's the problem. I'll start swearing. It's gonna get real rated R up
Well,
in here.
both me
Like,
and Mike were drinking yesterday, and we told Mason he wasn't allowed to because one of us had to be sober and be the DD while we were driving.
yeah, I
through.
know. I was also
first
sober
hour
yesterday
and a
because I was
half.
like, if I start drinking, the F-bombs are gonna start trickling out, and we allow a low level PG-13 amount of swearing, but F-bombs is right out. Can't
We
be
have an interesting pick come up.
There it is.
dropping.
Another tank.
Watch.
Yeah,
Tank Bigsby.
Oh.
we did it.
We did get.
We
two
did it.
tanks
We
in
got
one day.
both tanks
We
in
got
the same
both
night.
tanks.
We did it, Mike. We've come so far.
This makes the entire night worth it.
We had mini tank, and now we have big tank.
And yesterday you had Banks. 2 tanks and a Banks. Not bad.
I mean, I can't say I love Bigsby,
Nope, we just love the tank part.
but
That's it. That's the only interesting part of this pick.
it's Travis Etienne, Dearness Johnson, and now Tank Bigsby.
Tank watch.
The tank.
He is the big tank for a reason. Right
Yeah.
side of 200, 215, right side of 6 feet tall. But to be
Don't
honest
make
with you,
Don't
Well,
make
he's
a
big
big
favorite
direction,
prospect.
just make
Tank
him go
because of
forward.
Bigsby. That's it. That's where it gets that from.
not my favorite prospect. Not gonna lie
No.
to you.
Somebody that was
We
looked
talking
at
about
a
he's
lot
my RB
higher last year.
14.
entering the
I loved him.
He wasn't helped by the fact that Auburn was an utter tire fire last year, so that really doesn't help you. But even so, he's kind of just like a plotter. He's like a ham and egger. He's a between the tackles kind of guy. He's not a PPR threat. It's not
I mean,
something that I'm
Damian
going to get.
Harris, that's a good comp.
He doesn't. I don't think he runs as hard as Damian Harris. Damian Harris was interesting because he would literally just break himself running forward at 100 miles an hour through a brick wall. I don't think Tank's going to do that for you. And then finally, Damian Harris actually did break himself doing that.
Well,
So
yeah,
I just-
maybe Tank's smart.
Maybe,
that's just smarter on his part.
maybe, but I don't
By
pay
the
you to
way-
be smart. I play you to play football.
Tank
What?
64.0. Kendre Miller was a 64.2. So I've already kind of listed
I'd
off.
definitely rather Kendre.
It's the
Yeah,
same,
and we were
same range
so high on Kendre Miller.
of player. Right. Exactly.
Oh God. It's hard to get excited about this. There you go. Get the eye on glass. Frame it up. There it is. There it is. Smile. There you go. That's how you model.
Hornonsense.com.
I was about to
Get
say,
all
where
your-
can we
get all
get
your
that?
That's
Yeah,
how you model merch.
Nonsense.com. It's all there.
That's
all there.
why I got the koozie because I don't want to give free promotions.
well, that's right. They don't pay us. They don't get on the screen.
I didn't get my important nonsense cup yet.
We'll have to send you one.
Is anybody interested in, like, I mean, I guess Tank would make a certain amount of sense in Jacksonville because he would be the logical complement to Etienne, right? You got your shifty kind of scat back, and then you need a bigger guy to kind of blow it up for you. I think that's got to be the thought process here, right?
Yeah, I'd say stylistically, like, it's perfectly fine. That this is what you would expect them to do as draft. If they were going to draft a running back, this is the type they would draft.
Yeah.
Because ETN is going to be the
Should have just left that up there. It was funnier with his mouth just open the whole time.
Well, he dropped out. Did we lose Mike? I thought it was me for a minute there?
No. We lost Mike. Mike's whole internet connection froze mid-sentence.
Because I know I was having some internet issues earlier, so I didn't know if that was me or not.
Yeah, you still are. It kind of comes in and out.
All right,
It's
excellent.
intermittent. My assumption is that your family is streaming at your house, and it's
My children are on Game Pass currently. I believe they're playing the new Minecraft game, so I'm sure that's just bogging down my whole internet.
good.
You know what? Let's
Good.
get their review on that, because that's going to be more interesting than
I already
talking
told
about
you.
Tank Bigsby
No one's
anymore.
gonna want that. Go get your dog, and we'll put the dog on there, and then our views will go up like exponentially. Just having Jake sit in your
So you've
seat
got-
with the headset on.
So Travis Etienne, obviously the one. Where
Yeah.
does Bigsby fall now in that backfield? Does he surpass Dearness Johnson as the number 2, or is it still the D train?
He would for me, but Dearness Johnson, it's probably pretty close because Dearness Johnson we've seen have enough flashes in Cleveland, right?
Exactly.
Like-
right.
Neither one really. It's hard for me to get excited about either one.
That's fair.
Realistically, Dearness Johnson is basically just a glorified handcuff, right?
Yeah.
'Cause if
But
something
that's what
was
we're
to
talking about
happen
with
to
Tank.
Etienne-
So
Yeah.
that was kind of my point. Is if you're looking for the
I'll put it to
handcuff
you this
for
way.
Etienne, who is it? And is it
Dearness
more of a
Johnson.
committee situation?
It's Dearness Johnson, and if something was to really happen to Etienne, then I think both Tank and Dearness would have value. But Dearness gets first crack because he's been in the league longer.
Sure.
Let me put it to you this way: Is Tank is even in this crappy dynasty class? Is Tank even a second round pick, or is he a third? I think he's more of a third round pick. It's hard for me to want to get excited about it.
Yep.
And this year is crap.
I mean, I don't know. He's a drafted player.
Yeah.
And at this point, there have been so few decent players drafted. Maybe back in second round, high in third is probably where you're looking.
Yeah, it's something like that. Maybe he'd have more value if you did already roster Etienne. So whoever that individual is in your league might be interested, especially if they don't have Dearness Johnson. So you have some kind of handcuff.
Me, the Rams took Wake Forest defensive interior Kobe Turner. That do anything for you?
Could this be the
Tickle your
success?
fancy a little bit?
Aaron, could this be the success to Aaron Donald? Aaron Donald has talked about potentially retiring. He's teased us with it. Is this the guy that? Mike, welcome back. By the way, how long does Aaron Donald have left, in your humble opinion?
Oh, I think that he's happy with how his career's gone to this point. That if this Rams team doesn't bounce back, he's perfectly fine with walking into the sunset.
Mm-hmm.
You mean walking into the Fox booth?
There we go.
inevitably?
Donald,
Like-
I don't know if Donald would do that. He's not much of a talker, really.
Yeah, but people need checks, and all he has to do is he's not doing the whole game, man. He's doing a studio show for an hour.
In terms of his play can go on for years. But as we saw after the Super Bowl win and after this past season, it's going to be a year-to-year type thing for him.
Right.
He has had a phenomenal Hall of Fame, arguably best defensive player of the year type career. So it's if this Rams team starts to crumble and he's not having fun, he'll be done.
Right.
That's why some people were mocking Kalijah Kancey to LA.
At number 90, the Cowboys select one of the better names in the draft. Texas linebacker Marvian Overshown. I mean, that's what a name.
That's a tough name to be able to
Marvian
fit on the,
Overshown.
fit on the
Overshown.
jersey.
That's a name right there.
It's phenomenal. That is fantastic.
Just get
Yeah.
Overshown on the back of your
Right?
jersey. Yeah,
Yeah,
loving it.
Very appropriate for Dallas, by the way.
that'd be like an
Exactly.
old school XFL name.
Roger, he hate me. That can't be right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's gotta
remember that guy.
But yeah, this guy. I mean, when you look at the Micah Parsons runs that defense. We know this. It's his.
Yeah.
That's his linebacker core that he leads.
Rightfully so.
But Leighton Van Der Esch we don't know how much time we got left with this guy. He has had his neck issues, and neck is very hard to, I guess, prognosticate in terms of the future. But Overshown could fit into that role as a replacement. Someone to look at in IDP potentially.
Chiefs jumping up at least 4 spots with Buffalo.
Oh,
Another team jumping the Steelers. I don't like it.
You don't even know what you want for the Steelers at this point.
Honestly, I'm pretty happy. I don't really know what else they can do.
Yeah. You got Joey Porter and then immediately just checked out on it. Like, nope, done.
Yep.
Got what we needed.
I was happy with their
You
defensive.
threw
interior. They
down
got
your
Bobby
jacket, knee picked it up, and here we are.
Oh, Lord.
uh,
Who is this person announcing the Bills pick, and how do I... Is there anything lower on my stream than mute?
No, he's like some social media guy, like TikTok and crap.
You could just say douchebag. It's fine. Like that's
All right. I mean,
enough. Like that's
synonyms.
Also, the buffalo chicken wing hat lacks the quiet dignity of the cheese head.
I didn't even realize it was a chicken wing hat. I just saw a bucket hat and looked away. Because I saw it said Canadian influencer, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, right.
Wait, what?
Immediately check out.
Like,
Yeah.
I saw the alert that that Kansas City traded up, and now I'm seeing the pick to Buffalo. Did they not trade up, or is just
Buffalo
just
picked right before KC?
Yeah.
So KC traded up with Cincinnati.
Yeah, right ahead of Pittsburgh.
Gotcha. That makes more sense.
This is what happens when 90% of the internet checks out on covering this, and we're the only idiots that are foolhardy enough to continue on.
Okay, so I am correct that KC is on the clock, though.
Yeah, and the pick is in.
Yeah. Buffalo took
Twitter
linebacker
at this point.
Dorian Williams from Tulane.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo gets another linebacker.
I like it. I do like it.
You would. You would like it. At least somebody on the panel is happy. Okay.
They are a little bit thin at linebacker. They got AJ Klein, Matt Milano in those positions at the moment at linebacker, and also Terrell Bernard. Two journeymen.
I'm happy to have AJ Klein as a starting linebacker.
Thank you. That is correct comment.
It's a heck of a drop off between Tremaine Edmonds down to AJ Klein.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is kind of like falling down an elevator shaft. Actually, that's it's not great.
No.
You'll black out on the way down. Like you'll just lose consciousness before you hit the ground. Like it's gonna be
especially
bad.
when you're up against the 5 Miami Dolphins running backs, or how many they got. The return of Breece Hall and the 6th rounder that the Patriots are going to draft tomorrow. When you got all those running backs coming at you, it's not going to be a nice time for AJ Klein and Matt Milano.
Here's a fun stat for you, Nee. The Jags used their 3rd round pick on Auburn running back Tank Bigsby, which should come as no surprise. Jaguars GM Trent Baalke now has drafted a running back in every single year he has been a GM. 49ers 2011 to 2016, Jaguars 2021 to 2023.
Yep. That's Trent Baalke's special.
There's a fun fact. That's a little Snapple fact for everybody.
We were praising him for how he was handling the draft early on, and then just starts to torpedo it.
Just
He went
well, it's the Trent Baalke. It's the Trent Baalke roller coaster we're all used to. Ah!
Look competent and then suddenly not. Yeah.
Yeah. If you'd like the full history, I can give it. If you'd like the full history, I have it here. Kendall Hunter, LaMichael James, that's a flashback. Marcus Lattimore, Carlos Hyde, Steve's best friend, Carlos Hyde.
My BFF.
Mike Davis, Kelvin Taylor, Travis Etienne, Snoop Connor, and now Tank Bigsby. That is the full list of Trent Baalke running backs.
Before I went to Arizona.
That list hurt. That list was painful to read. At least,
Not a lot of positive names there.
No.
Yeah. The best thing Bucky can do is just let Doug Peterson coach.
It's bad that Carlos Hyde was the second best name.
Yes.
That's really bad. Like,
Mike, you're a Steelers fan. Maybe you can explain this. Why do people keep jumping in front of the Steelers to take offensive line?
I don't know.
What is that
I mean,
trend?
they got their left tackle. I think they're happy.
What-
The only other position,
What is it? Do they just
the Steelers'
on a-
interior of the offensive line is actually in good shape right now.
just from an
Their center, Mason
outside
Cole,
perspective, it
very
seems like
solid.
nobody likes their line because
And
they're like,
then
well, clearly the
Dotson-
Steelers want more linemen.
Dotson there, one guard, or no, James Daniels and Isaac Siamalo in the side at guards. The two problems were the tackles between Dan Moore and Chukwuma Okorafor. They both led up 40-plus pressures. One of only 3 groups of pairs of tackles that did that last year. So
the Steelers have made a pick, by the way.
Oh,
It
wow.
has happened.
I'm hoping edge. So sorry, I don't want anything.
You're gonna
fancy
have to keep.
relative.
You're gonna have to keep hoping.
Oh, you saw it?
Oh, I already know
Yeah.
what the pick is for the Steelers. I'm already aware of it.
Yeah.
Likewise. I'm
I wouldn't
aware.
say it's bad. It's just not what you're hoping for.
Is it offense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Is
well,
it
kind of. Kind of.
Oh,
Kind
it's
of.
Neil's favorite.
Kind of again. You said, is it offense?
Is it
Yes. Is
special
it line?
teamer?
Kind of. Nope.
Tight end.
It's tight end Darnell Washington.
Honestly, whatever.
Yep. That's the correct response to that news. That is the appropriate reaction. I salute you.
Honestly,
Whatever.
is the
Honestly,
exact
whatever.
response they're
My God,
giving.
you should get that tattooed on you. Like that's
It could be a great value, but there was so many people that were Pittsburgh media and Pittsburgh fans that wanted Darnell Washington drafted in like the second round, early second round, and I thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. Why do we need a tight end too? We
you
don't
already
run-
have a really good tight end 1 in Fryermuth.
exactly.
You really
The
just
only
need a
reason-
blocker like past that. Like
So maybe we'll move Darnell to right tackle. That's fine with me. Because he's much better probably at blocking than Chukwuma Okorafor.
well, that's why you were saying, is it lineman? And I'm like, kind of, because
Yeah, now I
Darnell's
get
probably
it.
going to be in there to block.
Yeah,
That's
now I
likely
get it.
how
That
that's going to
makes
go.
sense.
Like,
But honestly, so the Steelers were the 3rd lowest passing touchdowns in the red zone last year. And now they have Pat Freiermuth, now Darnell Washington, Allen Robinson, George Pickens, and then obviously Deontay Johnson. That's a big group. That's a lot of size.
mhm.
So I get it. I just don't think it was the biggest need. But
I
if
mean-
you're all the way down to here, and we have a pick coming up again, I think. Sure.
all I'll
Why
say
not?
to you is this: I can't teach you to be 6'7", 265. Okay,
No,
Mhm.
you cannot.
I cannot teach that. You either can do that or you can't. So if he's going to be in there to
fits their
block
scheme.
and if he's going to be in there to block and help out the right side of your line, I've
Cool.
I've heard of worse ideas.
Yeah, it
Like,
makes sense. They're a team that wants to run the ball heavily. He's a great run blocker. I mean, he's going to be a red zone presence. I
Well,
get it.
I love the way you wrote this. Monster frame is probably even underselling it,
Yeah.
and and that's a high and then route running. Well, guess what? You ain't running no routes anyway. So
You
who
don't need to.
cares?
Literally
Because
go-
you ain't running no routes here. That's not what we're
Go
having.
4
here for.
yards, turn around, jump up.
Yeah, if that or this, just up.
Yeah.
Block up. Just this move all day. This is all I need you to do. Like.
What
You're
you
not
did to
getting
that
off.
sled in the combine.
Yeah.
Do it more.
Yeah, hit the sled, because that's all we got you to do here, man. You ain't running no route at all. Like,
Hey,
we
it's
got
a value
Pat
pick.
Freiermuth. He's very good at that job. We do not need you to help him. Like, he's.
Yeah, so I like that NFL Network has compared it to a more explosive Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah. Well, our own Chris Salazar was comparing him to Jimmy Graham, and I love you, Chris, but I'm sorry, but no,
Oh no, he's not
not even
anywhere
close.
near
Like, it's,
that.
Hey,
He's
I compared him
way
to our
bigger
guy
than
CJ
Jimmy
Uzama. I mean,
CJ Uzama's like 6'4". So that's my one kind of nitpick there. Is like
There's
God.
nobody that you can pick out that matches his size.
I know that's why I would have found a lineman. I would have probably
like-
compared him to a lineman. Like if I was
The
if
best
I was
comp,
rating this.
LeBron James is 6'9", 250.
I like that.
Okay.
We'll do that. LeBron James.
Yeah, I'll go-
Darnell Washington
I'll
is
do that.
6'7", 264.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll go there with you. LeBron. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So if you're looking for a comp, there you go.
Hey,
This just
LeBron can
means-
block.
LeBron could block.
Hey,
They've talked for years
look,
about how LeBron
the
would play tight
Browns
end
have
in the
been trying to
NFL.
sign him for years.
Yeah,
so
LeBron could easily play tight end in the league.
He
Like,
always just teases them at Browns game when he goes on the field pregame and just like catches passes ridiculously.
oh yeah, well, and they were so bad for so long too that they would have anything to sell tickets, because they would have sold out every game with LeBron playing tight end. Like that's even when they were terrible.
LeBron could have been kicker and they would have sold out every game.
I know. They would have had him playing. They would have made packages for him to play Wildcat. He'd been playing quarterback half the game. Like it's
Cavaliers have been
absolutely
like,
what would have
nope,
happened.
You can't do that.
Well, yeah, the Cavs would absolutely not allow that to happen at any point ever. Like, no, he'll get killed. I like
Another
how
fancy relevant guy.
I like how Ian Rappaport's talking about a big physical target for Darnell Washington, and I'm like, the first 3 words of that are correct, Ian. A big physical, and then just period. Target is wrong, because that's not happening. Like,
that 100% is happening. What are you talking about? He's going to go in there at the 5-yard line, walk 2 steps, turn around, and just catch it up here over everyone else on the field. Kenny
Jason
Pickett can
Witten-
throw it 5 feet over anybody else, and it'll just go
the
right
Jason
into
Witten
Darnell
route,
Washington.
The Jason Witten
Yeah.
route tree of take
It'll
2
be
steps
like
and
when
turn
Yao
around.
Ming would dunk the ball. Like, yeah, of course he's dunking the ball. He just has to reach up
Yeah.
and touch the rim.
You know, why not?
Looks like Bull, except with
It's
muscle.
the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, muscular Bull.
They're gonna sit there and when they double team Calvin Johnson inside the 3-yard line.
Nee, I'm
Just do
glad
the
you
same
actually
thing.
know who Bull is, because the other 2 people are looking at me like I have too. They don't know what that is. If Bull had
Orlando-
actual muscle, he would be he would be like an elite level NBA player if he could actually
Absolutely.
develop muscle.
Yeah,
like,
he had success with the Nuggets, right?
that's how I know who it is. I watched him play for the Nuggets for a couple
Yeah.
seasons there. He was hilarious. It was hilarious watching that guy shoot threes. It was like a baby giraffe. Like he
Awkward and-
he didn't jump. Like he just would just lean back and just like throw it up. But he would arc it to the rafters and it would go in. And I'm like, how do you even learn to do that? Like that doesn't even my brain can't process what you're doing. They'd try to guard it and they would just be standing there dumbfounded, like, what? Like, what just happened?
Yeah, his shot arc and Lonzo Ball, the ends justifies the
Ridiculous.
means.
It's just so ridiculous. Anyway, we've gone completely off the rails. There was a fantasy relevant pick in here somewhere. I heard Mike mention it, so we should probably actually do our
Arizona
job.
picked wide receiver Michael Wilson from
Yeah.
Stanford.
Okay.
I thought you said fantasy relevant.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Hey, that passes in this year's draft. Okay, I hate to tell
Yeah.
you,
You know
that's a
what?
skill
That's
position
fair.
player.
I'm picking
Like,
at straws here. Like,
yeah, we spent how long
He's
vamping about
so
Darnell
fantasy
Washington?
relevant, he didn't make the top 20, and I don't have any data on him. So
Sweet.
there you go.
Sweet.
he's old, been at Stanford forever,
Sounds fantasy relevant.
barely played because of injuries, but is a great route runner.
Sounds good so far.
I mean, he was considered a sleeper, but I think 3rd round is a bit much for him.
Also going to the
And it's
Cardinals.
a very, I was going to say, it's a very small wide receiver room.
Now the Lions are on the clock for some reason. I don't know how.
Bengals
that
pick is just happening now.
Ah.
So yeah, Michael
Wait,
Wilson at 94
so
to the
do the
Cardinals,
Bengals have
and
the
none
pick?
of us could care less. So if you're
I've
still
got
watching.
I've got 95 Lions for some reason.
Yeah.
And 96 Cardinals.
Oh. Mine says the Bengals are doing it now, and
The
Detroit's
Bengals are literally reading it off on my stream right now. It doesn't matter. We're getting back to the 49ers here in a second, so we're gonna be going to knee heavily here
Oh.
coming up.
There's
Like,
It's
going to be a
fun.
running back. Guarantee one of these 2 picks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're coming
Absolutely.
up. We're coming up on 49er time here.
I'm
There
just
we
waiting
go.
for Izzy Abanikanda going to San Fran.
Gosh.
You know that.
Don't,
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
don't speak that into existence, please.
My
Could've
guy,
worse.
that was
I could've
written in
said
the
running back
stars
prospect I
like
don't
50
like.
years like that. That was
And then it'll be
good.
like Tyrion Davis Price will dominate in preseason, and then it'll be that gentleman who's starting by week 2 or something like that. That's the Shanahan way.
Well, yeah, and it's because he's a one cut, one read, speed guy. It's
Here you
go,
perfect
Neil.
for
It's
what
what you
Shanahan
wanted.
like.
Dog cam.
Hey, there we are.
Dog cam, there it is.
Puppy bowl. There we go. He's ready.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, that's
He
Steve's other
He looks
dog,
really
the much
excited to be up
smaller
there.
dog. That's
he
the dog that
really
will
wanted to
tolerate
be
being
up
on
here,
camera.
and now he hates it.
Well, yeah, he got picked up and put on camera, and he's like, "No, don't like."
How dare you? You know, he's got a lot of enemies overseas, so he's in the witness protection program. He doesn't want to be seen on the internet.
Right.
He's one of those kind of dogs.
I didn't know those kind of dogs existed.
You got to look closer.
There you go.
Maybe that's what. Maybe the program's doing
Okay,
well.
yeah.
but
So
I don't
Bengals
know.
on the clock. So maybe that was an
They
error in
did
here.
safety Jordan Battle out of Alabama.
Yes. So now I've got Lions on the
Well,
clock. Correct.
Yep.
Cincinnati need the safety help. They let the names escape me right now, but they let 2
Von
key
Bell and
safeties
Jesse
go
Bates.
in the offseason. Thank you. That's why Mike is in the building. Mike Manning. He is the foil. He's the man with the knowledge. And
And then
he
Jackson
makes us
Hill
all
is
look
coming
good.
back for
But yeah,
another
right now,
first-round pick.
so they got him and they got Nick Scott right now on the death chart. But yeah, I absolutely see Mr. Battle competing for a starting spot come training camp.
When Jordan Battle had a pretty good college career at Alabama, he saw significant playing time. He was pretty good.
He was the deep safety compared to Branch being the up in the slot / box type safety. They coincided really well.
Yeah, he was pretty solid. So
Hill will likely be the move safety for them, and they're looking for Battle to try and be the deep safety.
yeah,
Right.
make a certain amount of sense. Now, Mike, as we've talked about all night, I have no idea who's playing O-line for the Bengals. They're doing a nice job of filling some of their holes, but we have no idea who's playing O-line at this point. Like,
Well,
mean,
it was
the
going to
only-
be Darnell Washington, and then
yeah,
Steelers
Yeah.
ruined that.
Yeah.
Steelers beat him to it. So
Steelers made him right tackle for them instead.
damn you!
the rivalry grows.
Yep. But yeah,
Hey, they
Jordan
took
Battle's
William
good at
Jackson
hawking the
from
ball.
us years ago.
Yeah, Jordan Battle's good at hawking the ball, though. So at least there's that. You got that going for you, which is good.
Similar play style to Jesse Bates.
Yeah.
Right. The center fielder, he can help out in the run as well, the run game.
Oh, the Lions are actually
Better if the
picking.
name's called Battle.
I thought the Lions might try and trade this, but nobody wants it, so they're actually going to pick. Hold your breath.
Oh boy.
Broderick Martin,
Oh, boy.
defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky.
They need somebody inside, but can't say that would have been my choice.
Yeah, doesn't do a whole lot for me.
I can't say much of what they've done this draft would have been my choice.
No.
Branch is the only one that would have been my choice.
Branch is
Yeah,
the
no,
only
Branch-
one that
Branch-
we unanimously agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Branch sounds good. I like that. And you got him at an appropriate time in the draft. It made sense. Like, when you're
Branch was
talking about getting
considered
Gibbs
a
at
first
6
round.
overall, though, it concerns me that you might need to be drug tested.
I don't know if you were here at that point, Neil, but when that pick was made, I said, if you had told me that they got Branch, I would have said, wow, that's a great pick at 12.
Yeah, you're right.
And instead, they get him at 45, which is a great discount.
Yeah.
However, they bungled up the 2 picks ahead of it so aggressively.
It doesn't make
That-
up for it.
How
Yeah.
much better would their draft look if they did Branch at 12, then Gibbs at 18, just push everybody back one spot?
I still think that's too high for Gibbs. I think
I
they
still
could have
think
traded
it's
back.
too high,
But how
but
much better would it look?
I would not.
It would
mock
look
you
much
mercil-
better.
Yeah, I would not mock you mercilessly. I might mock you a little
Exactly.
bit, but like,
And
yeah,
it's all we talked about it as well. It's also hurting the fact that at 18 they took Campbell, and the next linebacker went at like 53.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
jumped the gun so aggressively on linebacker, and meanwhile they reaped the rewards of nobody wanting to take a safety. So they played that smart, but they played linebacker all wrong. So
And they played
Yeah.
running back pretty wrong too.
That's
Yeah,
like
And then when you come out afterwards and say, "Oh, I would have taken him at 6 overall," my immediate reaction is
Yeah.
pee in this cup.
does not help you at all.
Just pee in
Yeah.
this cup. I gotta run this through the gastrospectrometer. I
that
gotta
doesn't
know,
make me
like-
feel better about you taking him at 12. That makes
Yeah.
me feel worse about you running the team.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
It makes
all
me
that does.
concerned about your brain and
Could
about
you
that you might have had
imagine-
too many concussions to like really make sound decisions. Because
Just
how do
think
you
about
like
the
put on
scenario.
pants and drive a car?
Okay,
Not legally.
pick six
Yeah.
comes up. The Lions can't find a trade partner. They pick Jahmyr Gibbs while Bijan Robinson is still on the board.
The internet would have
Wow.
completely imploded upon
How
itself.
bad
like Death
is
Star.
that look?
Not only that, they said that
They would have
not
done
only
it
did they
Over
not
Bijan.
only would they have taken him at 6, they would have taken him over Robinson because
Yeah.
he was their number 1
which would have been
running
the
back.
worst.
That was their
Yeah.
grade.
Bad process.
Yeah.
Bad
That was
process.
their grade on Gibbs. Was he was their
To look at a
number one
generational talent and be like, nah, we want the scat back.
I think that Jahmyr, like, I think that if you
when we
pick-
already have a scat back.
yeah,
We already have a scat back. I just don't like him.
if you pick a
So-
running back at 6 overall, I'm pretty sure he immediately becomes a top 5 paid running back in the NFL.
Yeah, well, you covered that pretty well in our Discord.
Like, why?
Sign
Even
up
where
for
he's
our
drafted at 12, he's a top 16.
sign up for Fourth Wall, please, and then you too can join our Discord and listen to Mike talk about the pay structure
terrible
for
that
running
pick
backs.
is.
Yeah,
So that's an interesting point, Mike, because running backs in this day and age, they don't get picked as early as that typically, but they do get franchise tagged, and so do linebackers.
They shouldn't.
So they shouldn't,
Right.
but that's what teams lean towards nowadays. And Detroit picking a linebacker and a running back in the first round, it does make you wonder, what are they going to do in 5 years' time? 4 or 5 years' time? Who's getting the tag?
Yeah, the problem. So
And,
the problems in that situation goes, if both these players perform well enough that they validate the pick being in the first round, you're going to have to pay them a crap load of money.
yeah. Yeah.
If they don't, you still screwed up.
Yeah.
So
There's no
lose,
winning.
lose situation.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
no
You
winning
either
in
make
that.
them a top 5 paid player at their position, or you just made a bad pick.
Yeah.
And then you
And-
nearly
and-
broke your hand hitting the table when you overpaid your stupid linebacker at
Just-
18 because
That's
you
why
were yelling.
picking a running back in the first round is a poor decision. If you want to do it at the back end of the first round, I get it. There's a reasonable thinking there.
Right.
Because the pick
Maybe you
you're
could make
often-
the exception for Bijan because it's a generational talent.
Yeah,
Maybe you could
I
make
don't
that
even love
exception.
it at
Even that I think is a reach though. I wouldn't do that either. Like
I think that Bijan being in like the 20s would have been prime position to pick Bijan
yeah, that would have made sense.
because even the fifth year extension would have been I think $10 million or $11 million.
Right.
In the top 10,
I
it's
think
like 20
yeah.
something.
Yes.
By the way, at 97
20 something mil.
At 97, Washington took Ricky Stromberg, a center out of Arkansas, a pick we can all agree has no meaning to us.
No, that fits neatly in the don't care category for everyone. Actually, that's
Yeah.
kind of neat how you.
Not
sound
even
like
IDP wants to touch that one, right, Nee?
No, we're not touching it. Moving on. Next.
that. Well, looking at what Steve has prepared here, does anything jump off the board here for anyone? I'll just throw it wide open.
Like I said, I was intrigued by Spears going to Tennessee. Depending
Spears is
on,
interesting.
holy crap, the San Francisco 49ers picked a kicker.
Actually, they do need to
Get
replace
out of
Robbie
here!
Gould.
Get out
They-
of here! That
They
can't
do
be
have to
real.
replace Robbie Gould.
That,
No, he's
that
right, he's
cannot
right.
be real. You're
He
you're
picked a kicker
screwing
in the
with me.
third round.
You're screwing with me. That can't be real.
No, it makes sense because right now it's Zane Gonzalez.
In the third round, it makes sense.
Oh, okay. Let me retract that.
Yeah. Let's level set here.
The positional need makes sense.
Sure. Not debating that.
Sure, that's fine.
Positional
That's
pick,
fine.
I'm not so sure. Now,
He's not even the first team All-American. He's the second team.
yeah, okay, now I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Jake Moody, the
Um,
kicker from Michigan, is the pick at 99. In the top 100,
He's making San Fran fans moody.
Yeah, he would.
All right. Good night. Good night, everybody. That's it. We're done.
Like,
We're done. Yeah. Nope. Caught my- yeah. It's a standing O.
I should,
That's
sorry,
it.
Neil. That's usually for you to do.
No, that's fine. We're standing. I was gonna try to give you the standing O as well, and I caught my cord on my chair.
done it.
No, we're
Done
good. Stream's over. Shut it down.
There's only 3 picks left anyway.
Stream's done. Good night. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
That's all right. That's cut to the highlight package.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many kickers?
It's just that. No, it's just that joke. Again, it's just that Mike just cuts to Mike making that joke. That's the whole highlight package. Moving on.
Yeah. No,
Oh my god, I
This-
can't believe that's real.
okay, this is not gonna feel good in the cold light of tomorrow morning. But opportunity. Let's talk about opportunity costs because
Oh my god, he looks like Jack. He
does
looks
look
almost
like Jack.
identical to Jack Kavanaugh. Holy crap, he's got the mustache and everything. I didn't know Jack was kicking in the league.
He is now.
Yeah.
he's from Michigan, not far from Jack.
Uh huh.
It's
Jack's just across the bridge.
That's what Jack was doing on the weekends.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now it all comes out. Uh-huh.
I got plans on Sunday, guys. I can't.
yeah, I got a thing to do on Saturday afternoon.
Right.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh's yelling at him in the background.
That is just beyond the pale. Well, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying this isn't going to look good in the cold light of day, and I agree with you. But
Yeah, because
continue on, please.
this is opportunity cost. Like, I mean, there's this pick on a micro scale, and then you kind of look at, like, for example, the Jets pick in round 1 yesterday. They went with the defensive play. They're already a top 5 defense. They probably didn't need to do it. They probably could have helped out Aaron Rodgers a little bit. So these teams are making some expensive opportunity cost picks. Like, what do you guys think of some of these? What I'd say, I don't want to say needless, but like picks that don't have to be made. There's other needs that they have, but they're addressing
Luxury
lesser
picks
needs,
that
if you
aren't
will.
supposed to be luxury picks.
By the way,
Right.
the Raiders.
Yeah,
the
luxury.
Raiders took wide receiver Trey Tucker from Cincinnati.
Hey,
Again, another guy not in my top 20 does not have any
borderline
information on
fantasy
him.
relevant, but the problem is the Raiders don't support enough wide receivers, so this doesn't matter.
They already have a crowded wide receiver room.
I was going to say, they can't possibly support any more wide receivers.
And you know what? I'm going to defend Nee here because we've been giving him shit for about an hour about the 49ers taking a running back, and boy, could it have been worse. Boy, could it have been
Oh
worse.
no!
At this point, he was praying for a running back. It's
What
like,
are
oh,
they
man,
doing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
it could have been a running back. And
Bet you wish it was,
Said it was a
Indy
kicker.
and
I
Bannigan
was gonna say,
now.
absolutely could have been a pointless running back, and that would have been so much better.
Yeah, I think I would have
So
liked
much better than a kicker.
I think I would have liked Kyle to bang the table a little bit more.
Maybe Kyle was banging the table for the. Anyway, yeah, let's go
That's-
back to this.
let's go back to this recap.
Yeah.
The kicker really threw a wrench
The
in all
kicker
of this.
just destroyed this completely, and probably will destroy the rest of the day.
What
Well, the
jumps
days
off the page to you guys here?
Mike said Spears. I'll say A-Chain. Like, you summed it up pretty nicely, Steve. There's a small chance that he could actually matter because he's such an explosive athlete, and no one on the Dolphins can stay healthy in the running back room. So,
I'd say think early Austin Eckler.
Oh wow!
Like whenever he was sharing minimal snaps with Melvin Gordon being the workhorse and Austin Eckler still being a productive receiving back that they lined up all over the field. That can be A-Chain.
Yeah, theoretically speaking, on a team that's going to throw a lot, and by virtue of also that, it's going to throw a lot of dump offs. It's a crowded room, but none of those guys have proven that they've been able to stay healthy. And similar to your point about Eckler didn't run between the tackles at that point in his career at all. He was just there to catch passes and run to the outside. So I could see him being able to sprint to the outside and do some type of things like that. So I'd say A-Chain would be the one for me that this late in, that'd be the one that jumps off the page at me. If I knew Derrick Henry wasn't going to be playing for the Titans, it would be Spears. And then beyond that, Mike, when your internet dropped, we talked about Bigsby briefly. Vis-a-vis, who's the handcuff at this point for you? Do you think it's Dearness Johnson, or is it Bigsby at this point? Who's
As
the
of now,
handcuff?
I'd say Dearness.
Okay, so we all agree. It's Dearness. All three of us agree.
Yeah, I don't think that Bigsby is exactly anything that you can wow at camp enough to unseat a reliable option like Dearness, who has been in the NFL and been successful in the NFL.
Right, in Cleveland for several stints with Cleveland, he had value.
Yeah, so that's asking a lot of a rookie to come in and just all of a sudden be more than he was in college even.
And beat out an established veteran in the process while you do it. Nee, what on the defensive side jumps out to you there? Hold on one second.
No worries. Oh, okay, we got a pick.
We've got a pick. Then we'll go back.
Oh,
Yeah.
49ers
Pick 101, the 49ers select Cameron Latou, Alabama tight end. Another tight end.
Another tight end. Okay.
Not a kicker, not a fifth running back.
Could have been a punter.
Could have been a punter.
Could have been a punter.
Could have gone worse.
Smart ass.
Silver linings. Silver linings, Nee.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Silver linings, opportunity costs.
Look at those 3 picks. Look at those 3 glorious picks.
Oh, those are some fabulous picks.
Jair Brown, reasonable
Yep,
start.
safety from Penn State.
Yep,
And
I like
A
that
kicker
one.
and a tight end.
And in a tight end that is not even on most people's top 10.
Yeah, a tight end that probably
Yeah,
could have easily
ranked-
been available tomorrow at some point.
Even
Yeah, I
in
was
a
about
deep
to say,
tight end
I-
class, ranked 14th out of 24.
Yeah. He
Deep
would have
tight end
easily
class.
been available tomorrow as a day 3 guy, 100%. There was no chance he was going to be gone between now and tomorrow.
They are aware that it's day 2 today, right? It's on day 3. I know they don't have
No,
a
Kyle
first, so
Shanahan's been drinking since last night. He has no idea what day it is. Like,
PFF's
no clue.
243rd ranked player on the big board.
That hurts. Oh, that's right.
Is that worse than
Right
the
in the
kicker?
balls. Like,
Can he block?
I would
Kicker was
hope.
ranked 317, so no,
Oh,
not worse than the kicker.
oh,
At
Lord.
least the kicker was like top of his position, basically.
He was
This
the
is-
number 1 kicker rated, but still
How do the
317.
49ers keep
'Cause
doing
he's a
this
kicker.
every year?
Yeah.
Every year the 49ers do this. They find some way to go beyond the pale. And then they're
How
a
are they-
playoff team anyway, and it doesn't
Yeah, how are
matter.
they such a good
Yeah.
team?
I know, they're such a good
but
team, and they
still screw up so
they
often.
draft like this, and I can't handle it. Like, me, we've done this,
Yeah.
3 years in a row now, and every year I watch you watch the 49ers draft, and you just look like you want to die the entire time, and I totally get why. I totally get why, because it's got to just be like nails on a chalkboard to actually have to watch it and then provide commentary about it while
still
your
getting
soul is screaming.
I'm still getting over the trade up with Miami to get to the Trey Lance
Lance.
pick.
Oh,
I
yeah,
still haven't recovered from that.
I forgot about that.
No, I certainly haven't forgotten.
I watched. No, I know because I remember I watched your eyes roll back into your head when that happened, and I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna lose Nee for the whole rest of the day. He's just gonna be done. Like it's good. Well, it was when they did the Tre'Davious Davis Price pick. Also, was when I was watching you just like a man looking like he was gonna get in his car and drive to California to fight Kyle Shanahan on his lawn. Like what? Like, what are you doing? And yet they're a playoff team, perennial playoff team.
So maybe that's a commentary on the NFC. Perhaps that says something about how mediocre the NFC is. If they're
Probably.
he's done well in the last 4 or 5 years, but I feel like if this is the AFC, the Niners would be out. They wouldn't be doing as well as they would be doing. Mike, what say you as a AFC fan.
Well, I
with
think
Pittsburgh.
basically, let's see, out of the top 20 quarterbacks in the NFL, 17 are in the AFC.
Uh-huh.
So you're just looking at, even if you're not having a phenomenally run organization, quarterbacks run the NFL.
Mm.
If you don't have a quarterback, you're not making it to the Super Bowl, as San Fran has found out,
Right.
because you have everything but that.
Yep.
Well, this means nothing. This is just us making fun
Yeah.
of the kicker pick. Can we go back a slide?
This is just yelling at.
Can we go back a slide? Okay, of the defensive player, let's go back to this question.
Okay.
Of the defensive players, what jumps off the page for you here?
In the short term, I like Henley. I think Henley is someone we can look at in redraft. In Dynasty, Kobe Turner does interest me because he does. I'm not saying that there'll ever be a player that will fit the profile of Aaron Donald, but Kobe Turner is what you could say an undersized interior defensive lineman. He does have chops in terms of pass rushing, and he can stop the run. So he's an intriguing prospect if Donald does move on sooner than later, if the broadcast moves, if he does move to a studio role.
I was joking about that. I
No,
was
but-
legitimately kidding.
I don't think he's joking. I mean, he did
About
kind of talk
retiring? No. About working in television, I kind of agree.
Okay.
I don't know if you would do that.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
like
Donald won't do that.
maybe
He'd
be
be
in
more
the
likely to be
WWE.
like a youth minister or something, or coach high school football if he was bored. Like, that's probably more his speed.
Yeah, okay.
He'd probably just become a bodybuilder at this point.
I could see that too.
Mm-hmm. World Wrestling Entertainment.
He doesn't
He
need
doesn't
money
like the
that bad.
spotlight.
He doesn't need money that bad either.
I
He
had
doesn't need that. He got plenty of money, man. He don't need that money.
I had college classes with him. He's a very quiet person. He does not care about the spotlight.
Yes, he went to Pitt, of course.
Yes, he did.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Who else did you go to
Unlike
school
him,
with?
I will not be retiring at the same age as he is.
Nathan Peterman.
You went to school with Peterman? Did you?
No,
Oh. Yeah.
I'm just naming pit players.
he's just naming former Pitt players.
I'm just naming
Apparently, he
former
wanted to go
Pitt
from
players.
one side of the spectrum of really, really good to the other side of
Yeah.
really, really bad.
Yeah.
Tyler Palco.
Hey, he was a fan favorite.
In college, maybe. Certainly not in the NFL.
Hey, I mean, there's still a lot of Pitt players in the NFL for some reason.
Well, they're not
Well,
all horrible. I'm just cherry
yeah.
picking the examples that make me laugh.
All
We
the
did it,
quarterbacks
guys.
just seem to stay in backup positions, which is fine.
We got through 2 days. We've been here for over 4 hours. I think we should wrap this. What a travesty! What a disaster!
It's been bad. It's been really bad.
if-
It's been horrible.
The
If I had
kicker
to,
thing was really the cherry on top, though. That
was.
really just what a way to end the night, Shanny.
Mhm.
What a way to do. I'm sorry, Nee. I'm gonna stop twisting the knife now.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad. It's
And yet
in the
you dressed
third
so
round.
nice
You
for
took
the
a
night.
kicker. What are you doing?
Yeah, if it wasn't for Roberto Aguayo, this could be one of the worst kicker picks of all time. But anyway,
It's got to be probably the highest since him.
yep. I feel like there might have been one more between him and now, but it's egregious. It's egregious.
Not good.
It's agreed. But let's wrap it up the way Steve wants. Steve wants to go round the horn and talk about things that stood out to us because Steve
really
has to
only
I
go.
mean,
one
we
pick.
can.
There's only one pick that stands out today, and that's it for fantasy purposes. And that is Josh Downs.
I was going to say it's Josh Downs. We all know
Yes.
the real answer here is Josh Downs.
But- I will also give you Jaden Reed. I think he has a shot to produce with Green
Sure.
Bay,
I would give you Mingo,
especially
as well.
if they're chasing points.
I would also give you Mingo because somebody has to play opposite Adam Thielen. We have no clue who that'll be, but I'll
Yeah.
give
I
you
mean,
Mingo.
Mingo's not going to have any real effect this year. I don't think.
Yeah, but at least it's something. Because what are you going to do? You're going to put Terrence Marshall on the outside. You got like 5 guys that play slot in Carolina. It's similar to the Giants.
I mean, yeah, Terrace Marshall did spend time outside last year, so
He spent some
They
time
could do that.
outside last year, but he wasn't very effective. Well, he had flashes, but then he got hurt. So we'll have to see. I'm not sure how they deploy, frankly, because that is the most wide open wide receiver.
I don't think
room in
Reich
the
knows
NFL.
either.
I don't think anyone knows.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I got to throw Mingo in the mix, but I would say he's 3 of 3 on that, and then no one else matters of the wide
There's
receivers.
really so out of 2 rounds with compensatory picks and everything, we are sitting there looking at 2 or 3 wide receivers that we are even fantasy caring about.
Yep.
Yeah.
No real
Realistically,
running backs.
Nope.
no, not really. Well,
Tight ends are just
Well,
you mean
Robinson.
tonight? Are you talking about tonight or overall for 2 days?
tonight.
Just Bijan.
Just tonight.
Just
Yeah.
tonight. Okay, yeah, just tonight. But
Just tonight. We had the run on tight ends, the ungodly run on tight ends.
gross.
And,
yeah.
and you
waste
know
of
what?
time.
I want to close with this too, because to be fair, we have dumped on the Lions a ton, and it's because that pick at 12 is absolutely egregious.
It's so
From a fantasy standpoint, DeAndre Swift got 70 targets last season, and that's basically going to be Gibbs' job this year. He's going to get opportunities. He's going to be fantasy relevant. So, from a fantasy perspective, it's a decent landing spot for him, and he's going to do things and put up numbers. But we're just saying to take him as a top 15 or even top 20 pick is absolutely ludicrous. That's the part that
Yes.
I just want to hammer home from an NFL perspective. That is the part that we're
It's
hating so
egregious
much
from
on
an
that.
NFL
Yeah.
perspective. From a fantasy perspective, I would argue that Gibbs is for your dynasty rookie drafts. Gibbs is what, the 1.2, the 1.4,
In a
something like
1
that.
QB.
In a 1 QB.
In a 1 QB.
I push him. So you already, in 1 QB you do Bijan. I do JSN and Addison
Yep.
before him easily.
Sure. So he's the
And
1.4.
then, sure, I'd be okay with Gibbs there.
Because in theory, he'll be sharing with Montgomery because
But that's
I'm of
the
mind-
issue. That's the issue with the whole class. So
Yeah.
Bijan's 1.1, that's easy,
Yeah.
no
And there's
brainer.
like a mile.
Right.
And
There's
then
a huge
depending
gap.
on your team, you can make a reasonable argument for Gibbs, Addison, JSN, any of them in the top 4. And then you're talking about Downs.
Yep.
You're talking about whoever else you like at wide receiver. You're talking about the quarterbacks. You're talking about the backup running backs. It falls off a huge cliff very quickly in 1 QB. And
we'll go
even
back
in
to your-
Superflex, I think you're talking about Gibbs, JSN, and Addison in the 5 to 7 range, but I just don't. I'm not excited about any of it.
Well, I think we'll all probably agree with kind of your supposition from a couple months ago, especially now knowing the landing spots.
Right.
If you have picks in Dynasty this year and you're listening to this, trade them. Trade those
Yeah.
picks. Trade those picks. You do not
Find
want
a-
your Dynasty
Find
picks
a
this
team
year.
that is not expecting to compete next year, and
Find a rube.
just grab a veteran.
Find a sucker in your league and fleece them. Just do it. Like you're going to be a lot happier with whatever veteran you can get for whatever. Even if you don't have a top 4 pick, I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm moving on. Like,
Yeah.
there's very little value here. This might be the most. Now, if you're playing an IDP IDP dynasty, that advice is probably different this year, right? Would you agree with that? There's probably some guys who are expanding out to IDP that you might not be so inclined to just fire sale all your picks off to get veterans.
Yeah, I mean, if your league has that IDP component, good. Congratulations. Thank you for including IDP. Your leagues, you must be in a good league. But once you got that out of the way, I was doing a top 3 based on round 1. So we're gonna have Will Anderson in there. He's gonna be he's almost I wouldn't say generational, but he's gonna be formative for this Texans era.
But he's got the draft capital as well.
Right.
You can't beat that.
You're not drafting him top 5 to rotate in off the bench.
You didn't trade up to take him in the top 5 to not play.
There you
him.
go.
So he
There
was
you
playing.
go.
Like,
And
Plus, there's not much competition.
damn well that D'Amico Ryans was pushing for him, the new head coach. So he would be one of my top picks in Dynasty. I'm actually going to go with Jack Campbell because of the draft capital. In real life, it's a head scratcher. It's weird for Detroit, but in terms of position and
it's the same argument we
opportunity-
just made. We get it. It's the same argument we just made for the Gibbs thing. In real
Right.
life football, it's egregious, but in fantasy, you don't really care about the contract in that way. You just want points.
You just want the points. Doesn't matter how you get them. Just if his tackles, great, even better. So I expect him to be racking up tackles. I would hope that Detroit's defense gets better, but we'll see what happens in the next few years. And then someone like Forbes at Washington. Another cornerback that interests me is actually the pick today, Morris. Is it Morris that went to Denver? He's going to be opposite Pat Surtain.
Yeah, that
Moss.
was their second pick after the horrible embarrassment that was the wide
Riley
receiver.
Moss out of Iowa.
Riley Moss
Yeah.
from Iowa.
Yeah, so I like that because we saw what Surtain did last year. He's obviously
They're not going to want to throw it at Surtain.
you
don't want to throw it at Surtain. Like
they're going to throw
they'll-
to Morris.
yeah, they'll go out of their way to not throw it at Surtain. Like,
And Moss is someone that he's athletic, twitchy, but he'll give up the big play.
Right.
So,
So
they're definitely going to target him plenty.
therein lies the opportunity in IDP.
does make a certain amount of good sense right there. Okay, so it's a little. It's when you have IDP in your league, it makes it a little more attractive to not just want to fire sale all your picks, and just kind of punt this whole rookie draft. But I think that would be the official important nonsense advice for Dynasty for what we've seen so far. Because now we're through the part, as Steve, you talk about every year. You get past this part, now you don't matter.
Yeah.
Draft capital at this point, you're done. If you didn't get picked by today, and you're getting, even if you get picked tomorrow, they're not invested in you. They don't care about you. You're easily replaceable. Even if you're good, you're easily replaceable. So now we get into the weird.
Already.
What's
of
that?
Running backs and wide receivers that have been drafted in the day 3 that were productive and then immediately replaced.
You mentioned it. Damian Pierce is a great example.
Yeah.
Of like,
And then Tyler
like,
Algier, Michael Carter.
Yep. Look good. Doesn't matter. They're not invested in you. You're a rental. You're just a rental for the team. You might have a good year or two, and then they're going to go find their actual permanent employee. You know what I mean? You're a temp. You're just a very highly paid temp is what's going on there.
If you have any success from a running back that's on day 3 in their rookie season, 9 times out of 10, you got to try and look for a trade partner.
Well, that's usually what I do, actually. That's great advice, because that's usually what I try to do. If you get a lottery ticket like that, more often than not, what you want to do is try and trade them.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be sustainable long term.
And even if they are, you got more in return than what you spent either way.
Yep. It's the there's been historical examples of that, especially in redraft, where it's like finding a $20 bill on the ground.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, cool, free $20. Like, I didn't need this anyway. It's when you hit that waiver wire running back and then can successfully trade that individual for something that really has long-term value. That's how you really make hay long-term in keeper leagues and in Dynasty especially. So it's been interesting. It's just, I think Steve called it 2 months in advance. And I didn't want to formally give it to him until we actually saw the landing spots, because I never want to make decisions until we actually see the landing spots. But now seeing how this is actually shaken out.
Could not have gone worse.
Woof.
Yeah.
Woof. It's so ugly. It's so bad.
Feels like every fantasy landing spot was just taking a kicker in the 3rd.
God, you're gonna just gonna be talking about that at least through the weekend.
Well, I don't have to worry about tomorrow, so.
No, I know. No, and Knee's is out. I will be on tomorrow with my good friend Mason Cameron, to probably talk about putting a Buc-ee's in a strip club, because we're gonna have to fill so much airtime. That's likely gonna be patent pending. We're gonna open a strip club and a Buc-ee's. That is likely what we will discuss mostly tomorrow, because there is so little analysis. And then also join us for Mike Berland and Chris Salazar, who will be taking you through the morning. So tune in for them. That'll be very entertaining as they go through all the running backs that we haven't covered yet that will all undoubtedly be getting drafted tomorrow. All the running backs and wide receivers that are left. But with that, does anybody have any final parting thoughts that aren't about a kicker in the 3rd round?
Okay. Thank you.
No.
They're not about that? Because we've covered that.
We've covered it pretty good.
Pretty extensively covered.
No, I don't think so. Like I want to publicly apologize because I feel like this is in some way my fault. Because Mike, when we started this yesterday, I said that last year was a relatively boring draft because there were way too many defensive players, and this year has to be better. And
It's not.
You did
I
this.
jinxed us. I put us in this position, and I'm sorry. You trusted me, and I failed you, and that's on me. That's 100% on me. It is
You
what
know
it
what's
is.
bad when Tank Watch was one of the legitimate highlights.
Tank watch.
Tank Watch was one of the legitimate highlights of this.
It was
And,
one of the more joyous moments we had the entire day.
It was phenomenal. It was that, and then Josh Downs, where we had actual meaningful fantasy analysis
Yeah.
for 5 whole minutes in 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Making
Not
it seem like
interested
this was
in any
a
of this,
complete waste
Tune
of
in
time.
tomorrow for 4.5 more hours with Neil Smith, Mason Cameron, Chris Salazar, Mike Berlin.
Yeah, Mike Berlin will be back. Chris Salazar from our Dynasty team will be there, so you'll definitely want his insights because he hasn't been here the first 2 days, so he'll be able. It's not just about the guys tomorrow. He'll be able to talk to you about the guys that we've talked about a little bit.
We will be
already
doing
through these first two.
full
So-
Dynasty recaps. Yep.
Yeah, there's just
100%.
there's a lot of stuff to go through, but yeah, good luck.
Don't wish me luck. I'm going to be doing your job. I'm going to be sitting in the daddy chair, just feeding questions to Mike Berlin and Chris. Wish them luck.
Doing
job's
math.
easy. I'm gonna
That's
be-
my job over
I'm
here.
going to be I'm going to be drinking coffee and just asking them questions and watching them argue with each other, and then Mason will show up, and then we'll get nothing productive done
I
from
like
that
it.
point on. No actual work will get done.
I like it.
We'll just be
All right.
talking about prop bets and putting a strip club in a Buc-ee's. There'll be nothing.
100%.
No meaningful analysis will happen. Like it,
Hey, that's pretty meaningful to me. Okay, I
again,
appreciate
patent
that information.
pending.
Patent pending.
If we hear about this from any other source, you will be hearing from our
But for
attorney.
those of you out there that joined us this entire time, I don't think anybody stayed the entire way, but there
We
were a
deserve
couple
you
of you
deserve a
that,
refund actually if you
that,
stayed
that
the
came
whole time.
through and popped in and out. We appreciate it. We appreciate you talking to us, keeping us entertained. We hope that we kept you entertained throughout this entire disaster of a day 2 of the NFL draft. And we'll be back because we're gluttons for punishment for a little bit more tomorrow. So until then, everybody, thanks again, and keep up the nonsense.